Hello and welcome back to Video Games. I'm Tim Rogers. You are watching the action button review of Boku no Natsuyasumi, a video game whose title we could translate as Boku's Summer Break. Developed by Millennium Kitchen, written, designed, and directed by Kaz Ayabe, produced by Contrail, and published by Sony Computer Entertainment Japan for the Sony PlayStation video game console on Thursday, June 22nd of the year 2000. Followed in the year 2002 by a sequel for the Sony PlayStation 2, Boku no Natsuyasumi 2. In the year 2007 by a sequel for the Sony PlayStation 3, Boku no Natsuyasumi 3. And in the year 2009 by a sequel for the Sony PlayStation Portable, Boku no Natsuyasumi 4. Boku no Natsuyasumi brought me back to myself I had never known. In Boku no Natsuyasumi, the player controls the minute day-to-day decisions of a young boy from Tokyo named Boku Kubota as he relaxes at his aunt and uncle's house in rural Japan for the 31 days of August 1975. His father and mother have sent him here to enjoy his 1-month summer break from school while they prepare for the birth of their second child. I chose to investigate Boku no Natsuyasumi here and now because its vacation theme beckoned to me. I have a tendency to work way too hard. A kill violenceless 10-hour video game about a child hanging out with his extended family, catching bugs, fishing, frolicking, participating in a Beatles sumo tournament with local ruffians under a nearby overpass, basking in the soundscapes of beautiful locales, and maybe investigating a mystery involving a ghost wolf if he feels like it, appealed to me on a spiritual level after the paraphernalious, convoluted video games I had just finished reviewing for this series. To prepare myself for Boku no Natsuyasumi, I first purchased a used copy of it from Japan on eBay. When it arrived, I investigated its box art. I saw in the lower right corner the Contrail logo. I knew Contrail's logo from the opening screens of a few of my favorite PlayStation 1 Japanese role-playing games, 1998's Legend of Legaia and 1999's Wild Arms 2, and one of my less favorite, Alundra 2. I knew Contrail had also produced Alpha Systems' Linda Cube Again, a 1999 PlayStation remake of their classic PC Engine role-playing game Linda Cube, and I knew that Contrail had also gone on to perhaps most notably produce Alpha Systems' absolute 1999 masterpiece, Ore no Shikabane o Koete Yuke. As I played through the opening hours of Legend of Legaia, a thought hit me. I should probably obtain a full list of Contrail games before setting in to play through them all, so I went to Wikipedia. While on Wikipedia, I figured I might as well do a little more research, and this led me to a transcript of an interview Boku no Natsuyasumi's first and biggest Western fan, Ray Barnholt.
Hi Tim, I just want to say thanks. I think it's great that you did a review of my favorite video game, Boku no Natsuyasumi.
Did with Kaz Ayabe for Scroll.vg in 2016. In that interview, Kaz Ayabe said that Contrail had only involved themselves minimally in Boku no Natsuyasumi's development. He said that in the entire history of Boku no Natsuyasumi's development cycle, Contrail had only offered one note of feedback. So I decided that maybe I decided not to play all of those Contrail games. I mean, actually, I had actually already played all of them years ago, over the years. That gave me maybe the very first instance of going to Wikipedia to look for a list of something and realizing I had engaged with literally everything on the list. Never had that before. So, doesn't exactly constitute a ringing endorsement of Contrail. It's just, those are some games I played. They were Sony's second-party publisher. I don't even know what they even did on most of those games. Legend of Legaia is cool, though. The one note of feedback Contrail's producers had given Boku no Natsuyasumi's developers at Millennium Kitchen described the landscape of Boku no Natsuyasumi as too rural. They suggested that Millennium Kitchen add a visible highway somewhere in the game, so they did. That highway features prominently in 3 of the game's most visually striking background paintings, and the area under its overpass serves as the lair for a group of local delinquents. These delinquents exist to provide a venue for Boku's beetle wrestling quest. Though their makeshift hideouts situation under a highway overpass allows their subplot to elegantly exude a theme of class. So suffice it to say, Contrail had left one good note of feedback because I liked that highway. So in the interest of fairness to any former Contrail employees watching this video, and because I just love Legend of Legaia, I played the first 8 hours of Legend of Legaia. Then I dove into Boku no Natsuyasumi. I found Boku no Natsuyasumi at turns refreshing and enthralling. Boku no Natsuyasumi shows us a game where the most violent event occurs in a samurai TV show you can only hear, not see, if you happen by the television in the family living room on one of the game's 30 playable afternoons. Boku no Natsuyasumi shows us a game whose unlockable, achievementless, modest expanse's deepest mysteries involve making your 2 female cousins, one older, one younger, trust you enough to open up about their insecurities. Boku no Natsuyasumi's cast includes an uncle who makes traditional pottery, an aunt who quit a career as a big city photographer to become a rural mother, and a big city college girl who dreams of becoming a nature photographer of wolves, which have long been regarded as extinct in Japan. In Boku no Natsuyasumi, the family leaves you alone in their house for one day, August 15th, 1975, while they visit a loved one in a graveyard. Your uncle asks you to please stay home and watch the house. He adds,
"泥棒さんが入るようなところじゃないから."
Not that any burglars would ever show up around these parts. And then, burglars do not show up. How many games with Resident Evil's exact control scheme can you think of where a character says, a violent event probably will not occur here, and then a violent event does not occur there? Probably not many, unless you count the first 8 hours of Dragon Quest VII, which, doesn't have Resident Evil's exact control scheme. Though I want to talk about Dragon Quest VII. So let's say, unless you count the first 8 hours of Dragon Quest VII, which, interestingly, launched in Japan on Saturday, August 26th of the year 2000, 2 months and 4 days after Boku no Natsuyasumi. In Dragon Quest VII, you don't see a slime until about 8 hours in. Before then, you, for example, bring your fisherman dad a hoagie onto his boat, and you try to convince your alcoholic uncle to stop getting into fights at the local bar. Despite quickly becoming the best-selling PlayStation 1 game of all time in Japan, Dragon Quest VII earned an enduring, frowny reputation for its gutsy decision to not have a single fight in its entire hefty opening chapter. Boku no Natsuyasumi, on the other hand, leapt with both little-shoed feet, landing directly in the jackpot of cultural treasure. I gotta admit, I love that first chunk of Dragon Quest VII. I find it hilarious that, by all accounts, somewhere in the ballpark of 1 million people had purchased the game early on a Saturday morning. They lined up for hours. And then they didn't get to see a single slime until Sunday. I do not really like that they shove a slime into your face 2 seconds into Dragon Quest VIII as some kind of apology.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble, Gov.
And I also do not like that they drastically trimmed Dragon Quest VII's intro chapter down for the 3DS version. It was like 7 or 8 hours on PlayStation 1. When I first played Dragon Quest VII, full 7.5, 8-hour intro and all, it captivated me. It made me want a whole fightless role-playing game. It must have done similar to plenty of other persons of lordly sensibility. We just wanted a non-violent game with a substance-bursting story. Not because we hated video game violence. I'll tell you as many times as I have to, I love blasting freaks. Though we wanted a non-violent game with a big story just because we knew games could do anything. So in my mind, my beloved Dragon Quest VII and Boku no Natsuyasumi remain inextricably linked by this nebulous little wispy thread. I come to you today reviewing Boku no Natsuyasumi instead of Dragon Quest VII, of course, because you could play Boku no Natsuyasumi literally 20 times all the way through before you could finish Dragon Quest VII once. And also because I really want to keep with the vacation theme for a little while. Also in keeping with the vacation theme, I promised myself I would only play through Boku no Natsuyasumi twice. I promised myself I would not capture the first of these two playthroughs. I would let the first playthrough happen naturally. After my second playthrough of Boku no Natsuyasumi 1, I would play through Boku no Natsuyasumi 2 and 4 exactly once, and the semi-spin-off Bokura no Kazoku exactly once. I skipped Boku no Natsuyasumi 3, not for any particular reason. I mean, it looks amazing. I just wanted to be able to say I held myself back and purposely did not play one entry of this series. And ultimately, I think this decision fit the spirit of the game. Boku no Natsuyasumi 1, 2, and 3 each concern a young, bright-eyed, inquisitive, yet charmingly not clownishly impetuous youth named Boku Kubota, visiting his aunt and uncle in rural Japan during the month of August 1975. Each game involves a locale based on a different real-life region of rural Japan. Same Boku, same month, same year, different aunt and uncle in a different location. Boku no Natsuyasumi has a multiverse. By the way, Boku no Natsuyasumi 4 takes place in 1985. And before anyone asks, yes, I did play a bit of Millennium Kitchen's Crayon Shin-chan branded Boku no Natsuyasumi released for the Nintendo Switch in 2021, though I've got to admit, Crayon Shin-chan is just a little too rambunctious for me. I far prefer the more quietly inquisitive Boku. In real life, we only get one summer vacation per year, so this year, I vacationed into reviewing Boku no Natsuyasumi 1, the original. I wanted a short game. I wanted a simple game. I wanted a game with the flavor of real modern literature. I wanted a game that reminded me of powerful truths, though I didn't immediately admit that to myself. I wanted an in-its-time AAA game with fixed camera angles and only 2 visible times of day, because I did not want to have to recapture every scene from a different camera angle at a different time of day. I wanted a game that let me idle on each fixed camera angle screen forever, composing one perfect shot over which to lay long, ruminative monologues. I wanted a story-rich game where the main character wears the same exact outfit for the entire story, because if a game has wardrobe choices, I know I need to capture every single scene in every possible outfit. I wanted a game that referenced Elden Ring 22 years before Elden Ring came out. I knew that every Boku no Natsuyasumi subsequent to the first retains the mechanical simplicity and literary sincerity of the original, and that I very well could have reviewed all of them at the same time by picking and reviewing any individual one of them at random. I know Boku no Natsuyasumi 2, 3, and 4 each add more and longer plot threads and more side games than the original's bug catching, beetle sumo, fishing, and kite flying. I know their graphics get better, which makes Mineko Ueda's brilliant character designs shine ever brighter, and I know each Boku no Natsuyasumi is a fuller and richer and maybe even better game than the last. Though in this review, I focused entirely on the first game because I wanted to review a game on the same urban legendary level as Tokimeki Memorial.
You know, you really should have reviewed Boku no Natsume too instead.
Also, I wanted a game whose fan translation should arrive any day now, or has already arrived as of the premiere of this video, or as of your watching of this video. You can either play Boku no Natsuyasumi right now, or you can play it quite soon, and I didn't have anything to do with that. For now, however, know that you do not need to have played Boku no Natsuyasumi in order to watch this review, because I have played it for you. I extracted much to talk about from Boku no Natsuyasumi. So today, I'd like to discuss Boku no Natsuyasumi first as an exotic, quote-unquote, to Japanese import. Second, as a work of excellent world-class, still modern design craft. Third, as a well-structured and paced literary story. And fourth, as a premium work of interactive narrative design, which shows us a unique way to essentialize interactivity in a non-violent video game. Then, we'll go on the road. After that, we'll meet right back here for our conclusions. Let's begin. Boku no Natsuyasumi released for the Sony PlayStation in Japan on Thursday, June 22nd of the year 2000. Meanwhile, Sony Computer Entertainment had released the PlayStation 2 console in Japan 3 months and 18 days earlier, on Saturday, March 4th of the year 2000. Boku no Natsuyasumi arrived under the shadows of multiple curiosities: a PlayStation 1 game in the soon burgeoning heyday of PlayStation 2, a non-violent game in the time of quickening kill graphics, a story of childhood as games had just started definitively thinking about growing up, a story about 25 years in the past, just as video games had begun locking on to the certainty of a bright future, a game so positively Japanese, arriving at about the exact time video games had truly gone global. I too occupied the center of a personalized Venn diagram at the time Boku no Natsuyasumi emerged onto Japanese store shelves, a 20-year-old college student, a fan of video games since the early days of the medium, an employee of a store that would later become a GameStop, a studier of languages, and a frequent lurker of video game discussion forums on the internet whose tastes day by day trended without apology more and more toward the obscure. I experienced, through my old computer monitor, tantalized excitement, pining, and yearning for either exactly Boku no Natsuyasumi or the ephemeral notion of more games just like it. Men who I surmise today are grown with wives and children poured forth their utterly sincere prognostications regarding this one little quaint Japanese video game which, in a just world, would change everything. Yet despite their exuberance for the pure beauty of this game's design and presentation, the old specter crept in. Defeatism. Defeatism formed the core of any obscure game preferer's heart in those days. You might grapple with soulfully understanding this notion today as fan-made translations of lovingly obscure weirdo games like Racing Lagoon and Planet Laika trickle and spurt out of a generous community. Today, the most ardent likers of games for freaks know the power of their own hands. Back in the year 2000, however, the average affordable used desktop personal computer struggled to run even a Super Nintendo emulator. Back in the year 2000, us 20-year-olds had just finished teenagering through the latter half of the 1990s. When we had seen Akira and decided to get into anime, we needed to submit to the curious selections of Blockbuster Video and the Sci-Fi Channel. If you'd read about Dragon Ball Z enough times in tiny preview blurbs of Electronic Gaming Monthly and gotten too much hype from die-hard game fans' inside info about Goku, now you had to wake up at 6 a.m. 13 Sundays in a row to start the VCR. Maybe in 2022, where Our current Guilty Gear Strive-blessed reality includes a Western game studio deciding to set one of the 40 best AAA video games of the past 10 years in Japan on purpose. Here in this present period where we have a literal Batman who vocally loves Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, you might have difficulty believing this, though back in the year 2000, we had long since grown bitterly accustomed to Western video game publishers passing over the games that looked most interesting in preview blurbs and committing drastic stylistic alterations to the box illustrations of the Japanese games they did decide to bring over. The jerks upstairs dared even to scrub off the wholly perfect work of Akira Toriyama and replace it with ham-handed generic fantasy 4 times. When Squaresoft somehow had opted to, in 1995, make Chrono Trigger's box art more anime than its Japanese original, it had emboldened us. Here, someone in a decision-making position had acknowledged that yes, Japan does make stuff better. Those of us who'd already teetered over the tipping point since the first time we saw Secret of Mana in a Kohl's subconsciously fell all the way in. We began to let our preference of cool Japanese stuff define our taste in hobby activities. 5 years passed, and our tastes became most of us's only means of identity expression. When we saw on an internet forum a gorgeous, unique, weird PlayStation game peeking forth from a low-resolution scanned image from a Japanese magazine that came out last week, our instincts directly rushed toward hopelessness. Clicking on a forum thread concerning a Japanese video game that did not fit the most fatalistic of self-identified game likers' cynical definition of quote-unquote mainstream introduced you to the defeatism that lurks at the heart of my generation's wholesale opinions about media. A forum thread about Boku no Natsuyasumi, which I remember fondly, checked neatly every conspiracy theory box as its contributors sprinted breathless down the checklist that hammered every nail in the coffin of this happy little boy having a fun summer game's pre-dwindled prospects of ever seeing a release over here. Over here meant America, though I think some British guys posted there too. Like the moon in the sky again and again, once per lap re-earthed itself, a repetition of the tried and doom-said nomination. Too Japanese. 22 years have passed since those days. Boku no Natsuyasumi yet has seen no official release to any definition of over here, except Japan, where they might call over here Kokorahen. Why, ultimately, did Boku no Natsuyasumi, in all its simple, understated beauty and mechanical purity, despite seeing significant success, a remaster, and 2 sequels in its country of origin, never find its way with a bad title and worse box art into American retailers who'd later have to all change their names to GameStop? Perhaps they couldn't figure out how to translate the title. Boku no Natsuyasumi, translated face valuably, means my summer break. This does not sound exciting in English. It barely sounds exciting in Japanese either, though at least in Japanese it carries a tinge of ambiguity. Translators, either in Boku no Natsuyasumi's release day or now, might experience a temptation to translate its title as My Summer Vacation. Though, if we tunnel deeply enough into the etymology, we find this lacking foundation. The Japanese word yasumi means simply break. A yasumi cannot exist without a task to take a break from. In this case, the 9-year-old protagonist takes his break from school. In English, we often interchange usages of break and vacation when referring to school. In my youth, we had summer vacations at home by the apartment complex pool in Kansas. Yet to say vacation stresses destinations or locations, not the contrast between the activity one needs a break from and the luxuriant nothing-doing of the break itself. The English noun vacation includes the root verb to vacate, to leave behind either a duty or a place. Duty being the important word here. The word vacation suggests an active decision to vacate one's location or duty. In the protagonist of Boku no Natsuyasumi's case, his parents make the decision for him. For this bright-eyed young boy, the dreamy, hot month of August 1975 happens in a place far from his usual home, though it happens most rootedly in contrast to his busier days at school in Tokyo. I know from listening to enough city pop records that when a Japanese person seeks to invoke the full palpation of the English word vacation, they either use it outright or, most likely, they lean on the Japanese appropriation of the French noun vacances. Yasumi meaning literally to rest, I'd not translate the word Natsuyasumi into any other phrase than summer break. Having said that, the title My Summer Break also glosses over one of Boku no Natsuyasumi's defter literary quirks. Boku means I, the first-person pronoun I in Japanese, suffixed with the possessive particle no. Boku no thus means my. However, even in this simple, tiny phrase, we encounter a poison swamp of unfathomable depth. Unlike most languages, Japanese offers speakers a wide variety of first-person pronouns. Where in English we have no choice other than to call ourselves I, a Japanese speaker chooses a first-person pronoun at will to suit their personality, gender identity, age, or even social standing relative to their current conversation partner. The most polite first-person pronoun usage style usually requires the speaker to use no pronoun at all, though let's forget about that for a minute. Textbooks teach foreign students watashi or watakushi. A man in his 20s probably calls himself ore. A man in his 40s who thinks he's in his 20s might call himself ore-sama. A cat in a Natsume Soseki novel might call himself wagahai. And a girly girl most likely calls herself atashi. I've seen elderly washis. I've known 3 20-something female ores. And I once met a 98-year-old lady from Hiroshima who graceful, dignified, and blessed with warmth, experience, many grandchildren, and much scholarship, consistently called herself Boku. This last one remains a curiosity to me. Boku, 99.9% of the time, applies to men, mostly young men, by which I mean boys and young boys. Young boys call themselves Boku more than they call themselves anything else. If you can believe it, I did not go to a Japanese elementary school, though I have known many guys who did. When sufficiently drunk, those guys sometimes talk about those years. And one remarkable anecdote pops into my mind. In the middle of a discussion about what gym class was like at everybody's elementary school, my good buddy from Osaka, completely wasted, said that he called himself Ode starting in 2nd grade and that he was definitely the stupidest child in his class. The juxtaposition of those two facts at that exact point on that particular far-off night occurs to me now as unflinchingly significant. Young Japanese boys call themselves Boku. Many Japanese male teenagers call themselves Boku, or they switch to Ode at some point when they feel ready. Many Japanese men in their 20s or even 30s call themselves Boku. For example, the protagonists of most first-person Haruki Murakami short stories or novels. Sometimes you know a guy through reputation alone, and you assume him for an adult Boku. And then it turns out he uses Oida. Many young Bokus have transitioned from Oida or Ora at a point they do not necessarily remember. Who gave them the Oira in the first place? Thus, the pronoun Boku ties itself to Japanese boy youth inseparably across generations and centuries. And across that ocean of time, it has earned another distinctor. More than any first-person pronoun by a catastrophic margin, adults use Boku as a second-person pronoun when sincerely addressing a boy they first-hand know to use Boku. To complicate the translator's job further, the main character of Boku no Natsuyasumi literally has the name Boku. We learn late in the story he has the full name Boku Kubota, which I find incredibly hilarious. Though nonetheless, here we see Boku crossing the etymological blood-brain barrier between first, second, and third person. If linguistics happened in a theater, this blend of first, second, and third person breaks too precious a fourth wall to ignore. In other words, we could just as well call this game Boku's Summer Break. Though now this asks us to wonder, given the personal nature of this story, shouldn't we write the title in first person? Then again, how many game titles use first person? I Am Setsuna? Okay, that's one. The character Alan Wake narrates the game Alan Wake in first person. The Remedy called the game Alan Wake, not It's-a-Me, Alan Wake. Sony Santa Monica made God of War, not How I Became the God of War. Looking at it, Boku's Summer Break does not exactly inspire the busting of blocks. Even Resident Evil, an admittedly horrible name for even a cleaning product, sounds more like the title of a million-selling piece of entertainment software.
Resident Evil.
So let's turn to the game's subtitle. Boku no Natsuyasumi's Japanese box art presents the full title as half Japanese, half English. Seeing as Boku no Natsuyasumi released in the year 2000, 20th century implies to the Japanese consumer that the game explores the prior century. It plainly states that Boku's Natsuyasumi looks backward. The consumer unacquainted with the deeper pages of the marketing pitch needs this subtitle to understand the game's nostalgia mission. So let's try to incorporate this into our English title as well. I've known and even managed to speak a word to more than one entertainment executive in my time so far on Earth, so I can imagine the facial expression the word Boku right up at the top of a product package would inspire. Let's shave this down. Let's call him a boy. Let's leave the on there to signal that this game aspires to the descriptor of literature. Let's call our game A Boyhood Summer 1975. Maybe our imaginary executive circa Y2K says, I didn't spend my boyhood summer 1975 in rural Japan. So we rename our game A Japanese Boy Spends Summer Break at His Aunt and Uncle's House in 1975. We run the requisite focus tests. We put this title on a box of Frosted Flakes and ask 12 angry people to eat 2 bowls each, see if they notice the name, and we wind up with an office in flames. The people upstairs say, fix it, now, and we call the game I Am Boku, and the critics in unison yell,
Where's the gun?
Maybe 10 years later, we'll find a job at a tech company and become a 10 millionaire, though today, flat out sucks. If Atlas had released the game in the year 2000, they'd probably just have called it Boku. Then again, Konami did in fact release a game called As Your Dreams in the United States, so maybe I'm talking out of my hat here. For the purpose of this review, I've elected to refer to the game the way Japanese film distributors would market a non-Japanese film, by simply using its full foreign language title and expecting the audience to fend for themselves. So I will call the game Boku no Natsuyasumi for the rest of this review. I will not shorten it to the Japanese colloquial abbreviation of Bokunatsu, so as to avoid less attuned ears confusing it for Kokonotsu, the Japanese word for 9 objects.
Boku-chan, how old are you?
Kokonatsu, the Japanese word for coconut. Today, I find every defeatist conspiracy theory of the obscure game prefers I spectated long ago at least credible in explaining why Boku no Natsuyasumi has remained imprisoned within the Japanese language for so long. It didn't have any action in it. It was set in a hyper-specific part of Japan at a hyper-specific point in history. Its fixed camera angles and Resident Evil-style asteroidsian vehicular-like rotational direction controls represented more or less a retro sensibility at a point in history obsessed with the free-roaming 3D analog stickism of a Zelda 64 or Mario 64. Boku no Natsuyasumi's game design even stooped so retro as to eschew implementation of either of the Sony DualShock's 2 analog sticks, instead opting to pepper its experience with occasional dainty rumbles. Yet none of those reasons sticks out as credibly as the game's release timing relative to the launch of the PlayStation 2. Boku no Natsuyasumi came out after the PlayStation 2 had released in Japan and before the PlayStation 2 had released in the West. Games took a long time to translate back then. Sony needed to slingshot past their success with the PlayStation 1. They couldn't stick around putting out PlayStation 1 games after the PlayStation 2 was already out, the way they put out PlayStation 4 games even with the theoretical semi-availability of the PlayStation 5 today. They needed to press forward into the second generation of their video game hardware business if they ever wanted to accomplish their dream of PlayStation replacing Nintendo as parents everywhere's go-to synonym for video game. Only games like Final Fantasy IX, which released in the United States 2 weeks after the PlayStation 2 console, had that era's game liker community's permission to represent old hardware. Boku no Natsuyasumi would have only stood a chance if it had released at most a month or 2 months after the Japanese version, which in those days wouldn't even have happened if Boku no Natsuyasumi had had the words Final Fantasy in its title. Back then, I saw no one touch upon what I had perceived as the most pernicious localization difficulty, the text boxes. Vertical in orientation, these text boxes intend to evoke the typography and layout of Japanese novels. With lovely elegance, they complement the already Yasujiro Ozu-esque, stately static 4:3 camera compositions, reminding the player at times of the luxuriously typographed paper obi sleeves on the sides of vintage Japanese LPs. Though really, how the heck do you English this up? I really just don't know. You definitely can't just orient the English vertically. Nobody wants to read English vertically. You'd get jeered out of graphic design school for literal clowns if you oriented a complete English sentence split across more than one line vertically. You could hack it and put the text boxes along the bottom, though you'd violate the exacting compositions that way. Did you know some fans sit translating this game as we speak? I do not envy them. I really want to know how they reconcile this glaring traffic jam of a situation. Of course, you can turn the subtitles off. Boku no Natsuyasumi celebrates this feature, letting the listener luxuriate in the luxury of full voice acting. Despite hearkening back to the earlier days of the PlayStation 1 as regards its camera angles and background pre-renders, Boku no Natsuyasumi features full voice acting. Though if you turn the text boxes off, that'd mean the English-only audience won't understand the story, and this game begs the viewer to pay attention to the story. If you dubbed it into English, would that not make it less Japanese? And if it loses its Japaneseness, wherein lurks its appeal? Personally, if I'd had to work on localizing Boku no Natsuyasumi in the year 2000, I'd have replaced the excellently beautiful Japanese text boxes with plain subtitles, maybe in a highly visible yellow with thick black outer stroke a la Criterion Collection black and white film releases of that era. Though that sounds to me like a whole lot of extra work, and probably nobody involved in boating over Japanese video games to the Western world with the advent of a PlayStation 2 on the horizon wanted to work so hard for a PlayStation 1 game that didn't even have any guns in it. Personally, as a critic of one medium and as an avid appreciator of several others, I do not consider it mysterious in any way whatsoever that Boku no Natsuyasumi never received an official English language release. Its many reasons for remaining in Japan strike me as perfectly plain and obvious as vanilla, green tea, or rice. I only make any kind of big deal at all about Boku no Natsuyasumi's untranslated status because hundreds of PlayStation games of intriguing concept and beautiful execution remained trapped forever in Japan, and it occurs to me today that Boku no Natsuyasumi's ultimate destiny represents a perfect intersection of the reasons all those other games went untranslated. And at the end of the day, the effort of translating any individual one of these games represented such a small yet significant percentage of the human hours necessary to make one of these games in the first place that you figure someone who wears a suit every day might have pulled the trigger every single time on the blanket policy of cutting your losses before you even get an estimate. 6 years after the initial release of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I played Boku no Natsuyasumi for the first time. I played Boku no Natsuyasumi because one guy in my office in Tokyo, circa age 46, told me to play it. And another guy in that same office, circa age 46, told me not to play it. At this time, I wore a suit every day to my job at the offices of Sony Computer Entertainment Japan in Akasaka, Tokyo. Our office window looked right out on Tokyo Highway Route 246. You could see our building right there in the Gran Turismo track of the same name. I worked at a job so junior, so menial, and so insubstantial that I know a not small portion of my audience would turn to boredom dust to hear me speak plainly of the details of it. So I will not delve too deeply into any specifics. Not now, and not ever. I guarantee it. Suffice it to say, I loved my stupid job because I got paid to get PlayStation 2 games for free. I relished the opportunity to work with weird old dudes who'd worked elsewhere in other divisions at Sony right up until the instant Sony Computer Entertainment blinked into existence. Several of these men struck me as the truest of alpha PlayStation fanboys. They had loved the brand since before the public had even heard of it. They'd loved it since the concept phase. Some of them had loved PlayStation so much as an idea that they had moved over from Sony's music division, Sony Music, as soon as they saw an opportunity. So nobody posting PlayStation better under any Xbox tweet today can compete with the fervent virility of these men, these 13-year veterans of a 12-year brand. I talked at length about one of these men in my review of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I released as Episode 1 of Action Button Season 1. So here today, in Part 1 of Action Button Season 2, I'd like to invoke this exact man again. The coolest dude I had yet met in all of my life at that point. Chubby, late 40s, pompadoured, chewer of toothpicks, shower of grainy cell phone photographs of his beloved Yamaha SG-175, the Carlos Santana original, frequent profferer of burned Japanese jazz fusion mix CDRs, this big-haired, rumored ex-Yakuza Ode of a man left more of an impression on me than I suppose someone that cool can by definition ever realize. On March 16th of 2006, remarking on the Japanese release of Final Fantasy XII for the PlayStation 2, this man had said that someday they're going to remake Final Fantasy VII and it's going to either save the world or end it. A little over 3 months later, on Thursday, June 13th, 2006, he told me that I should play Boku no Natsuyasumi. He suggested Boku no Natsuyasumi to me apropos of the impending release of a remaster on the PlayStation Portable. He had played the remaster recently as an employee at Sony, and he'd enjoyed it, so he recommended it to me the way he'd recommended me the Naniwa Express album No Fuse within days of my starting my job after we'd bonded over enjoying guitar ownership. I said I'd give Boku no Natsuyasumi a shot that weekend. He recommended I try the original PlayStation version instead of the remaster. I asked him, doesn't the PSP version make more sense since you can play it outside? He literally tapped his temple and said, "This is Tokyo, baby." My jazz fusion-loving, pompadoured workplace J-uncle pontificated briefly then on the cosmopolitan glory of a Tokyo summer. Late nights, cool breezes, cold beers, stupid TV, air-conditioned train rides, hot strolls to the ice-cold, air-conditioned convenience store. Tokyo's indoor summer, he said, represented as valuable a Japanese cultural cornerstone as the much romanticized Japanese countryside summer. Because here, right here, he said, here in Tokyo, here and now, the romanticism happens. It doesn't happen there, and it doesn't happen then. It happens here in Tokyo, and it happens now to us adults. He pointed at me, and he said, "You are an adult, kid, so you gotta play Boku no Natsuyasumi." He said, the Inaka summer's a thing, the Tokyo summer's a thing. Get yourself both at the same time. And just then, our section chief walked by, White shirt, rolled up sleeves, little tiny mustache, big gold watch. His arms were hairier than my face has ever been. He looked right at my elder buddy and said, "Are you telling this kid to play Boku no Natsuyasumi?" And my buddy said, "Heck yeah, I am." The section chief, a usually jovial individual whose desk faced away from Highway 246 overlooking windows that sunset turned into mirrors which reflected his Yahoo Auctions Fender Stratocaster browsings, looked at his tan Oxfords, looked at my coworker, looked at me, and then looked at my coworker again. He said, "Why?" My coworker said, "Because it's important if this kid is going to understand the true Midyoku of the PlayStation brand." The section chief took a quiet moment. He took his big gold watch-wearing hand out of his chino pocket. He toothbrush rubbed his index finger back and then forth across his effortlessly fancy little mustache. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "Man, don't play Boku no Natsuyasumi." And my work buddy was like, "Why the heck not?" And the section chief shot an immediate glare right at him and said, "Kimochi warui desu yo, gaikokujin ga boku natsu yaru nante." The strength and darkness of his expression inspired me to, with vigor, fill the awkward silence before it could even happen. So I burst out, "Kimochi warui te." The section chief looked at his shoes and played it off with a little scoff. He scratched the back of his head with his gold watch wrist hand fingertips. He dropped his hands to the side. He looked up. He let his eyes roll 45 degrees toward the ceiling. He cocked his head maybe 45 degrees to the right side. He uncocked his head. Still 45 degrees studying the ceiling, he said, "Ore no nikki ga yomarechatte kanji da." Then he looked me in the eye again and said, in a tone too grave for comfort, "Ya desu yo." He then gave another little scoff and continued his walk to the coffee machine to get himself his 6th daily cup of hot, instant UCC 117 The Blend coffee. My avuncu buddy and I stared at one another's eyes across the cubicle aisle in silent disbelief, probably with similar amused lip postures. This guy and the section chief had both worked at Sony Music at the same time. I recalled hearing that they graduated from high school in the same year. Yet in that moment, I learned a neat little unspeakable thing about how some people just, for better or for worse, get older than other people. The section chief came back by, blowing on his little paper cup of coffee. Casually, he asked, "So what are you guys up to this weekend?" My buddy took a sip of his green tea and said, and I quote, and this rules harder than anything I have ever said in my life. He said, "My wife's jazz fusion band is playing a show." So it's like, you know, that's a pretty cool dude. And I casually said, "Kono kaisha no fukushacho ni itsuka naru tame ni PlayStation no brand no shin midyoku no kenkyū o shitsuzuku tsumori desu." The section chief laughed a little laugh and took a little sip of his coffee. Then I said, "So I was thinking of checking out this game called Boku no Natsuyasumi." My buddy almost choked on his tea. Section chief's face turned a little bit red. I felt like sort of a jerk. The section chief revealed himself to be a cool guy after all when he said, "You should check out Omega Boost instead." Then he walked away. So I think I definitely got it. When the section chief had returned to his desk, my friend said in the same low voice he had used when he recommended I read Kaiji a few days earlier, "See? Now you definitely gotta play Boku no Natsuyasumi, man." I had experienced somewhat similar conversations in my workplace and in social encounters by this point in time, though I hadn't until that day had someone flat out tell me they found it creepy for a foreigner to take interest in any given piece of Japanese culture. Many times Japanese people had asked me point blank why I had any interest in Japan at all. They had asked me why I'd gone through the trouble of moving to a country so far away and so different from my country of birth. And I always gave them little pocket-sized responses depending on which one I presumed would satisfy them the most. Responses like, "I hate my home country," or "I wanted to see Number Girl play live." I did hate my home country, and I think everyone should give it a shot. And I did see Number Girl live twice before they broke up, though usually felt like kind of a poser. when I gave those excuses. I mean, in some cases, as with the lady who worked at the convenience store inside our building, I answered frankly that I'd moved to Japan because I liked video games. Just kind of let video games stand in for, movies and music, and let video games take charge, because I was at a video game company. And I mean, the more years I lived in Japan, the more nuanced these answers became. I told people I liked living in a city with a perfect mass transit system. I said I liked the cherry blossoms in spring. I liked the convenience stores. I liked the taste of the canned coffee, hot or cold, as long as it was Georgia brand. I liked the affordable rent. I liked the airplane proximity to Korea and Taiwan and Hong Kong and Hawaii. I had dozens of these little quote-unquote reasons in my pocket, able to select one with immediacy depending on the situation, always with a second or third reason ready to deal out if the conversation continued to require more examples, though none of these quote-unquote reasons felt true. I'd developed them all years after the fact, and I never managed to admit to myself that I'd defensively shaped their nuances specifically so I felt less bad and weird whenever someone taking me for an interloper asked me if I'd moved to Japan for a stupid reason. I think people mostly wanted me to say I moved here because I got a $1 million annual salary job offer at an investment bank. I think that's the sort of thing that most of the people I'm talking about would have taken for a good reason. A woman once asked me if I'd moved to Japan just to meet women. And actually, a lot of women asked me that. But we're just gonna focus on this one. Just point blank, on our 6th date, this woman asked me, "Did you move to Japan just to meet women?" She'd avoided the "why did you move to Japan" question for 5 dates. Then she just whipped it out while we were sitting at a cafe in Shibuya drinking cappuccinos at 2 a.m. She asked, "Why did you move to Japan?" And I replied, "I don't know. I wanted to move as far away from my hometown as I could before I was on my way back." She didn't buy it. She immediately asked, "Did you come here thinking you'll get on TV, be in a hit band, get famous?" In Japanese, that actually only requires one word, the Japanese appropriation of the French-English word debut, by which I mean she said, "Did you come to Japan for the purpose of a debut?"
デビューするために日本に来たんですか?
I replied again, "I don't know." Then she replied, "Did you come to Japan to get a girlfriend?" To which I didn't immediately reply. And she said, "There's that look you gave when I suggested, hey, let's go into this hotel right here." I asked her what look, and she tilted her head 45 degrees toward her left shoulder. She said, "Like this." I took umbrage with the exact particulars of her accusation. I said, "I totally do not tilt my head like that, lean my ear toward my shoulder like that." And she said, "Yes, you do. Well, maybe you didn't do it just now, though you do it all the time, like a 9-year-old. To which I replied, "I have never done that. I have done that literally 0 times in my life." She did it again. She tilted her head halfway toward her left shoulder, cinched her lips, blanked her eyes, and then blinked exactly once. "Like that, like this," she said, and then she did it again. "It's what kids do. Kids do it all the time." And I said, "No, they don't." And she said, "Well, kids in Japan do it all the time." And I said, "Do they?" And she said, "Yeah. Don't kids in America do it all the time?" And I said, "Not that I know of. No, I don't think so." And she said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Well, speaking as a former American kid myself, I'd say no, they do not do that." And she said, "Well, we've already established you as the sort of weirdo who has never done it once." And I said, "Hey, I have plenty of gestures I've carried with me since childhood, though I've never done that one." So she asked again, "Did you move to Japan to meet women or what?" And I said, "No, actually I moved here literally just because I wanted to see Number Girl live, and then I got a job." Me and this woman dated for 6 years after that. We can talk about all of that some other time. I remembered this conversation when my father-like section chief at Sony performed that same childish gesture before telling me that a foreigner playing Boku no Natsuyasumi would make him feel like someone was reading his diary. I remembered my girlfriend's conviction that children everywhere did that one ultra-specific manga and anime glorified kids gesture. She had confused culture for animal nature, a mistake I admit even I myself have made at times in my life. And here, at this moment of rumination, I had this too cool avuncular coworker telling me to just go for it, man. Just go ahead and experience Japanese culture. That man must have had a Costco membership to my heart because he bought my stories wholesale. He bought every last drop of my insistence that I'd moved to Japan to enjoy Japanese pop music or drink a bottle of Itoen's strong green tea on the Yamanote line. He'd probably fully believed me when I had said I was planning to get into Derby Stallion, Reach Mahjong, and Densha de Go. I don't think I even believed myself. I mean, I still haven't gotten into Derby Stallion, Reach Mahjong, or Densha de Go. Maybe he believed that I had the power to believe I'd get into Derby Stallion, Reach Mahjong, or Densha de Go.
クソ親父が
He just wanted to encourage me. Similarly, he encouraged me to play Boku no Natsuyasumi. So with the mid-June sun shining in the sky outside that day, me and him talked about summers. We talked about summers memorable and lazy, fictional and real, Japanese and non-Japanese, his and mine. My work friends didn't have any family living in rural Japan, the inaka, as they call it. He'd grown up in Tokyo, and his parents had grown up in Tokyo. His family were Tokyo people dating back generations. He said he loved Boku no Natsuyasumi because it let him experience a Japanese country summer on a more intimate level than even Japan's many films and novels about rural summertime ever could. He said summer in general is universal. He said Japanese country summers may have their unique world-class quirks, though the whole point of this game, Boku no Natsuyasumi, is that you see it from the perspective of a child. You play as a city kid from Tokyo. This kid has never visited the inaka before. He knows nothing about inaka culture. He's basically never even met his inaka aunt and uncle or his inaka cousins. So you, the player, wherever you come from, you get to study up on the Miryoku of the Japanese inaka summer right alongside him. My coworker called Boku no Natsuyasumi a beautiful piece of work that represents Japan beautifully. Needless to say, this man did not call the shots when it came to getting games localized for overseas audiences. It occurs to me that summer looms large in Japanese culture. As an American person, I know of so few summer cultural touchstones. What do we do as kids during an American summer? We play Little League Baseball, we play in the street, we watch TV all day, we chase the ice cream truck. In Japan, they've got those festivals with the big lanterns. They've got those parades where everybody's pounding drums. They've got fireworks. You watch those fireworks in a kimono, and you eat shaved ice, and they've got these old houses that look like they're 600 years old without air conditioning. People flap hand fans. Women unironically carry parasols. Dudes unironically wrap sweat towels around their necks. Guys dress in linen and big wide-brimmed straw hats, and they still look good. You drink a huge ice-cold barley tea in the park. You drink a huge ice-cold canned cafe au lait on the train. You buy a big, tall beer. You buy it at an air-conditioned convenience store before stepping outside into the nighttime heat and immediately shedding a torrent of sweat. You witness rock bands play live shows in the park. You watch stupid television at night with the air conditioner turned up loud. You talk about climbing Mount Fuji because summer is the only time you're allowed to do it by law, and then you never actually do it once in 10 years. Everywhere you go, in the city or in the country, no Japanese radio station needs to repeat a single track for the duration of the season. The country has produced enough ultra-nostalgic, summer-themed pop songs to feed at least 2 90-day-long playlists. Seriously, try looking up Japanese summer on Spotify. See if you can get bored. You can't. Anyway, that's just the real life stuff. When it comes to fiction, Japanese summer truly never ends. Though the cherry blossoms of spring do account for perhaps the most frequently occurring imagery in seasonally grounded Japanese media, if you really delve thematically deep, you'll see that summer is king. Japanese summer nostalgia, particularly of the rural flavor, forms the backbone of much world-class Japanese cinema. Takeshi Kitano has returned again and again to hazy summer cityscapes and far-flung countryside seascapes during his film director career. That day we talked about Boku no Natsuyasumi, I told my coworker that the PSP remaster might actually have a chance in the West because plenty of foreign people now already loved Hayao Miyazaki's masterpiece film, My Neighbor Totoro. I must reiterate, I told him this in 2006, so he didn't exactly believe it. My Neighbor Totoro, or Tonari no Totoro, perhaps the most quintessential of Japanese rural summer movies, features two young sisters experiencing the wonder and mystery of the Japanese countryside as they spend a summer with their father. As in many films portraying Japanese country summers from the perspective of small children from the big city, My Neighbor Totoro uses a child's Japanese country summer wonder as a vessel for both adult nostalgia and deeper themes. In Totoro, the girls' father has only taken them here so together they can allow their minds to drift just enough from the pressing subject of their hospitalized mother. My coworker said to me that day, if Japanese people can love Stand By Me, non-Japanese people can love Boku no Natsuyasumi. I thought about the end of Stand By Me. The final scene shows Richard Dreyfuss as the main kid, the Will Wheaton character, all grown up to be a famous novelist. He has just finished writing a book about his summer experience, and just before he leaves the house to take his kids to the beach, he leans over and types an additional final line. I swear the first time I saw this, it must have planted a seed in my brain that I still can't. Richard Dreyfuss's final line goes, I never had any friends like I did when I was 11. Then again, who does? That day, I realized afresh, old men are out there, spilling their guts about themselves by putting words in the mouths of fictional young children spending lazy summers. Of course, I can't think about this without thinking about Kingdom Hearts 2. At the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, some children are gathered eating popsicles together for an interminably long scene in which they keep saying morose stuff like, too bad the summer will end soon. Grown men out there can't stop putting morose words into summer vacationing kids' mouths. Tetsuya Nomura, just like writers do, had hidden his diary of anxieties and insecurities in plain, block-busting sight. Over the course of the summer of 2006, definitely inspired by this conversation with my work buddy and by my experience with Boku no Natsuyasumi, I dove into watching Japanese films about summer. My work buddy had recommended I watch Yasujiro Ozu's Early Summer and The End of Summer, though when I looked at Ozu's catalog, I realized that that man had made a lot of movies with seasons in the title, so I watched Late Spring, Early Summer, Early Spring, Late Autumn, The End of Summer, and An Autumn Afternoon. At first, I couldn't decide if I'd watch them all in season order or in the order of their release years. But eventually I went with the order of their release years, and I'd recommend anyone else do the same. I also watched Tokyo Story one Saturday afternoon that summer in 2006, and then immediately I left my house in Minami Senju, walked to Akihabara, and looked for a Pentax K1000 camera. I binged on Takeshi Kitano's classics Kikujiro, Hanabi, Boiling Point, and Sonatine. At the end of this exercise, I ended up right back at a reviewing of Totoro, appreciating, as always, Mother 2 writer Shigesato Itoi's understated performance as the father. Hey, Boku no Natsuyasumi fan translators, if you ever consider dubbing the game, let me voice the uncle. I do it for free. It's for a project. I followed up my Totoro viewing with a viewing of Only Yesterday, perhaps an even more relevant Ghibli film to watch, apropos of Boku no Natsuyasumi. Romanticization of Inaka summer is so ingrained in Japanese culture that Studio Ghibli, makers of the Japanese film romanticizing a childhood Inaka summer vacation, even made a movie about Tokyo people's fascination with the childhood Inaka summer vacation, Omoide Poro Poro, or Only Yesterday, in which a Tokyo woman with no relatives outside Tokyo becomes so enamored with the charm of the countryside that she uses her paid vacation days to volunteer on a farm, pining after the sort of childhood summer she herself had never had. I first watched that film on a bootleg DVD I bought in China with bad subtitles. When I told my coworker about the bootleg DVD's bad subtitles, he asked me if they'd never released that one in America, and I said they hadn't yet, though it somehow had the official title of Only Yesterday. He repeated the title in a derisive tone.
Only yesterday.
He said it sounded like the sort of title Sony Computer Entertainment America would have given Boku no Natsuyasumi if they'd released it in English. It occurs to me that Jay City Folks' equation of summer and inaka had proved so resilient over the years, thanks in part to the very bigness of Tokyo itself. To the average inaka person, Tokyo represented itself an urban myth. Tokyo looms so large as Japan's first city that the Japanese have a single word verb meaning to move to Tokyo, joukyo suru. Even inaka boys and girls who joukyo to Tokyo and become city men and city women continue to consider Tokyo in its urban mythological bigness, a big, perfect city, Japan's biggest and perfectest, and the one so many people worldwide want to move to. It has philosophically become Japan itself. Tokyo reeks of loveliness in all 4 seasons of the year if you know where to look for it. Cherry blossoms in the park in spring, sweet potato vendors on the street in fall, bundled up buskers at train stations in winter, and air-conditioned convenience stores in the summer. My work uncle said to me, "You're from Chicago, right?" And I said, "Sort of, yeah," because so many people had asked me where I was from, and I said I was from Indianapolis, and nobody knew where Indianapolis was, and they said, "Is that near, what city is it near?" And I said, "It's near Chicago," and they said, "Is Chicago near New York?" And I said, "Not really." I'm not making fun of this. I mean, like, I didn't know that Rome was south of Venice until I was like 23, so I mean, I'm not making fun of anybody's world geography knowledge here, the minute details. I just told people when they asked if I was from, I said I was from near Chicago. They said, "Chicago Shushi?" I said, yeah, sort of. So anyway, he said, "So you know how much summer sucks in a city?" He told me he'd gone to New York once on a business trip in the 1990s, and the air conditioning on the subway one time had been broken. He said the train had smelled like rotten vegetables, and he stared at 2 dead rats for the duration of his ride. He said to me, "You know that in a city, you've got to make your own summer romance, and sometimes the heat just defeats you and you want to escape." And I said, I mean, I guess, kind of a lot of air conditioning in Tokyo, so it's kind of okay. And he said, "It's like this. In Tokyo, during the summer, people go around like,
暑いですね、暑いですね、暑い、暑い、暑い。
they go around using hot in place of hello. Whereas in the inaka, they say it more like, 暑いですね. That's all you need to know right there. He told me people born and raised in Tokyo are fascinated with the inaka the same way some foreigners are fascinated by Japan in general. He said Tokyo people plan trips to hot springs in Aomori in the winter, the same way inaka people plan trips to Tokyo to see SMAP at Tokyo Dome. He said Tokyo people plan snowboarding getaways in Gunma the way somebody from like Nara might bullet train over to Tokyo any given day of the year because they have a coupon to Tokyo Disneyland. Booking a trip to an authentic old inn in the mountains to spend New Year's Eve in a private rotenburo, open-air hot spring bath under a starry winter sky seems like the matter-of-fact sort of thing anyone in Tokyo can just go and do if they really want to and they have the money. Meanwhile, an intimate getaway to the Japanese countryside in summer remains a mystery. Who'd go there? Who'd go somewhere so hot without a family to visit? Who with a family would go anywhere to not visit their family? Thus, for the average Tokyo adult, the inaka summer best exists crystallized in dramatic fictional media. I knew this from experience. I'd been in a band with 2 guys from Tokyo and another guy from Aomori once. The guys from Tokyo often jokingly asked the guy from Aomori, "Hey, how did you get to Tokyo from there? Did you ride a horse? Did you take a stagecoach?" They'd say stuff like that. Though when this guy from Aomori talked about going back to visit his family for New Year's, I could tell they were so jealous. They revered the heck out of that backwater place that they joked about. They gasped at the beautiful, if tiny, 320 by 240 photographs in their friend's flip phone. Likewise, my girlfriend was from Ehime Prefecture on the island of Shikoku. Of her 9 brothers and sisters, only she had left to pursue a career in Tokyo. She moved to Tokyo as a college student and then never left. After spending enough summers in Tokyo myself, the city folks' reverence for the Inaka summer had subliminally gotten to even me. Without ever wondering why, I had become truly envious when my girlfriend left the previous week for a trip to see her family. Actually, I told my coworker about my girlfriend's trip, and that's why he told me to play Boku no Natsuyasumi that weekend. I told him I was jealous that she got to go somewhere like Shikoku, and he told me to just play Boku no Natsuyasumi while I was alone in my house that weekend. My coworker concluded his ode to Japanese summer by declaring that all this is why Japan mostly trusts people from the Inaka to sing songs about the summer. So many progenitors of the city pop genre, for example, he said, came from the Inaka. He pointed out that, for example, Eiichi Otaki, singer-songwriter of A Long Vacation, Japan's preeminent pop album about summer, came from Iwate Prefecture. He asked me, "Do you even know where Iwate Prefecture is?" And I pointed immediately out the window, and I said, "That way?" I played Boku no Natsuyasumi for 8 hours that weekend. Every time little Boku Kubota tilted his head toward his left shoulder in that little abstract, childish shrug, I scrambled for my flip phone. Eventually, I got a photo of him tilting his head like that. I sent it to my girlfriend from my phone all the way to her mom and twin sister and 8 brothers and sisters in Shikoku. She replied immediately with a single word of English, wrapped curiously to me in quotation marks.
What?
I replied immediately, taking the English for literal. "It's that gesture, the one you say that all kids do, the one you say I've done." And she replied in Japanese to say, "Oh, I know, I was just saying, that's what you say when you do that gesture."
What?
That weekend I first played Boku no Natsuyasumi. Every time I ducked into the secret hideout to make my big low-polygon beetles fight the dirtbag local delinquents' low-polygon beetles, as I choked on this weird, dream-like math ghost game design had sketched on the subject of childhood, I remembered Sega's arcade game, Mushi King. Specifically, I remembered a conversation my girlfriend and I had about Sega's arcade game Mushi King one summer day 2 years before. A dozen kids stood clutching their collectible cards in line at the tiny Mushi King arcade machine in the supermarket in my neighborhood of Minami Senju. I commented on the game. I told my girlfriend I had scheduled an interview with the developers because I found the notion of a mega hit supermarket arcade game by Sega about beetle fights exclusively for children unendingly fascinating, though just the other day, the magazine had told me they weren't interested in the story. I told her I was going to do the interview anyway and just not tell the developers that the magazine had killed the story, just because I still found the game interesting, and I thought maybe I could make someone else find it interesting. And my girlfriend's response was interested confusion. She was like, "Do they not have this game in America?" And I was like, "Well, the magazine is British, though. No, they don't have it in America." And she was like, I thought making beetles rip each other up was an American thing. And I said, "What? No, it absolutely is not." And she said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "I am definitely sure. It's an Asian thing." And she said, "You might be wrong because you don't even eat meat, right?" And I was like, "What does that have to do with anything?" And she said, "I mean, besides, isn't there a scene in Stand By Me with beetles fighting each other?" And I said, "Wow, no." And she said, "Maybe it's in Lord of the Flies." And I said, "No. Also, that's a totally different genre of thing." And she said, American kids and summer, it all blends together." And I said, Well, one is a story about American kids in the summer, and the other is a story about British kids on a deserted island. And she said, summer vacation, deserted island, same thing. And I was like, not really. And she was like, are you sure kids in America don't make bugs rip each other up? And I said, no, in America we just have adults who make dogs or chickens kill each other. And she said, now you're making stuff up. Boku no Natsuyasumi puts players in the shoes of a bright-eyed, inquisitive, impetuous, though not clownishly impetuous, little boy visiting his aunt and uncle in an unspecified part of the Japanese countryside, where he enjoys such coming-of-age activities as kite flying, beetle wrestling, fishing, firecrackering, shaved ice eating, flirting with a girl way out of his league and age bracket, insect netting, lazing, cloud gazing, and pottery glazing. He can access a forest and a beach and a field of sunflowers, though he never steps foot in the nearby town he can see from his bedroom window. His aunt and uncle and older girl cousin and younger girl cousin love him very much, and the game makes us feel that love. Seeping out from the bottom of this love's door is the specter of loss. This family, just 3 years before, lost their young son, their middle child, in an unspecified incident. Taking place in 1975, the story features many adults with mature memories of the American occupation of Japan after World War II. If you choose to watch the television in the living room at noon on Friday, August 15th, 1975, you, a small child, can catch a ceremony commemorating the 30th anniversary of Japan's surrender of World War II to the Allies, broadcasted live from Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park. Late in the game, our protagonist inexplicably dreams of the sunflower field bulldozed and barren. Gently, Boku no Natsuyasumi's story weaves together the strands of multiple flavors of loss and moving on. At one point, via a letter found in a cave behind a waterfall in the mountains in the woods, written in English by an elementary school child at the dawn of World War II, the game evokes the affection for the works of Mark Twain that Kenzaburo Oe alluded to in his 1994 Nobel Prize for Literature acceptance speech, as it evokes Totoro and Ozu. In turns, Boku no Natsuyasumi directly references Heidi, Ultraman, Tom and Jerry, Ganba no Bouken, and Friday the 13th. At one point late in the summer, as you sit stargazing beside your clarinet-playing, lovesick older cousin, she hypothesizes that given the advancement of present-day culture, maybe the Japanese people of the 21st century will no longer sit with their legs under kotatsus in the winter, or eat mikan, a hypothesis that the developers at Millennium Kitchen already knew for false. In other words, I have not experienced a more accurately textured portrayal of Japanese culture in a video game narrative than in Boku no Natsuyasumi. All this I investigated in 2021 while researching for this review. Back during that weekend in 2006, despite coming so close to the end of the game, I did not finish it. I never put that disc I'd borrowed from Sony Computer Entertainment Japan's library back into my slim Final Fantasy XII PlayStation 2. I spent the next weekend watching baseball on television with an ice-cold barley tea and the balcony doors open and a strong breeze blowing in. One day after the release of the Boku no Natsuyasumi remaster for the PlayStation Portable, the section chief asked me if I'd played the original and if I thought this PSP version could make some money in the West. I commented on the game's masterful cuisine-like structure, its ingenious time mechanic, and its purity as an experience in learning to consider a place home and know every aspect of its space. I said that as a work of design, Boku no Natsuyasumi at least deserves as much study and worldwide acclaim as Resident Evil. I said the game had helped me earn some perhaps valuable perspective on the nature of nostalgia, not just Japanese rural summer nostalgia in general. It helped me realize that even if we don't share the experiences of the storyteller, we can, in fact, gracefully and gratefully partake of another's nostalgia, if they relate it well. If they relate it well, we can let their nostalgia for a moment become our nostalgia. Maybe they listened to different musical artists growing up than I did. So what? I know a person for a person. I can accept and allow a different generation's favorite formative rock band or pop idol. If you relate it well, I can take your taste and say, okay, what next? After all, what is taste, if not the jagged, unique shape of our one person's incomplete perspective? That Boku no Natsuyasumi's first sequel had already come out for the PlayStation 2 and took place in what feels like an alternate dimension where our hero has different relatives in a different countryside location only speaks to the power of the teller's sincerity. If only we could all invent such luxurious, perfect fictions around our own childhoods and believe them as easily as ready others might believe this game. After I said all this, the section chief raised his eyebrows. He blinked. He said, "Oh yeah? So do you think we should translate it and ship it overseas?" I knew that we definitely did not make those decisions. I answered him anyway. I said, "Absolutely not. American people, for example, would not like the scene where you play as a 9-year-old taking a bath with your 14-year-old female cousin." My good buddy finished slurping a chopsticks full of cup noodles and said, "Hey, you said people in America like Totoro, right? What about that scene where the father bathes with his daughters?" And I said, that was sort of a whole thing with Hayao Miyazaki. They got into a whole thing about it with the distributor. So in summary, the bath time with your cousin scene feels at least as essential as the scene where your uncle tells you the object you found on the seaside road is a whale's ear bone, and you dream that night about the history of life in the ocean and the universe. I wouldn't cut either of those scenes, so that's probably why Boku no Natsuyasumi never got released outside Japan. While playing through Boku no Natsuyasumi in 2021 for the purpose of researching this review, I marveled again and again at the perfect modernity of it. As the proud owner since early 2021 of a modified Sony PlayStation 1 with an HDMI port and an SD card slot, I have come to a delicate and nuanced awareness, an appreciation even, of the creaky oldness of some of my favorite games on the console. Games that I'd gulped down like Gatorade back in their prime, chuckle and glunk like Pepto-Bismol as they bathe my over 40 years old brain today. As a professional appreciateur of the oldest and crankiest video games, I love even the jank. I rub my hands together like a greedy thief when a PlayStation 2 game in full 3D does not use the right analog stick to control the camera, or has horizontal camera control inverted by default, or lacks camera control inversion options altogether, or exhibits some other unspeakable in modern times deviant behavior. Equally, I lick my lips like a hungry tiger when a late-period PlayStation 1 game like Quintet's Brightest just goes ahead and has a virtuosically full 3D, persistent open world in it. Like, did Sony just not tell them they were making a PlayStation 2? I have attuned my lifestyle so that I celebrate both the jank and the anti-jank of old games with a mind unfog-shrouded. And every once in a while, I experience a lightning bolt of modernity captured vibrant in the amber of a passed moment. For example, playing Ridge Racer, Ridge Racer Revolution, Rage Racer, or R4, Ridge Racer Type 4, on a Sony PlayStation 1 with Namco's twistable Negicon controller puts even the most modern engineered analog sticks to utter shame. The Joy-Con kinda sucks. I played Gran Turismo 1 and Gran Turismo 2 with the Negicon on my big modern television, and genuinely felt sad when I went back to my Xbox Elite Controller Series 2 to continue playing F1 2021 on my PC. Yes, I know I should get a wheel. I don't want to get a wheel. I live in New York, Manhattan. I don't want to get a wheel unless I also get a chair and like the whole cockpit thing to go with it. I don't have the square footage to go big. I'm already home. My 27 years later rekindled love of the Nejikon stands in as a perfect metaphor for my experience with Boku no Natsuyasumi. So maybe I should finally start talking about Boku no Natsuyasumi. Boku no Natsuyasumi represents a subtler yet no less potent variety of the Nejikon moment. Boku no Natsuyasumi gives us every verb, every mode, and every beat of many popular video games up until the moment of its release, only its designers in their wisdom have mechanically and interfacially streamlined the experience such that the full nature of its individual innovations has become almost invisible. For example, in Boku no Natsuyasumi, you can instantly turn around 180 degrees simply by pressing the down directional button. Let me explain the bigness of this deal. Boku no Natsuyasumi uses directional movement controls reminiscent of 1996 Resident Evil. Players press the left and right directional buttons to rotate the main character, and press forward to move forward. Modern video game players tend to call this sort of control scheme tank controls, though back in Resident Evil's day, I and my friends called them car controls. It makes sense if you consider the up directional button as standing in for a gas pedal. I should note that the very first time I played Resident Evil with my brother and my brother's best friend Zach Williams, we described the controls as like asteroids. If you break it down, only Resident Evil's fixed camera angles meaningfully distinguish its movement controls from those of a first-person shooter. Resident Evil's designers shrewdly chose the quote-unquote tank controls control scheme because their creative instincts commanded them to present the game's action from fixed cinematic camera angles. This decision landed upon video game design history like a lightning bolt. Nobody argued back in 1996 about how video games should or shouldn't try to resemble movies. Back then, it just blew our minds that we could, in Resident Evil, sort of play a movie and watch our characters scale in and out while navigating up or down a hallway that felt viscerally more like a three-dimensional space than a grid-based two-dimensional one. Resident Evil's designers, treading new ground in camera angle presentation, would not have made such a big impact on the world if they hadn't, on occasion, gotten wacky with it. Though Resident Evil 1 never breaks the 180 rule, it does often flick transition from one angle of a room or chamber to a wildly different one the instant the player crosses an invisible boundary line trigger. If the player controlled the character in a traditional The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past grid style, where pressing up moved you toward the top of the television screen and pressing right moved you toward the right side of the television screen, these sorts of transitions would frequently beef themselves up as a player recrossed a boundary line immediately after crossing it. By assigning the up directional button to move forward rather than move up, Resident Evil gives us a game where we think in terms of heading vectors. Did Resident Evil's designers choose their movement control scheme because they'd made too many of these sorts of transitions and playtesters were flubbing up simple hallway traversals? Or did the choice of movement control scheme give them the freedom to place cameras like this? We may never know the answer, though we do know that even I, a Resident Evil 1 master, still occasionally mess up screen transitions in Final Fantasy VII, a game I have played all the way through literally 30 times. I really think Final Fantasy VII needs the Resident Evil control scheme. I really think it would have made the game a lot better. Despite similar cinematic camera angle trickery, Final Fantasy VII did not use the Resident Evil control scheme. This probably happened because Resident Evil's control scheme transitioned in the urban lore of 1996 from "What's Resident Evil?" to "That game is hard to play," faster than a Castrol Tom's Toyota Supra goes from 0 to 60. I distinctly recall one boy in my college dorm asking another of Final Fantasy VII, "It's not Resident Evil controls, is it?" To which the other kid answered, "Nah, dude, it's regular." I first heard the phrase tank controls in that same college dorm, this time on the subject of Final Fantasy VIII. Someone asked,
This seriously looks like it's tank controls. Is it tank controls?
To which my friend answered, no. If Final Fantasy VII could have benefited from tank controls, then Final Fantasy VIII would have won a Nobel Prize if it'd have had tank controls. Boku no Natsuyasumi arrived 4 years after Resident Evil, and 3 years after Final Fantasy VII. It has tank controls. It has tank controls because the director's creative vision requires them. This game flicks between wildly different camera angles as you traverse its small for an adult, enormous for a kid environment. Set in 1975 and narrated in voiceover Wonder Years style by a man looking back from the year 2000, Boku no Natsuyasumi plays wreckfully with scale and perspective. On one forest green screen, our young protagonist Boku grinfully stomps from far away until he comes full nose-on lens extreme close-up. On the next screen, we see him from overhead, a bird's eye view, looking down a long slope at a watermelon patch overlooking a river. Here, Boku moves directly to the left. On the next angle, we again see Boku from above, only this time he moves diagonally up and to the right. On the next screen, we can see the sky. We also see an overpass in the distance. Boku grows smaller as he approaches it. The next angle cuts us into the dark and cramped underside of the overpass. Boku moves directly to the right on this screen. When Boku exits the right side of the screen, the camera in the following screen jumps back hundreds of feet. The angle, crucially, does not change. We still see Boku dead on orthogonally from the right, only now a vast field, a thrilling mountain vista, and a shocking blue sky have replaced the claustrophobia of beneath the overpass. Resident Evils 1 through 3 and Final Fantasies 7 and 8 all pioneered this static camera angle technique in mainstream console video games, though Boku no Natsuyasumi here exhibits learning of every valuable lesson those other games fought for. Not only does Boku no Natsuyasumi exude the confidence to tell a tiny little story merely via the selection of camera angles during a much-repeated traversal segment, it lets the player control this entire sequence with exactly one button. Maybe the phrase car controls would have caught on instead of tank controls if Resident Evil's designers had had 4 years to think about its controls a tiny bit more. Boku no Natsuyasumi did have those 4 years, and it eliminated one of Resident Evil's most annoying issues. In Resident Evil 1, you hold the square button to run, though you also have to press the up directional button at the same time. Personally, I like when a game feels a little stick shifty in its controls, though in 2022 this strikes me as a bit user hostile. Like, imagine having to press up while stepping on the gas in Ridge Racer. Steering a running character left and right in Resident Evil presents too much of a slippery frustration when you have to keep the up direction held down. Yet, the answer just lurks there, staring plain as day. Aside from running, in Resident Evil 1, the square button performs no other action. The square button exists solely to be pressed together with another button. No button in any game should require the pressing of another button in conjunction to do anything. And no, aim down sights still counts as an action even if you don't pull the trigger, because look qualifies as a verb. In short, Resident Evil's designers should have just made the square button the gas pedal. The up directional button could have made the character walk if you pressed it by itself. If Capcom had done quote-unquote tank controls perfectly right back in 1996, maybe the analog stick would have died as a fad. Analog sticks are just as weird as, if not weirder than, tank controls. I mean, have you ever really looked at an analog stick? Boku no Natsuyasumi understood this fully because, though it came out in the year 2000, 3 years after the Sony DualShock, it does not let you control the main character with the analog stick. You accomplish all character movement with the directional buttons alone. Boku no Natsuyasumi, in its wisdom, lets you run forward simply by holding the X button. If you want to walk, you can use the up directional button alone. Though seeing as we wear the ease shoes of a precocious 9-year-old boy living it up with a month off school, role-playing requires running. You line yourself up in the middle of the path, exiting the right side of the screen with the Jizo statues. You hold the X button, and you let the life-changing scenery roll by as you traverse the world map, unobstructed. I pride myself as someone who loves weird controls in video games. I bought Gun Valkyrie again when Microsoft put it up on the Xbox backward compatibility program, though I flipped back and forth between Resident Evil 1 and Boku no Natsuyasumi and found the directional steering in the latter luxurious in comparison to the former. Boku drives a Ferrari. Chris Redfield rides a John Deere tractor. I guarantee you, if the original 1996 release of Resident Evil for the Sony PlayStation had included this one tiny tweak, AAA developers would still make big-budget prestige video games with fixed camera angles today. Also, maybe if the original Resident Evil had included the lock-on auto-aiming feature from the Resident Evil Director's Cut, maybe fewer console game players would hate auto-aim on principle today. Maybe FPSs wouldn't have even become the de facto genre if we'd all collectively figured out auto-aim before deciding the camera was the problem. You dropped the ball, Shinji Mikami. In Resident Evil, pressing the down directional button while not aiming your gun makes your character walk backward. Here, Resident Evil and Boku no Natsuyasumi's controls begin to most drastically differ. In Boku no Natsuyasumi, pressing the down directional button turns Boku around exactly 180 degrees. Boku no Natsuyasumi can get away with this because Resident Evil has guns, monsters, and horror danger in it. Walking backward lets you keep your eyes on your enemy. When holding a pistol and staring down a hallway of approaching zombies, one of which might lunge forward gun-hungry at any second, it behooves one to walk backward. I mean, it also behooves one to have the ability to turn around 180 degrees instantly, though Resident Evil 1's designers hadn't accounted for that scenario. Maybe they could have added a 180-degree turn on a double tap of the down directional button, or by tapping down and then up. Resident Evil 3 Nemesis answered the cry for a quick turn, though by then they'd gotten so many millions of players hooked on the janky double gas pedal action of the run button, up directional button combination that they had to assign the quick turn to run plus down. They could have treated the run button like a throttle, hold the run button and tap up to begin running forward, tap down to do a quick turn, which transitions into a full sprint in the opposite direction if you keep the run button held for the duration of the quick turn animation. Needless to say, Boku no Natsuyasumi's elegant quick turn control wouldn't have worked in Resident Evil, where players can and do want to walk backwards sometimes. It works on Boku no Natsuyasumi because its designers implemented this little pearl of elegance after long, careful, inspired consideration of what kind of world would make sense for it. Boku doesn't wield a pistol. Boku faces no adversaries. Boku skips and runs and gallivants out of joyful freedom. Furthermore, people don't walk backward all that much in real life. Here you can say, well, I can walk backward. Let me show you. I bet you can. Though really, that would bring us to within a molecule's breadth of talking about why Boku can't just steal his uncle's car and drive back to Tokyo. You can see his car just sitting right there, bro. Let's jack it. Boku no Natsuyasumi owes a lot more to Resident Evil than just its movement controls. Both games require the player to gradually acquire intimate knowledge of a place that feels real. Both games require players to associate with non-player characters of meticulous placement who have missable dialogues or bypassable situations. Both games require players to solve time-sensitive puzzles leaning heavily on inventory management. Both games contain extended primary gameplay sequences which eschew background music, so players can luxuriate on the atmospheric soundscapes. Both games have great footstep sounds which change depending on the surface the player traverses. Saying that Boku no Natsuyasumi differs chiefly from Resident Evil because you don't kill anybody does not suffice to nail it down. I'd say Boku no Natsuyasumi differs chiefly from Resident Evil because its designers saw many games they liked and decided to craft a game, narrative, art style, theme, setting, and all, more welcoming of essential mechanical elegance. Boku no Natsuyasumi's chicken and egg. Did the non-violence beget the elegance? Or did the elegance necessitate the non-violence? Well, I don't think we've talked enough yet about how you move the character in the world of Boku no Natsuyasumi, so let me give you some more. During my time researching this review, I did about half of my playing of Boku no Natsuyasumi with one hand. And no, that's Not just a quote-unquote clever way of saying that I played with two hands and I have two hands. I mean that, like a few other more laid-back Japanese video games of its day, Boku no Natsuyasumi supports one-handed play. You can play the entire game with your left hand if you want. Grip the PlayStation controller's left banana, position your thumb on the directional buttons, press L2 to run, and press L1 to interact. I can think of no purer one-handed video game. Even Earthbound for Super Nintendo, aka Mother 2 for Super Famicom, required the player to use the unsatisfyingly squishy select button to cancel out of menus. Boku no Natsuyasumi does require players to press the start button to open the inventory menu, though for our purposes we won't consider that a primary action. Earthbound has so many menus. The two-handed controls' A button shortcut opens a full menu from which the player selects from a range of interactions or sub-menus, many of which often require pressing the back button to go back. Earthbound's A button shortcut menu calls back to Dragon Quest's many superfluous menus from which the player can choose talk, open a door, climb stairs. Earthbound's designers knew they could simplify at least that element of Dragon Quest's design, which is why they added the L button shortcut, which acts as a context-sensitive button. Earthbound's one-handed controls thus represent a modification of its two-handed controls. Boku no Natsuyasumi's one-handed controls represent no such modification. This game truly has only two verbs: move and interact. By natural course, you press the interact button to make choices in dialogues. The button you use to make Boku run during traversal segments functions secondarily as the cancel button within menus. A dedicated cancel button at the end of the day represents another button. Also, you can exit all sub-menus in Boku no Natsuyasumi by using the confirm button on dedicated go back choices, which sit never more than 3 directional button taps away. It's worth reiterating that Boku no Natsuyasumi does have a cancel button. It's just you don't ever need to press it. The menu's designs do not ever require you to press the cancel button. And even if they did, again, the cancel button is literally the same button as the run button, so you could still play the game one-handed. Boku no Natsuyasumi's inventory menu especially communicates the designer's commitment to elegance. When you press the start button, the game action freeze frames, and the exact state of the game screen shrinks and scales down into a snapshot superimposed on a photograph on the desktop in Boku's bedroom. We maneuver a hand cursor atop this menu to make all inventory management selections. To return to the game, we simply select the photograph and press the action button. As motion returns, the screenshot zooms back in, it tilts and stretches to fill the screen. On the desk within the in-game menu, we see artifacts of Boku's progressing childhood. A kite takes us to the kite menu. The tackle box takes us to the menu where we choose our fishing bait, and selecting the bug cage transports us to the luxuriously three-dimensional, low-polygon menu space in which we can see what bugs we currently have in our possession. I don't trust anybody who wouldn't play an entire game that looks like this. If we hover the hand cursor over the bug-catching net and select it, the menu immediately exits, zooming in on the photograph of Boku as motion returns to the scene and Boku removes and readies his bug net. To unequip the bug net, return to the menu and select the bare hands icon. Once again, the menu immediately exits upon your pressing the action button, zooming into the scaling and stretching and tilting photograph as motion returns, and Boku puts the bug net away. We can't obsess enough over this simple exchange. Here, Boku no Natsuyasumi's designers have shaved away every little granule of cruft from the user experience, leaving behind only a menu that no one can unintentionally misunderstand. In Boku no Natsuyasumi, you can only fish at a few select waterside locations, and you can only fly your kite at exactly one location. At a fishing location, you wield your fishing rod by simply pressing the action button. If you have the axe in your possession, you chop the entire game's only choppable tree by standing in front of it and pressing the action button. On the other hand, you can wield the BugNet at any time. They could have dedicated, for example, the ARM1 button to wielding and unwielding the BugNet. Even if they'd done that, they'd still have needed a larger inventory menu for managing your kite, bug collection, and fishing bait, and for letting you check the date or flip through the photographs and mementos you've collected. Rather than add one extra button to the in-game controls to accommodate the one equipable item the player can wield at any time, they relegated the BugNet equipping to the same menu as all of the other equipment. Because it makes sense here. And it makes the other items here also make sense here. The bigger the group, the more sense they all make. We could say the BugNet keeps the other equipment company inside this menu. I make a big point of this now because I consider this the perfect granular example of everything else I will go on to praise about this game. A perfect total picture of Boku no Natsuyasumi's developers' dedication to elegance resides here, in the mundanest aspects of its superficially flashy user interface decisions. Witness the brazen exuberance of that low-polygon 3D bug cage. Even the purposely crufty chore-like bug collection taxonomy menu exudes elegance. You need to select the syringe to turn the cursor into a syringe, and then select the embalming fluid to fill the syringe with embalming fluid, and then inject the bug in order to catalog it, killing it instantly dead with a haunting sound effect. Though the cursor moves so snappily and the layout of the menu so cordially invites you into a sort of a stamp collector's mindset that you canonize the cruft before you've repeated those 3 extra menu selections 3 times each. It makes narrative sense that this menu has more steps than any other in the game, and we allow it both because of that narrative sense and because every other menu presents such a stark contrast. The final lesson of this masterclass in menu design happens at the beetle wrestling table in the local delinquents' hideout under the overpass. This menu spans 2 screens aligned side by side. Witness the rare horizontally scrolling menu. Do not let your web designer friends see this. On the right-hand screen of the menu, we see the beetle arena itself, a tambourine the kids have done up to look like a sumo ring. When we commence a beetle fight, it happens right here between 2 fully 3D rendered beetles atop this pre-rendered tambourine. That action occurs here transforms this menu from skeuomorph to simulacrum. By which I mean, up until the moment a fight begins, this screen appears to the first-time user as a menu that resembles a narrative setting. When a beetle fight commences, the player realizes that in fact this beetle menu doesn't fit the definition of menu at all. Instead, it has fully realized the function of the most minimalist level design possible, in which the player interacts simply by moving a cursor. The beetle arena is not a menu. It is Boku's first-person camera view. We do witness a few moments of the game from Boku's first-person camera view. For example, when we open the door and look in at the bathtub on our first day in the house. This 2-screen horizontally scrolling menu houses several other quiet little triumphs as well. On the left-hand screen, we see a photograph of a field, a notebook with a pencil, and a green plastic beetle cage. Move the finger cursor and press the interaction button to interact with these objects. The notebook shows us a list of pending bug trades. Hover the cursor over the bug cage, press the interaction button, and now select a bug from that luxurious full 3D bug cage menu screen. Now you see the bug writhing beneath the hand cursor. Take it to the notebook and press the interaction button to offer that bug as a trade. Bring the bug to the photograph of the field to reintroduce it into the wild. Haul it over to the screen on the right-hand side and place it on the tambourine to ready for a bug fight. To start a fight, select the little bell in the corner and press the interaction button to ring it. You can also press the triangle button with the cursor on top of your bug to make the bug angry. But we can get into that and many more particulars of the bug fighting quest line later. For now, suffice it to say that Boku no Natsuyasumi truly possesses a few user interface instances that genuinely transcend categorization. This menu right here suffices as a level design a role-playing game battle mode, and a cutscene factory all at the same time. Boku no Natsuyasumi's mission statement requires such sublimity of every aspect of its user interface. This game here concerns relaxing. You play as a bright-eyed boy on vacation in the countryside, visiting his aunt and uncle, learning about nasty bugs and blue-skied nature at his own little big-headed waddly pace. At many of its most memorable moments, this game zeroes in on the task of evoking the texture of real childhood memories. While its presentation necessarily borrows from the language of film, its developers deftly understand that its interactive qualities ultimately contribute nearly everything to the narrative's most meaningful impacts. The developers knew they needed to get the user interface out of the player's way so that the raw emotions could transmit. Seeing as no developers, even as recently as the year 2022, have figured out how to get the interface completely out of a player's way without making the game frustrating or weird or unpalatable for a significant percentage of people, Boku no Natsuyasumi's developers opted to shrewdly go ahead and keep the interface in the player's way at all of the usual times you'd expect a video game with any kind of finicky point-and-click style narrative path branching to do so. Then, they simply canonized that user interface. They made it part of the world and part of the story first, and its assimilation as part of the game followed that. Let's look back at the inventory menu. The only way to enter Boku no Natsuyasumi's inventory menu is to specifically ask for it by pressing the start button. Most notably, if we don't count the toggle-offable novel-esque dialogue text boxes or the hyper-occasional yes-no prompt, the dedicated inventory menu represents the only on-screen user interface instances in all of Boku no Natsuyasumi. Rather than demonstrate our character's equipped item and the in-game date with on-screen numerals and symbols, Boku no Natsuyasumi's developers took an inverted approach, showing instead that small, framed photograph screenshot of the precise game state surrounded by every common piece of user interface paraphernalia that less pure games would use to clutter the screen during play. Actually, what does it mean that every time we open the menu, whatever Boku's location on the world map, we see the writing desk where he writes in his journal every night before bed? Does this mean every day's playable events exist only as a flashback from Boku's nightly pre-bed journal writing time? Or does it mean something deeper still? Let's investigate that much later. I swear I could obsess over the inventory menu for at least another full hour. I consider it relevant to hagiograph the user interface of Boku no Natsuyasumi before we dissect the game's mechanics, flow, and story, because I feel this crystalline example sets the tone for every other fancy notion we're about to discover. That the developers exercised equal care on both the foundations and the top-down micro details of the user interface speaks well to their dedication to making a holistic video game presentation. For backgrounds, Millennium Kitchen contracted Kusanagi Corp., an anime background illustration studio who also happens to make backgrounds for the PlayStation Final Fantasies. Not at all concerned with the then-modern computer-generated imagery trend in video game backgrounds, Millennium Kitchen commissioned Kusanagi Corp. To do more traditionally animation filmic nature backgrounds. For the character designs, Kaz Ayabe reached all the way outside video games and commissioned fine artist Mineko Ueda. In 2016, Kaz Ayabe told Boku no Natsuyasumi Western fan #1 Ray Barnholt
Hi, Tim.
that he'd considered Ueda's art because of her work as character designer and package illustrator of the Lion Corporation's ubiquitous Kirei Kirei hand soap. Ayabe told Barnholt that he'd told Sony Ueda had expressed interest in the project, and that he'd told Ueda that Sony had expressed interest in funding development, and luckily everything worked out. Wow, I wish my equivalent of that story had any kind of ending at all. By the way, The Kire Kire hand soap package sits dangerously close to the top of Action Button's Graphic Design Hall of Fame. The two words inspired choice barely begin to describe the confidence emanating off of the notion that the director of this video game had the laser-focused foresight to look at a hand soap package and say, "That's our video game." Years earlier, Sony had released Parappa the Rapper, a game featuring music by genius pop music artist Masaya Matsuura and illustrations by Rodney Greenblatt, whose early 2000s illustration for the Nissin Corporation's Siscorn cereal box sits dangerously close to the top of Action Button's Graphic Design Hall of Fame pyramid. Like Parappa the Rapper, Boku no Natsuyasumi looks beyond its roots as a video game and toward a place in greater culture. Yet more so even than the earth-shattering, rhythm genre-establishing Parappa the Rapper, Boku no Natsuyasumi takes pains to explore exactly why and how the constraints of the digital game medium can efficiently deliver meaning. And its creators had no shame at all reaching elsewhere in the game industry for one of their game's most important pillars. They got their Sony PlayStation cousins at Polyphony Digital to do the sound. Boku no Natsuyasumi only includes movie-like music in its most movie-like moments, like the opening cutscene, the time you first leave your aunt and uncle's house to go exploring by the river, the time you sneak out at night to catch fireflies at the nearby pond, or on the days when your younger cousin takes you out to play at her favorite nearby places. Every other moment in the game lets you bask in the sounds of nature. The wind blows inside the house with all the screen doors wide open. Crickets chirp at night. Water droplets trickle in the bathtub. The streams and brooks babble. Your older cousin sometimes diegetically practices clarinet under the stars while enjoying the night breeze, the lilting tune practically begging you to enjoy a breezy nighttime swing under the stars. The first Gran Turismo game spawned a million urban legends among video game players when it released in 1997. Unusually for a video game, many of these urban legends did not lie. I remember witnessing persistent whisperers regaling friends and college dorm mates with the idea that Polyphony Digital had literally recorded all the engine sounds of every car model in the game. When you stepped on the gas in Gran Turismo, you heard what that car sounded like in real life. We all took that for a fairy tale back in 1997, though by the time Gran Turismo 2 came out in 1999 and had literally 650 cars in it, none of us doubted anything about the developers of Gran Turismo anymore. We knew the engine sound rumor for ice-cold truth. In Boku no Natsuyasumi, we experience a product of subtler yet more impressive mania than even Gran Turismo's engine sounds. Every single screen of Boku no Natsuyasumi's game world possesses a subtly different soundscape. When the camera angle changes, so too does the sound channel alignment of any given particular breed of screeching insect. Different bugs screech in different volumes at different locations and different hours of the day. And most impressively, the breeds producing the screeches change. As the month of August wears on, summer insects die out, and nature births autumn insects. Thus, Boku no Natsuyasumi functions as a sort of audio aromatherapy device for the entomology soundscape connoisseur. Put the game on in the dead of winter, as I did recently. Press the interaction button to sit atop a log in a forest clearing. Now let the wind, trees, and tiny creatures fill your living room with an uncannily palpable sonic sensation of summer. In summary, if we possess particularly attuned user interfacial or audiovisual appreciation sensibilities, we can get more than triple our money's worth out of Boku no Natsuyasumi, even without experiencing or examining the particulars of any of the events that can occur over the course of a full playthrough of the game. Of course, I love all of those too. So let's play Boku no Natsuyasumi. Let's play it a couple times. Let's start by playing Boku no Natsuyasumi one time. As Boku no Natsuyasumi opens, a father and his son drive into the Japanese countryside together on the afternoon of August 1st, 1975. The car radio breaks, causing the father to mutter ominously. The father delivers his son, Boku, to the house of his sister and her husband. Boku's aunt and uncle have agreed to watch Boku for the month of August 1975, while Boku's parents prepare their home in Tokyo for the imminent birth of their second child. While he spiritually prepares to meet his brand new brother or sister, Boku makes the acquaintance of Uncle Yusaku Sorano, a traditional Japanese pottery maker, Aunt Kaoru, Boku's father's sister and a former aspiring photojournalist who moved to the Inaka from Tokyo when she got married, his older cousin Moe, who just graduated from middle school, and his younger cousin Shirabe. After telling Boku her name, Shirabe, age 8, immediately says, "So, that's what kind of 8-year-old Shirabe is." Your mission as the player of Boku no Natsuyasumi is to hang out with these 4 people for 1 month. On the morning of August 31st, your father arrives to whisk you back to Tokyo. Every morning, the rooster's crow jolts Boku awake. A pre-rendered cutscene shows Boku doing calisthenics with his uncle and cousins in the yard. The family sits down to breakfast. A brief fade to and from black elides the breakfast eating. The family has a conversation after breakfast. They step away from the table in a manner that has burned itself into my memory. They disperse for the day. You, as Boku, do whatever you like. For the 9 hours from the moment breakfast ends at 8 a.m. until the dinner bell at 5 p.m., Boku can explore, interact with other characters, catch bugs, catch fish, fly kites, or make beetles wrestle each other. Every time the player steps from one screen to another, time increments. Boku can remain on any given screen as long as you wish, cross the sometimes frustratingly invisible boundary between one screen and the next, and time will jump clocklessly forward. The in-game inventory menu demonstrates that Boku carries a calendar in his head everywhere he goes, though he naively lacks a wristwatch. The only clock we can see in the whole game sits directly above the television in the family's living room. Surely enough, if we walk back and forth between 2 screens in the house, the clock hands increment forward. So think of screen-to-screen traversal as a turn in a board game. Some traversal backgrounds give us a clear picture of the usually shockingly sapphire blue sky. When we step from a bird's eye view screen into a wider angled naturescape to see the sky has grown rosy orange, we might gasp. The elegance of the camera angle choices hits hard and cuts deep. When evening falls, you know you only have a few more turns before your uncle comes to get you. He must have studied criminology at some point in his life because he finds you wherever you are with a detective's punctuality, right as the clock strikes the dinner bell. Now the family sits down to dinner. A brief pre-rendered cutscene of sunset elides the dinner eating. Now the family sits around the living room. You can talk to them. You can go up to your room and manage your bug collection, or you can go play in the yard. The gate is closed. You can't leave the yard. If bedtime arrives before you instruct Boku to go to sleep, your uncle detectives you out of wherever you'd gotten off to. Now Boku writes in his journal. He draws a cute little crayon picture with the artistry of a talented adult imitating a talented child, depicting whatever he did that day. Then, a brief pre-rendered cutscene of a light turning out in an upstairs window closes the day. We fade up onto the save menu. You can save Boku no Natsuyasumi only once per day, and exclusively at bedtime immediately before Boku goes to bed. Thus, Boku no Natsuyasumi encourages you to consider each of its 30 individual bite-sized sitcom episode-length days a whole piece of itself, and, more subtly, to play them one at a time, maybe one per real-world day or real-world week, to either anticipate it or binge it like a television show. As this one hot month of Video August disappears, you do whatever you want. Whatever you decide to control or manipulate this bright-eyed blank slate into doing constitutes role-playing as a 9-year-old boy. Some real 9-year-old boys would let an entire summer month in the country transpire without ever leaving the front yard of the house. Like me. You can talk to the cow. You can make it moo. You can talk to your aunt every morning as she hangs the laundry out to dry. You can bug your uncle in his pottery studio. You can talk about ants and other crawling insects with your little cousin Shirabe. You can pet the dog, Kenbo. You can water the morning glories in the yard. You can bother your aunt in the kitchen while she prepares to make dinner. She quizzes you on what you think she's making for dinner. Talk to her at night in the living room after dinner, and she'll congratulate you if you guessed correctly.
僕くん、正解やったね
Talk to your cousin Shirabe as she watches television. Talk to your cousin Moe as she practices the clarinet. On the few of these summer nights she decides to practice the clarinet. Take a bath. Show yourself to bed before anyone tells you to go to bed. If you play this way, inevitably, every day our boy Boku writes in his diary that Kyou wa nanni mo nai subarashii ichinichi datta. Always with a different crayon illustration depicting plain-spoken relaxation of many varieties. At the conclusion of the car ride portion of the opening cutscene, immediately before the action cuts to the credits and opening musical theme song, grown-up present-day Boku says, so when we, the underachieving player content to laze about in an old-fashioned Japanese house of interesting traditional architecture, read Boku's words in his journal that today was, and I quote, a wonderful day in which nothing happened, we might find occasion to reflect on the most memorable, unforgettable days of our own lives, in which beautifully nothing had happened. Those of us in less poetic frames of mind, however, might see Boku's journal entry as a warning that we haven't worked hard enough to have a memorable summer. And this too evokes a real emotion. Who among us has not felt stress while on vacation? Stress that we have spent too much time in the hotel room, stress that we sat so long at breakfast we started seeing people ordering lunch, stress that we didn't even get to the beach until 2 p.m. today. So it happens that even with its save menu, Boku no Natsuyasumi hooks the player. For the purposes of researching this review, I played through Boku no Natsuyasumi 3 times, even though I told myself I was only going to play through it twice. So as to capture some feeling of relaxation, I did conduct my entire first playthrough on a single memory card block save file, overwriting my save every day without capturing video footage. This represented the first time I had played through a video game without capturing footage of it in over 8 years. In this vacation playthrough, I wanted to have an experience the nature of which I could explain, though absolutely not prove to you. I had quite a relaxing good time. After the game's ending, Boku said in voiceover that he'd returned to Tokyo, gone back to school, graduated from college, and now has been working the past decade as a programmer at a large consumer electronics corporation. As he crunches on software projects at his desk, he often remembers that one time he left Tokyo and enjoyed the countryside for a summer month. He wants to go again someday, though he just can't find the time. It's like me in my old neighborhood in Brooklyn. Next, I played through Boku no Natsuyasumi a second time, this time using the knowledge I'd gathered in handwritten notes during the first playthrough. In this playthrough, I tried to give Boku the most memorable summer possible. At the end of the game, Boku said he'd graduated from an arts school, worked at a corporation for a while, and then decided to move to the Inaka to take up a pottery apprenticeship with his uncle. To me, this felt like the best possible ending. However, I had promised myself that I'd play 3 times, so I generated a fresh memory card on my MemCard Pro and set about a min-maxed playthrough in which I'd endeavor to make one separate memory card block for every day of the game. For this third playthrough, I let myself look at 2 sections of one Japanese guide written in the year 2001. One section of the guide provided skeletal clues. For example, always water the morning glories before leaving the house, and never attempt to go to the Firefly Pond after nightfall. The other section I looked at explained the details of the game's 5 endings. Fearing spoilers, I trepidatiously read this section. I saw immediately that in my first playthrough I had flown right past ending number 1 and landed on ending number 2. For my second playthrough, I'd bypassed ending 3 and landed on ending number 4, so that meant 1 ending remained. I quickly closed the tab. I now had the goal to unlock that 5th and final ending. Looking over my notes, I made careful guesses as to what I'd failed to do, and then set about my third playthrough. It turns out to get the first and worst ending, the player needs to stay at home all summer, flaking out on any of the family's invitations to enjoy some activities outside the gates. For example, at breakfast on August 3rd, your aunt and uncle ask if you want to help them harvest corn. If you do it and participate in a little corn harvesting mini-game that you'll love if you enjoyed, for example, the side quests in Final Fantasy VIII, that qualifies as one of the 15 big story events. One day, your younger cousin Shirabe asks you to go on a walk with her. If you oblige, that qualifies as another event. Fall butt backward into just 4 of these memorable vacation moments, and you score the second ending, the office worker ending. Naturally, any given player will score one of the better endings because Boku no Natsuyasumi does more than enough to encourage you to get out there and make the most of your summer. On the evening of your arrival, August 1st, 1975, your uncle stops you in the hallway before dinner to ask if you've decided on a summer project this year. I knew from Japanese friends that Japanese grade school students only got 1 month for summer vacation, August, the worst and brutally hottest summer month. Have fun, kids. I also knew from Japanese friends that your teacher gives you a letter grade for your What I Did Last Summer show and tell on your first day back from summer vacation at a Japanese elementary school. So here your uncle asks if you have a project in mind for that first day back. Not 1 day into vacation, and already a cop-like adult is talking to you about school. What a nightmare. He says he has an old bug collector's set in the house somewhere, and Boku can use it to become an insect expert in time for show and tell day. Boku obtains the bug collector set before bed on August 1st, 1975, and can use it outdoors as soon as he wakes up on the morning of August 2nd, 1975. When you first see Boku wield his oversized bug net, you think of butterflies. Whether you've ever caught a butterfly with a net or not, you've probably seen a big-headed child with one of these nets in a cartoon somewhere. Once you think of butterflies, you think of a child frolicking in a field. You notice this yard does not qualify as a field. You spy the open gate. You sprint out through it, kicking off one of Boku no Natsuyasumi's sparsely few musical cues, which feeds you the raw sensation that your adventure has begun. You can catch bugs with your bug net. If you catch a bug of a species you haven't caught yet, the game's user interface celebrates with a vibrant new. If you catch a bigger bug of any given species, the game's user interface celebrates with a bodacious big. Your bug cage can only hold so many bugs before it fills up. You might have to let bugs go. Always let the little ones go. Keep the rich boys. Take the rich boys home at night, study their low polygon glory in your little old model airplane box while they live, drug them, pin them, and watch them stand still. Try to fill your catalog of 60 bug species. You can catch the different species of bugs at different places at different times of day and on different days of the month. To catch all 60, you and Boku must together become an encyclopedia, both of bugs and of the various interconnecting pathways and passages of your aunt and uncle's country environs. Before you can become an insect encyclopedia, however, on only your second full day in the Inaka, Uncle Yusaku offers Boku an old fishing rod. Thus, Boku acquires a second hobby. Galloping about, catching bugs when you see one, fishing when you spy a peaceful pond or riverside, letting hobbies get into and out of the way of each other, the player and Boku can pass a pleasant enough summer month. Maybe this sounds boring to you. I admit, it sounds boring to me. It might even look boring to you. I get it. A description of this game cannot do it justice. You must first-hand experience its textural delights to truly understand. Boku no Natsuyasumi only becomes interesting on paper when we begin to discuss the ways it injects pre-baked narrative moments into the ongoing hangout-centric anti-plot. The most apparent of these narrative moments happen during family breakfast or dinner. On the morning of August 2nd, Boku's aunt asks him if he likes flowers. If the player is a freak, they answer no. If the player answers yes, the family puts Boku in charge of watering the morning glories in the garden every day. The player now has a job. On the morning of August 3rd, Boku's uncle says that some local ruffians have been stealing watermelons from the watermelon patch. This should make us want to go to the watermelon patch. Or maybe we've already stumbled upon the ruffians in question's hideout under the overpass and seen a half-eaten watermelon. In the latter case, present-day Boku intones via voiceover that he doesn't know why he kept silent that day at breakfast. The watermelon story entices us if we haven't seen the evidence, and it deepens our psychological understanding of the character if we have. Now that's what I call effective interactive storytelling. Even if Boku remains stubbornly homebound at the hands of a diabolical, bad-ending hungry player, the story keeps wafting in over the dining room table. The cousins ask if the wolf girl plans to visit again this summer. Boku asks about the wolf girl, and the family replies that a college student from a university in the city comes to live in the woods every summer, and she takes baths at their house in the morning before the family wakes up. Sometimes during breakfast, Boku's older cousin Moe jumps up at the sound of the mail truck in the driveway. Clearly, Moe expects a letter of some sort. Later, Moe gets the letter and then doesn't show up to eat the next meal.
お姉ちゃんいないね。
Over dinner on August 4th, Uncle Yusaku mentions the pond on the north side of their land where thousands of fireflies gather gorgeously every night. Then, he reminds you that you must never go to that pond after dark. On the morning of August 5th, Uncle Yusaku says that he has business in town that evening. This presents you your only chance to sneak to the pond to see the fireflies without fearing Uncle's cop-sidle. This, of course, nets you one of the game's 15 ending points. On your first night in the house, your aunt remarks that she doesn't see any extra clothes in Boku's suitcase. Boku replies that his dad packed the suitcase. Your aunt grants you permission to wear just one outfit the whole month, boys being boys and such. The one outfit, of course, consists of sneakers, an impetuous pair of shorts, and a yellow t-shirt with the black silhouette of a dog, and the single English word, dog, on it. I tell you, I appreciated the absolute lack of alternative wardrobe choices because it excused me from capturing separate playthroughs in every possible outfit, which you know I would have forced myself to do.
My style is impetuous.
Apropos of the limits of your wardrobe, your aunt remarks that maybe you can wear some of Big Brother's clothes. To which Boku replies, Solid Snake voice. The Solid Snake voice was in HTML tags. Genuinely did not want to read that out. Apropos of the limits of your wardrobe, your aunt remarks that maybe you can wear some of Big Brother's clothes. To which Boku replies, Big Brother. The aunt knowingly giggles in response. She's talking about a ghost, dude. It's the first thing I said. I said, she talking about a ghost? On the night of August 4th, both Moe and Shirabe watch television together in the living room. Usually, Shirabe watches television at night alone. Aunt Kaoru has made kakigori shaved ice for the family to enjoy. On the night of August 8th, your uncle says the town fireworks festival will happen soon. It turns out it happens that night, and you can watch it from your bedroom window. The next night, your uncle wonders after dinner if the fireworks festival actually happened last night. You know, less than an hour in, the game is telling you should start over. I mean, you missed something. You probably missed something. It's very exquisite punking committed by the developers there. On the night of August 11th, the family wears kimonos and lights sparklers. On the morning of August 12th, a priest comes to visit to guide the family in a prayer of remembrance. On the morning of August 15th, the family leaves Boku alone in the house while they go to the cemetery to visit the grave of the loved one the priest had guided them in remembering. At breakfast on August 16th, your uncle declares he's put up a swing in the backyard after 3 years in storage. Even if you chase after the worst ending and never leave the house, the fuzzy edges of a story come into view as hazily as the typical adult conversation occurs to a child.
Blanco, Blanco!
This family lost a son 3 years ago. His death might not have involved the swing or the slippery rocks in the Firefly Pond, though the family nonetheless has existed in a state of elevated caution sadness ever since. A lesser game, maybe a game with a black and white art style and a heavily shadowed 2D side view perspective, would make "the kid was dead the whole time" some kind of last-second rug pull of a twist. In its wisdom and literary aspirations, Boku no Natsuyasumi presents the dead kid with wind-shocking nonchalance within the wardrobe dialogue mere minutes into the story, when your aunt says you can borrow some of Big Brother's clothes. On the day of the priest's visit, exactly 11/30ths of the way into the story, the player can talk to Boku's aunt and hear a frank story centered on the fact of the boys having died. When the family leaves the house on August 15th, 1975, to pay their respects at their dead beloved little boy's grave, should you watch television in the living room, you will see a broadcast of a ceremony at Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park commemorating the 30th anniversary of Japan's surrendering to the Allies. The last time you saw your aunt hanging laundry in the yard, she told you she remembers seeing an American soldier for the first time after Japan surrendered World War II and the United States military began to occupy the country. She says the first time she saw an American soldier, he was petting a stray cat. Clearly, the passed away little boy embodies a literary device of some kind. A real child might not possess the emotional intelligence to do much of anything with the knowledge that this family grieves at all, much less do enough to know that he clearly has stepped into the dead kid's place. You sleep in the dead kid's room. You play with the dead kid's bug net. You swing on the dead kid's swing. You serve as pseudo-brother to dead kid's sisters and as pseudo-son to dead kid's parents. Thus, by the time on August 15th, 1975, your aunt fourth wall grazingly says, and I quote,
僕の夏休み、半分まで行っちゃったね。
Your summer break is half over, Boku, which we can also translate as, you have reached the exact midway point of Boku no Natsuyasumi. You might already want to do this all again, and maybe pay more attention next time. Actually, the way she says, the way she says,
僕の夏休み。
you've reached the midway point of Boku no Natsuyasumi. It really is exactly the same translation. Your summer break is half over, Boku. You've reached the exact midway point of Boku no Natsuyasumi. It's actually really smart because it tells the character in an internally consistent way. It tells the player that they have finished half of the game. They've reached half of a playthrough. And the player knows exactly how many hours they've spent on the game, so they can start over if they want to. It's actually smarter than I realized that's smarter than I gave it credit for. In the opening state of
僕の夏休み。
Boku's world, obstacles situated at opposite ends of the map gate progression. A beehive hangs from the big tree past the tire pile, and a creek sits between an old dead tree and the luxurious scenic path to the sea. The beehive's residents do not take kindly to passers-by. Boku, in fear, will not traverse that path. Less obtusely, Boku sees the old tree and makes an explicit comment.
この木を切って橋を作ればいいのかな?
Your uncle leaves a fishing rod for you in the shed on the morning of August 3rd. Days later, late at night, he tells you he remembers poking at a beehive with a fishing pole in his own childhood. He explicitly does not recommend doing this on your own. This suffices to the role player of a 9-year-old boy as a bona fide suggestion that you should, in fact, do this. If you have not poked the beehive with the fishing pole yet at the point he tells you this, you've already waited too long to get the best ending. If you poke the beehive with the fishing pole, it wobbles. Present-day Boku voiceovers that it looked like the hive would fall if he poked it a couple more times. However, owing to the elevation of the bees' anger, Boku can only prod the hive once per day. After 24 or so hours, the bees cool down, and Boku can safely prod again. After 3 days, the hive falls. Boku sprints into the dark, beautiful forest. He sprints in automatically, actually. The game clearly needs to illustrate to you that you have officially defeated the beehive and accessed the new area, because wow, it really does not look any safer than it did before. It actually looks a lot more dangerous. I'm less likely to run right past a beehive on the ground swarming with bees than I am to run sort of past a tree that I can see has a beehive on it Man, the fishing pole acquisition event brings the player into acquaintance with the shed. One later morning, you can hear Boku's uncle chopping wood. Thanks, Polyphony Digital. Talk to your uncle, and he explains his axe has grown dull, and that night, he must put it out to axe pasture. Attention-paying note-takers sneak into the shed by night and take the axe. One dull-axed chop swing at the old tree tires Boku out for the remainder of the day. It takes 5 swings on 5 days to fell the tree, opening access to the sea road that takes Boku through the game's most iconic screen, the sunflower field. When you have overcome both of these obstacles, you obtain access to the entire world map of Boku no Natsuyasumi. You can knock down the beehive by August 6th at the earliest. You can chop down the old tree by August 13th. If you manage to complete these obstacle eradications by the earliest possible dates, you unlock a different event on the next day after each. On August 7th, you encounter your older cousin Moe collecting flowers in the forest clearing. You help her as it becomes apparent that she has a crush on someone to whom she has written several letters, someone from whom she has received several responses. On August 14th, younger cousin Shirabe takes you for another walk, this time over the bridge you created by chopping down the tree. Your walk takes you through the sunflower field, where she tells you her late brother loved sunflowers. Shirabe tells you that he loved sunflowers because he had won a t-shirt with a sunflower on it at the local fair one year. She tells you not to make fun of her dead brother for liking sunflowers for such a trivial reason. Here Boku tells her that he, too, likes sunflowers. Shirabe and Boku sit on a hilltop overlooking the ocean, gazing at the clouds in the sky, and for the only time in its running duration, Boku no Natsuyasumi warps the player directly back to the dinner table automatically. You miss both of these extremely story-crucial events, each worth one big moment ending point, if you don't manage to clear the obstacle by the earliest possible day. In the forest, Boku can ascend to the top of the tallest hill. The vista there inspires him. He wants to fly kites. At breakfast on the morning after whatever day Boku first climbs the hill, Boku asks his uncle about kites, and his uncle offers to make him a kite if he picks a design from the How to Make Kite books on the bookshelf in the living room. Kites take 2 full in-game days to make. You can first ask your uncle to make a kite on August 7th at the earliest, meaning you can first fly a kite on August 9th at the earliest. The kite-making book includes 8 kites. You can only ask your uncle to make a new kite if you manage a successful flight of over 120 meters in height with the current kite. Your uncle says, I'll make you a new kite if you can fly that one high enough for me to see from my workshop window. In order to unlock the event for having flown all the kites, you will need to ask your uncle to make a new kite every time on the same day that you successfully fly the current one. Also, on your first visit to the forest zone, you might encounter a sawtooth oak tree, a favorite perching spot of Japan's many indigenous species of impressive beetles. Boku at dinner asks his aunt and uncle how best to lure beetles to trees, to which they answer that beetles love sugar. They tell Boku to try splashing some sugar water on the trees. Yet no adult offers you a bottle of sugar water. You, the player, need to realize that Boku, the character, occupies a domesticated house. You make the sugar water on your own by simply walking up to the kitchen cupboard and pressing the action button when everyone else is busy elsewhere. Later, in the forest, Boku encounters the wolf girl, Saori. First, he sees her camera and her vacant tent at a campsite near a waterfall. Then, the next day, after he overhears the family discussing the wolf girl at breakfast, he has an opportunity to encounter and befriend her in the woods. She explains that she has set up a motion-sensing device to automatically take pictures of any wildlife that steps in front of the camera. She aims to photograph the elusive Japanese wolf, the existence of which many scholars doubt. She wants to prove the Japanese wolf has not gone extinct, and still survives in these exact forest hills. Over the course of the last 11 days of the game's story, Boku develops a crush on Saori. He visits her at her tent. She humors him with non-patronizing conversation. She tells him she has books. She says he can borrow books if he wants to. Boku looks at the pile of books inside her tent. He asks her how she managed to carry all those books into the woods by herself. She replies tersely.
根性。
She tells Boku about the time she first met a wolf and began to love wolves, and we appreciate her right alongside Boku. Boku can possibly figure out how to lure the wolf to pose for her camera. It involves sugar water. If Saori gets her photograph of the wolf, she celebrates by running into the Sorano house to show Boku the photograph during breakfast. Finally, also in the forest, Boku encounters the path to Teppan Mountain. A sign posted outside the mountain path entrance warns all aspiring mountaineers that for safety reasons, the local parks department has enacted a policy to close the mountain path every day at 11 in the morning. You cannot reach the mountain path by 11 in the morning. Breakfast ends at 8 o'clock sharp. The road to the mountain requires so many traversal turns that you can't get there before noon. To get to the mountain, you need some kind of shortcut to the forest. You'd never guess where the shortcut comes from. You earn the shortcut for completing the beetle wrestling quest. You'd only know about this shortcut if you pursued the beetle wrestling quest until the end and received the knowledge as a surprise reward. If you go to the shortcut immediately after breakfast, the morning after winning the beetle wrestling tournament, you can reach the mountain, climb it, and receive the inspiration to fill out yet another exciting big moment journal entry. During my second playthrough, I did my best to win the beetle tournament. I hadn't even come close the first time I played the game. The second, I won, though I didn't climb the mountain until my third to last day. During my third playthrough, I obliterated the beetle wrestling tournament on the earliest possible day, August 19th. Boku no Natsuyasumi packs a lot of plot action into its last 10 days. You first meet the character Saori on August 18th. Starting August 9th, you can freely enter Moe's room and talk to her. She chats happily with Boku even while cramming for high school entry exams. For the first 10 days, you can go into her room. Though after that, on the morning of August 19th, she receives a letter in the mail that sends her to sleep all day, face down in her bed like a weird corpse. In her black hole of depression, Moe stops eating breakfast or dinner.
お姉ちゃんいないね。
Her parents give her a talking to. You eavesdrop. She says she doesn't want to go to high school. She says she wants to stay here in the Inaka and help farm the land. You can slowly squeeze details out of her via conversation, though you can only get so much in one day. On the night of August 20th, after Shirabe makes fun of Boku for seeming excited when Saori came to take a bath that morning,
エッチ。
Moe invites Boku to take a bath with her. In the bath, Moe tells Boku that she got dumped, and it made her sad.
お姉ちゃん、失恋しちゃったんだ。
Boku, overcome with the water heat or the emotion, passes out. On the night of August 22nd, your aunt and uncle celebrate their anniversary.
お寿司。寿司。
Moe mentions wishing she had someone to happily marry and love. The conversation turns to a story her English teacher in middle school told her. Long ago, he left something precious in the woods, and now he doesn't remember the exact location. By this point, Boku might have found a strange book in a box in a cave behind the waterfall near Saori's tent. Boku calls it an
バナナボボ。
a childish nonsense word we needn't bother to translate. If you go back to the book and collect it, you can give it to Moe. The book is in fact an English to Japanese dictionary. Inside the dictionary, Moe finds a letter written in English. She declares her determination to translate it. However, in order to do so, she says she'll need an English to Japanese dictionary. Boku groans at the joke, though we see her joking mood and now know that we've given her a new lease on life and high school. That night at dinner, Moe reads her translation of the letter. In the letter, a boy in elementary school, an avid reader of Mark Twain's Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn, a little boy who so loved American literature he learned enough English to write a letter to a future person in English, laments the beginnings of a war against that favorite country of his. He wonders when, if ever, he can make good on his dedication to someday visit that country of his dreams. Immediately after the emotional close of the letter, your aunt and uncle and cousins pull no punches as they wonder aloud in the plainest possible words if that little boy survived or died during World War II.
この人、生きててくれるといいね。
Boku no Natsuyasumi sure packs a lot of narrative action into that one forest environment. Meanwhile, the whole seaside zone has a single beetle tree that can provide you some good beetles, though if you've made it that far in the game and you still need to tweak your beetle roster, you might as well start over. On the night of August 28th, Boku gets sick. His aunt cares for him. He wants to tell her he loves her. Instead, he sleeps and dreams of the sunflower field bulldozed into a post-apocalypse of itself. On the last day of the story, Boku's younger cousin Shirabe runs off after breakfast, much to the alarm of her parents and sister. You can find her standing in the sunflower field near the seaside. Shirabe, an 8-year-old, cannot control her emotions. Over the past 29 days, whether you showed any dedication to easing her family's grief or not, whether you talked to her every day about cartoons or ants or fish or not, Shirabe has come to consider Boku a conduit for her brother's spirit. She loves you like a dog loves a child, or like a child loves a dog, or like a child loves a child. She can't just tell you this because, really, who could? So in the sunflower field, she tells you to leave her alone and go home.
なんだ?
When she comes back, she gives you a present. She had gone to the sunflower field to select a few perfect sunflowers for you as a bouquet to take back to Tokyo, seeing as you love sunflowers so much as the brother she last knew from the perspective of a 5-year-old did. On the night of August 29th, your father calls to tell you that your mom gave birth to your baby brother. On the night of August 5th, you might have snuck out to catch fireflies by the pond. If you do this, you wake up late and miss calisthenics. Inside your inventory, you can curiously see your radio calisthenics point card. Right there, August 6th remains blank for the rest of the game if you went to see the fireflies. That bothered me all throughout my second playthrough. I'd felt for sure that the firefly catching episode resulted in an ending points gain, though I also felt for sure that a discrete menu demonstrating your imperfect calisthenics record couldn't not constitute a clue. Why have this menu displaying my calisthenics attendance if the game only offers me one opportunity to sleep late and miss calisthenics? Because in Boku no Natsuyasumi's minimalist narrative design language, one time can suffice as enough. It turns out if you helped Moe get back out of a rut and on the road to high school in the big city, she sneaks in a stamping of that missing radio calisthenics day. You just have to make sure you talk to Moe on the last day. Where she got the stamp, she doesn't say, though it looked and felt legit enough for me to feel pretty good about my second playthrough ending chances. I thought to myself, I helped these people. I accompanied my younger cousin at every opportunity. I expressed concern for her in the sunflower field when she went missing. I gracefully accepted her gift. I helped my older cousin get over the guy who rejected her. I helped my aunt and uncle grieve for their dead son simply by existing, by watering the morning glories every day for my aunt, by helping my uncle fire his pottery at the kiln.
コオロギの泣き寝に嬉しい我が釜のまだ細き日に我が子抱かれ
And by never daring to try to play in the pond north of the house at night, except that one time when my uncle wasn't looking. I helped Saori get photographic evidence that the wolf was not extinct in Japan. And most video game-esquely, I'd won a 3-week-long beetle wrestling tournament against the best bugs that a bunch of local dirtbags who hide out beneath the overpass could muster. I had not flown all 8 kites. I sure as heck had not caught all 60 species of insect, and for reasons we'll get into at the very end of this review, I sure as double heck had not caught the big fish that shows up in the river on August 9th. Even so, I still felt like I had a pretty good chance of getting the true ending. I got the ending where Boku graduates from art school, works for a large corporation, and then quits after a few years to become a pottery apprentice to his uncle. To me, this ending felt real and good and soulful and even true. So as I explained earlier, I Googled it and learned one more ending existed. So I pored over the video footage of the playthrough I'd just completed, and then I dove back in. I also turned off the dialogue text boxes for my second playthrough, so I had more versatile footage to use. In poring over my footage and looking over my endgame save menu, I realized I had missed 1 day of watering the morning glories. You need to water them for 9 days after they bloom if you want all of the photographs. So this time, I watered them every day between the 2nd and the 20th. This time, I caught the big fish in record time. I asked my uncle to make the necessary special lure at my first opportunity. I accessed the forest and the seaside as early as I could. I scummed my beetle tree pulls. I played August 15th 16 times until I got a beetle big enough to beat those slackers under the overpass. I took the mountain shortcut as soon as I could, and I also, just to be sure, made one dialogue choice differently. On August 22nd, 1975, just outside his aunt and uncle's house, Boku meets a snake. The snake hisses threateningly, as snakes do. Boku screams. His uncle comes and scares the snake away. That day or the next, if we visit Saori, she tells us that Shirabe visited and told her about Boku's encounter with the snake. She asks Boku if the snake scared him, and we, the player, can choose yes or no. My first time seeing this dialogue, I chose no. I made Boku act tough. This either made me a role player, or it meant I had thought Saori had asked me, the player, the question, and not Boku, the character. If Boku plays it cool, Saori teases him. She says, like, oh, did it not scare you because it was only like 3 inches long? Are you sure it was a snake? Are you sure it wasn't an earthworm? And here, Boku blushes, being made to feel like more of a child because he tried and miserably failed to act like a man. If we tell Boku to tell Saori that, yes, the snake had scared him, she grows tender. She tells us that men need to let some creatures or notions scare them. She gives Boku a kiss on the cheek. That night, Boku might draw in his diary a picture of Saori marrying him. If we go to her tent on August 28th, we see Saori has disappeared, leaving behind a letter addressed to Boku. In the letter, she simply calls Boku a fine fellow. On this night, even if you don't trigger the event, Boku falls ill at the dinner table. My third and final playthrough of Boku no Natsuyasumi felt no less vacation-esque than my first, leisurely playthrough, the one where I didn't capture footage. I had come to know the world of the game like my own house. I had wasted no movement turns, yet never felt stress, except maybe during a couple of the beetle fights. Though on the one hand, outside of the beetle fights, Boku no Natsuyasumi does not give us anything random. It has a few events that can happen on multiple days, such as the glinting UFO spotted from the top of the kite-flying hill on a couple different days, or the encounters with the Japanese wolf in the forest, or the time a whale's ear bone falls out of the dirt cliffside and knocks against your shoe, resulting in your uncle offering the somewhat creepy explanation that whales' ear bones don't connect to any other part of their body, so the ear bones of dead, rotted whale corpses often wash up on shore alone apart from the rest of the carcass. The whale ear bones become fossils and appear from time to time, macabre letters from the millions of dead whales dotting this planet's past. These multiple peppered-in events can happen at different points of the story, though they by no means tilt the texture of the experience toward a description of procedural. Boku no Natsuyasumi doesn't rogue-like anywhere. Rather, it possesses every finicky little quirk of a point-and-click adventure game, particularly of a Japanese-style adventure game such as Clock Tower. Using Resident Evil's controls and camera composition techniques, and sometimes even using Resident Evil's style of indoor scene transition animated CG cutscene, and borrowing Resident Evil's notion of narrative time as a resource, Boku no Natsuyasumi manages to contain an entire AAA's worth of rich content inside a simple little video game, quote-unquote, about just hanging out and having a good time on summer vacation. If you manage to view every event just right and coast to the end of your vacation as the master of summer, Boku no Natsuyasumi's post-template ending stinger shows a lavish apartment in Brooklyn, New York, with a view of the Brooklyn Bridge and the Manhattan skyline. In voiceover, grown-up Boku tells us Shirabe and Moe are about to arrive in town to celebrate New Year's Eve 1999 with him. Boku grew up to become a famous novelist, and he has just finished writing a novel based on his memorable summer vacation. This constitutes Boku no Natsuyasumi's quote-unquote best ending, and it tore my mind clean near in half for too many reasons. So let's look at the bigger picture. According to hundreds of YouTube comments I read and analyzed during the investigation portion of this review, the typical Japanese fan of Boku no Natsuyasumi foremostly remembers the game fondly for its transmission of nostalgia for the time they played it long ago, if not for their own Inaka adventures in youth. The typical Western person subjected to the game appreciates it in contrast to other, more violent games. I found many prevalent remarks from English speakers describing Boku no Natsuyasumi as different from Western games. I even found some of the same opinions I'd have expected on a game discussion forum 20 years ago, that the game is too Japanese, that Westerners could never understand this game's appeal, that Westerners could never love a game without any conflict. In a comment dating back to just 5 months before I conducted my investigation, an individual exhumed the much-loved cliché that Japanese games express a full creative spectrum of emotions, while in the West, and I quote, "everything is a first-person shooter. I'm sick of it." The comment that amused me most came from a person claiming that the Sony of today would never release this game in the West. Dude, the Sony of back then did not release this game of the West. The Sony of today absolutely would, if they hadn't, for example, shut down Japan studio and stopped making games like this. Actually, wait, come to think of it, I saw another comment that actually amused me even more than that one, where a guy claimed that he needed an English translation of this game because he needed to study Japanese for, in his own words, a couple more decades in order to understand it, which is like the main character in the game is 9 years old. You see the whole game from the perspective of a 9-year-old. 9 years is not even 1 decade. Not only could you probably learn as much Japanese as Boku in fewer than 9 years, you definitely could. The comments I surveyed seem to universally agree. This game, Boku no Natsuyasumi, simply had too much heart and soul and purity to survive in the violence-hungry, non-Japanese world. Also, people really love to point out that the fixed camera angles in Boku no Natsuyasumi remind them of Resident Evil. Crikey, people! Resident Evil did not invent the idea of putting a movie camera on a tripod. French people did that. Perhaps the best summary of the opinions of 2020's Western persons subjected to Boku no Natsuyasumi for the first time exists in its entirety inside this YouTube comment from 1 year ago. We need more games like this. That phrase, like this, does a lot of work here. We need more games like this. These plain words coming from a person who I presume engaged with the game just so deeply as by watching uncut gameplay footage of it on YouTube represents a gargantuan step forward from the mainstream thinking of even just 15 years ago, when G4 TV's X Plays Weird Games segment described Boku no Natsuyasumi 3 for PlayStation 3 as,
It's just kind of weird.
And asked,
Where's the fun? Weird or not, where's the high-octane intense gaming action?
As though no other variety of gaming action deserved existence. We need more games like this. I agree. I earnestly believe we have always needed more games like this. Even back when Boku no Natsuyasumi first came out, we needed more games like it. We needed more games that let us simply inhabit real-like people whose lives, nationalities, and time periods differed from ours. We need more games that let us occupy faraway places and cultures, asking of us only that we grow to understand and love those places. We need more games that let us role-play a realistic person alongside the games that let us role-play a cyberpunk mercenary or a demigod-slaying spear sorceress. We need more games like Boku no Natsuyasumi. Though we also need more games, period. My Steam library ain't filling itself. When that YouTube commenter employed the heavy-lifting phrase, like this, they most likely meant chill, hangout video games. I 100% agree with that, though most technically when I say we need more games like this, I mean it from the perspective of someone who has just torn this game completely down to its molecules. Western opinions about Boku no Natsuyasumi seem to lean hard on its reputation as a relaxing game about hanging out, enjoying nature, catching bugs, fishing, and chatting with your relatives, though I feel that X Play's crass question as to the whereabouts of
High-octane intense gaming action
manages to still sleep in the subconscious of the modern Western optimistic reevaluation of this game. Adam Sessler of X-Play had said so many years ago of Boku no Natsuyasumi that
It's Japanese, it's slow-paced, it's as niche as niche can get. It's oh so very weird.
Though if we say those ancient words in a different tone of voice than his, they sound like a modern compliment, especially if we pronounce niche correctly. Boku no Natsuyasumi. It's Japanese. It's slow-paced. It's as niche can get. It's oh so very weird. I hear that and I'm like, Japanese, slow-paced, niche as niche can get, oh so very weird. Sign me up, Jerry. To make matters more interesting, as of this X-Play broadcast in 2007, and even as of Boku no Natsuyasumi's release in Japan in the year 2000, we in the West had already seen many similar or weirder games. Parappa the Rapper, about a dog who gets his driver's license and then pursues a career in rap music in order to impress a flower, certainly qualifies as pretty weird. Incredible Crisis and No One Can Stop Mr. Domino became quick cult hits in my college dorm floor alone. You'd struggle to find anything so comparatively high budget as Gitaru Man, published by a major studio in the West today. So maybe by
very weird,
X-Play meant unconventionally non-violent. Their argument certainly does sound a millimeter from coming right out and saying, this game doesn't let you kill dudes, so that's weird. Well, Boku no Natsuyasumi did not represent the first, nor the last game about not killing dudes. At the time Boku no Natsuyasumi released in Japan, we in the West had already had Aquanaut's Holiday, in which you play as a scuba diver spotting ocean life forms in a coral reef. We'd even had 6 Harvest Moon games on 5 different consoles at that point. Clearly Natsume had made some money off of the first Harvest Moon, enough at least to incentivize them to release the second, and he made enough off the second at least to incentivize them releasing the third, etc. Harvest Moon games let the player roleplay a young adult taking over a farm. You plant crops, you milk cows, you manage finances, and you romance girlfriends, all through an interface not dissimilar to the more popular Japanese role-playing games of its day. In tone, these games, of all games, skim closest to the superficie of Boku no Natsuyasumi, yet contemporary critics called Harvest Moon cute, and then called Boku no Natsuyasumi weird. I theorized the classification of weirdness emerged because, well, first of all, because unlike Harvest Moon's rigid results-based rule structure and generic farm town setting, Boku no Natsuyasumi concerns artful lazing, and it distinctly sets itself in a specific time and place, wearing all the pride of a real existing culture. It makes references to authentic traditions and real history. It gently brings up topics as heavy as Buddhist funeral rites and the after effects of World War II. When a Western critic calls this weird, they might not even do so in a racist, xenophobic, or even ethnocentric way. It might just happen that Boku no Natsuyasumi has marinated so long in so many real stories. It has steeped so long in what I can only presume represent real anecdotes from the real lives of its creators that its confidence might overwhelm a person unacquainted with less than 20% of its reference points. Let us not forget, minds often only open after calling a piece of art weird. The word weird opens the door to giving it some thought. Let us therefore celebrate the word weird for its utility as a door opener for every usage not pertaining to cities in Texas. Also, maybe Western critics called Boku no Natsuyasumi weird because it hides its interface elements whenever possible. Harvest Moon proudly positions various numberful menus. Tokimeki Memorial, another non-violent video game, omnipresents its interface. A whole baseball card's worth of numerals shoving themselves right into your face at almost every waking moment of the experience. Boku no Natsuyasumi, meanwhile, asks you to stand still and enjoy the atmosphere. Promoting this kind of video game would have represented a Herculean task to any marketer back in the year 2000, back when we were about to have Ridge Racer 5, home of the fastest and 60 FPSest graphics yet. When I see a YouTube comment in the year 2022 saying of some gameplay footage of Boku no Natsuyasumi that we need more games like this, it fills me with equal parts pride and trepidation. I feel pride that people now want the sorts of games I wanted back then. We inch ever closer to my dream game, CD Projekt Red's Downton Abbey. Though I also feel trepidation. As a person who has just finished breaking this game down into molecules, as a person who knows now exactly what kind of game a game like this represents. Clearly, the average English-speaking YouTube commenter understands that Boku no Natsuyasumi differs from, for example, Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley bursts with competing systems. The mind boggles trying to pick Stardew Valley apart. Stardew Valley takes Harvest Moon and glacially jaws of life's it open a little bit wider and wider until it contains at least as much math as any given Elder Scroll. Clearly, the typical Western person seeing Boku no Natsuyasumi and saying, we need more games like this, knows that Stardew Valley does not qualify as a game like this. Though perhaps the casual observer might make similar mistakes in judgment to the ones X-Play made back in 2007. We might glance at Boku no Natsuyasumi, or even learn that it takes place over the course of the month of August 1975, and assume that the player only needs to sit and watch the grass grow and the paint dry. Fooled perhaps by the persistent semi-mistranslation of the word vacation in the title, pervasively people presume this game is some hallmarky example of a game where you don't do nothing, which nudges us onto the slippery slope of calling it a game that ain't about nothing. In my experience, neither of these descriptions fits. Boku no Natsuyasumi both asks the player to do stuff and makes itself ultimately about something. So, yes, we need more games like this. And when I say that, I mean we need more games like what I thought this game was like before I explored it for this review. And we need more games like what I discovered this game is in fact actually like. For the longest time, I had only had an incomplete experience with Boku no Natsuyasumi. My brief little dabbling in the game over a cool, breezy weekend at the prime of my 20s had stuck with me. In my mind, the game stood as the perfect sketch of a video game genre I presumed existed quite thrivingly just outside my purview. The vacation game. It turns out the vacation game as a genre doesn't exactly exist. So often we discuss games as escapism, so why not make a game that resembles a vacation? My initial brief experience with Boku no Natsuyasumi back in my 20s left me with the skeleton of a ghost in the back of my brain that lots of people have made and continue making video games about vacations, and that Boku no Natsuyasumi rules over them like some kind of king. When I sit down to really consider it, though, I can't think of too many rock-solid vacation games. You might want to call Animal Crossing a vacation game, though I like to say that the moment you buy a piece of furniture, your vacation ends. That ain't a hotel room. That's your house. You live there now. Maybe you think The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening qualifies as vacation-y enough, given the tropical island setting, though I say, if you wake up from a coma, you transition immediately from tourist to patient. Likewise, Super Mario Sunshine involves a vacation. Though when you've been framed for mass-scale vandalism before your plane lands, what field of geography or philosophy can defend this place's nature as a tropical island? When we get right down to it, all aspiring vacation games exist on a continuum between Bandai Namco's brainless portable island, Tenohina no Risoto, for the PlayStation Portable, which touted itself as a vacation simulator useful for unwinding from the brutal stress of the real world, yet played more like a soulless, goalless collectathon, and Super Mario Sunshine, which uses Tropical Island Vacation purely as a setting wallpaper for increasingly mechanically complex technical hardcore action stages. Boku no Natsuyasumi certainly does fit perfectly between these two video games. So perfectly, in fact, that maybe we can't blame anyone who doesn't know how to categorize it. Like, for example, Animal Crossing, Boku no Natsuyasumi has no fail state. However, we must acknowledge that no fail state does not always imply no win state. You can't fail at Boku no Natsuyasumi because you only have to spend a summer month on vacation as a kid. Anyone can do that. Most of us have done that in real life. Except me. You can, however, win the game in Boku no Natsuyasumi by seeing everything and helping everyone, by having a memorable summer. My friend, excellent Twitter user, professional console modification consultant, and action button assistant video producer Krista Lee defines Boku no Natsuyasumi's genre as a Shenmue, a game concerned foremostly with verisimilitude, with evoking a time, a texture, and a place, while also tasking the player with leisurely piecing together the larger puzzle of a plot. Certainly, the emphasis on atmospheric execution in a Shenmue eclipses game design ambitions in most cases. Though by matter of fact, a Shenmue must contain a failable, or at least suboptimally succeedable narrative mechanic. Some Shenmues, like Tulip, Captain Rainbow, Moon Remix RPG Adventure, or Gift Pia, feature an overarching narrative puzzle which more or less amounts to a more exquisite version of the item trading quest from The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. These games often impose hard binary fail states onto players for sometimes seemingly arbitrary reasons. For best example, in Moon, your dude literally just drops game over dead if you don't go to bed on time. Boku no Natsuyasumi, on the other hand, worries the player with no hard fail state. Time marches on no matter what decisions the player makes or doesn't make. No matter what the player does or doesn't, Boku's days end with a surprise uncle, and Boku's month ends with an expected dad. Boku's mom eventually gives birth to Boku's new baby brother. Boku's dad eventually comes to get him. Boku eventually gazes out the passenger side window of a car driving back toward Tokyo. The player sees an ending, no matter how they choose to spend their summer vacation month. And this only makes the game quite a great deal more hardcore when you really stare at the way the game designers leverage the interactive nature of the medium. If you play Boku no Natsuyasumi totally without awareness of its deeper narrative, you still experience a charming and affecting story of a family grieving and moving on from the loss of their son and brother. If you explore the mountains and forest perfectly at random, you might still encounter the cute, wolf-obsessed college girl camping in the woods, or the delinquents' beetle fighting arena hideout under the overpass. You might catch some bugs or catch some fish. You might arrive perfectly naturally at the end of your summer with only 4 or 5 invisible event points earned, and you might see a simple, plain-spoken ending of profound realism, that now Boku works in an office developing software, and he thinks from time to time of his aunt and uncle and cousins and wonders if he should call them. Only gently does Boku no Natsuyasumi encourage players to chase some completionist ideal. The menu screen that pops up post-credits lets you flip through the various photographs you received. It lets you look at your radio calisthenics attendance card. It lets you view your fish and bug collection. It tells you how many bug species you caught and how many you missed. All of this might gently nudge you to get back out there and experience this summer vacation again. And if you do get that out of it, if you do fire up a fresh save, then you, my friend, stand officially on the precipice of goblinization. Your second time through the game, you, like I did, might knock the beehive down at the earliest opportunity. You might enter the forest on the first day after knocking the beehive down and experience a heart-to-heart conversation with Moe that you did not experience your first time through. You now dip the rest of your foot into the role-playing mind of Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. You want to do this vacation right, so you go for it. Going for it means flying all the kites. Successfully flying the kites means contending again and again with a physics model of Amiga-like fickleness. By the end of the game, you realize you still have 4 kites left in the book. You vow to get into kites sooner next time. Your second playthrough, you still have 2 kites left in the book, and your uncle takes the day off from work in his workshop on the only day you could possibly put in your order for the next kite in time to fly it before the final cutscene. Your third playthrough, you might purposely get yourself stung by bees prodding an angry beehive so as to warp back to your aunt and uncle's house and put in the kite order before he quits work for the day. By your third playthrough, you might likely have also memorized the minutiae of the month of August 1975. Boku no Natsuyasumi's Video August possesses the texture of a real vacation. On your first day, you get your little task watering morning glories. On the second day, your aunt and uncle celebrate your arrival by inviting you to help them harvest corn. On day 4, your little cousin shows you around her favorite sites. After that, the family leaves you to yourself for most of the rest of the month. Activities pop up here and there like little glowstones in the dark. Fireflies on the night of August 5th. Fireworks on the night of August 8th. Sparklers on the night of August 9th. The priest's visit on August 12th. Alone in the house all day on August 15th. The day your uncle puts up a swing in the backyard. Those few nights your 2 cousins watch TV together. Those nights your uncle fires pottery at his kiln and falls asleep sitting up in the living room. Those nights your older cousin sits on the porch playing clarinet, taking a bath with your older cousin on August 20th. Your aunt and uncle's wedding anniversary celebration. Getting sick at dinner on August 28th. Your younger cousin going missing one morning after breakfast. Shortly before you go back to Tokyo. The density of marquee story events ebbs and flows, and sometimes serving as garnish to, and at other times surrounding the more free-form exploration gameplay. By the end of your first playthrough, this simulated month of August 1975 will feel like texturally a real month that happened in a real person's life. By your third playthrough, You will guess your aunt's dinner quiz correctly 9 out of 10 times. After dinner, your aunt congratulates you. Though by now, you may realize that a little horn toot and an enthusiastic congratulations amounts to her way of calling you a liar.
僕くん、正解。やったね。
Gently, Boku no Natsuyasumi makes you to stew in liar juice. When you come into this game a second or third time, possessive of a back-to-the-futuristic sports almanac of all its events and locations, writ scrawledly into your official Mother 2 2022 Hobonichi journal, when you strut through its saloon doors eager to min-max social engagement during a month in the Japanese rural countryside, enthusiastic to speed-run childhood, it threw me personally just enough guff to bring me to a Sonic the Hedgehog arms-flailing, screeching halt, mere millimeters from the bottomless realization that we all speedrun childhood. Unlike the young Oliver Twistian rascals of Twilight Town, none of us wanted to remain children. We all wanted to become adults as quickly as possible. To replay Boku no Natsuyasumi brings us face to face with the profoundly discomfortable wrongness of over-nurturing a child. I've seen people refer to Boku no Natsuyasumi as a relaxing game. I've seen people call it a stress-free game. I can agree with these descriptions on the surface, though once you've taken the game's bait and tried to score a perfect run, once it's all over, the stress sinks in. This, of course, does not disqualify it from the vacation game descriptor. Vacations often elicit stress. We need only recall little phrases like, "it rained the whole time," or "I barely left the hotel," to remember that meat space vacations can also fail to relax us. One time I went to Hawaii. One day I didn't get to the beach until after 2 p.m. I felt lousy about that for the rest of the week. I still feel so lousy about it now that I've mentioned it twice in this review alone. Boku no Natsuyasumi drips stress on you primarily with the kite collection quest and the beetle wrestling quest. Collecting all the kites nets you 1 event point of the possible 15, whereas completing the beetle collection quest can net you 2. According to ancient FAQs, I knew you only needed 13 points to win, so I let Boku off the kite flying hook and drilled down on beetles early. The beetles quest fascinates me. You meet these 3 delinquent children in their hideout under the overpass early into your break month. They go by the names Guts, Megane, meaning glasses because he wears glasses,
負けちゃった。
and Fat, Fatto. Literally his name is Fat. Fatto, fat in English. Because, as he tells you, one day he saw a little foreign girl in town and she stared at him and said, "Oh, fat!" If I hadn't had a particular sort of strikingly similar experience in elementary school myself, I'd accuse this video kid right here of making that little girl's unimaginative sentence structure up. These kids exist both to inject a little casual class commentary into the story and to embody the different traits of an expert bug trainer. Megane has the smarts, Guts has the ambition, and Fat has the raw power. Fat also repeatedly asks you to introduce him to your older cousin. I lolled out loud, for real, at this one part where Fat asks Boku to switch places with him for a night so he can talk to Boku's cousin, and Boku says, absolutely not. And then I pressed the action button and accidentally talked to Fat again, and he just immediately starts talking bug wrestling tips.
虫ってすごいんだぜ。
These 3 kids live for 3 things: to call Boku a city boy, to opine how we might never see each other again after summer ends, and to make bugs rip each other up. To catch beetles for fighting, you need to baste one of the game's 4 total sawtooth oak trees in sugar water. Wait a few hours or a day, and then repeatedly investigate until you find a beetle you feel you can trust.
やった
If you play Boku no Natsuyasumi the right way, you will hear Boku ask,
なんか
Nanka
いる
iru
か
kana?
な
And then immediately answer himself with,
何もいないや
at least 8 times for every
なんか
Nanka
い
iru
るか
kana?
な
He answers with a,
やった
if you play the way I did, you forget about butterflies and caterpillars and whatever, and you fill your cage completely with beetles, just beetles. Every beetle you can find, every beetle you can get Boku's weird, sticky little sausage finger hand on. If you try to collect another beetle, when your cage is full, the game asks you if you want to put the beetle in your pocket. So, if a beetle looks better than another beetle already on your person, you put it in your pocket, and then you immediately set the weakest link go, which automatically ushers the pocketed beetle into the cage. Then you head to the hideout after completing your story quest mandated conversational chores, and you submit to the grind of the beetle battle market. The first time you make beetles wrestle, Guts says to you that Lulu wa yareba shizen ni wakaru tte. Fat chance, Jerry. I gotta call that an absolute crock. Anybody who shizen ni wakarus these rules is a freak, a liar, and a cop. On the surface, it looks like you put a bug down. Ring the bell.
ドーンといけ
Watch a fight and then win
あー悔しい
or lose.
僕の勝ちだね
Though if you put your whole head into the bathtub, you see so much more. Certain beetle types have an inborn advantage against certain other beetle types. Some beetles, species' genders have innate strengths or weaknesses against other beetle species or genders. If one of your beetles wins, it can keep fighting. If one of your beetles loses, that disqualifies it from further matches that day. You can trade your losing beetles with other players' losing beetles, which then requalifies them for entry into the tournament. For stats, you can only see a beetle's species, gender, size in millimeters, class, regular, big, or king, and win-loss record. Look at the opposing beetle. Behold its win-loss record, size, class, gender, and species, and pick a beetle you know has won before in similar circumstances. Maybe you win with ease, maybe you lose with horrible gracelessness. Either way, if you don't take notes with a real pen on real paper, you might not last long in this contest. You can win either by pushing the other beetle out of the ring. They call this Mushizumo, beetle sumo in the game, by the way. Or by wearing your opponent's stamina down to 0. You, the player, have 0 control over what your beetle does once the fight starts. However, you can influence your beetle's behavior nebulously before the fight starts. See, some beetle species have special techniques. Before a battle, you can press the triangle button to aggravate your beetle, which increases the chance of its executing its special technique during the match. Some beetle types, which innately lose often to a particular other beetle type, also possess a high likelihood of absolutely destroying that exact beetle type if and only if your beetle manages to execute said special maneuver. However, pumping up the special move likelihood via the Anger the Beetle command tanks your beetle's stamina performance. No character inside the game offers explanation, explicit or implicit, about information as essential as, for example, beetle type affinities. At times, they discuss the raw concept of beetles having special techniques, though we can't, from dialogue, discern which beetles' techniques prove useful against which type of opposing beetle. Ultimately, as in life, you either take notes, put on your gambler's hat, or die on the table. It boils down to this. You look at some numbers, you roll some figurative dice, you listen to an excellent drum beat. Then you win,
負けちゃったよ。
or you lose. Also, Kabuto Mushi's totally own most of the time, except for the times they immediately die, and you scream because you don't understand. When you consider that this quest happens within the confines of a larger narrative with plenty more moving parts, the stress sneaks in. The Beetle Sumo quest hides more numbers than it shows. Your bugs individually level up the more they win, and you level up as a bug trainer the more wins your stable of beetles rakes in. Furthermore, your levels only seem to increase by a set number per day. I confirmed this with a lot of memory card blocks. You must return to the hideout at a later date in order to face the stronger bugs you need to beat to advance in the tournament. When the conniving delinquents throw out their secret weapon unto you, the city boy, you might throw every bug in your stable at it, only to wind up beetleless. Now you need to shrewdly trade out your losing bugs, or else risk waiting another day, hoping for another secret invisible level up that boosts your bugs into winner territory. The trade values for your individual beetles depend on your win-loss ratios and the type and gender of the bug, though as far as I can tell, it doesn't figure from any kind of exact calculation. I was able to derive no perfect formula using available information, leaving me to only conclude that bugs have finer stats. And we cannot see these finer stats. We can only guess that grinding bugs in sure win matches in lower brackets increments their secret stats and raises their value.
負けちゃったよ。
So it goes that over the course of many days you detour over to the hideout under the overpass to subject yourself to more torture at the mercy of a nebula vortex of unknowable numbers. If you find some of the ultra-rare bugs in the late game, though, you can trade them for good beetles. They have a huge high trade value. You find yourself beelining from one story checklist dialogue, done for the day, toward the overpass. The camera angle flicks from bird's eye to close-up to landscape, and you gasp. Dusk's rosy fingers creep into the sky. Uncle Detective lurks, ready to pounce any second now. Ultimately, you come down to a fateful day where you either beat the secret weapon or you fall behind schedule. You win. You visit the hideout the next day to witness the kids scheming. They really want to let the city boy have it.
まさかガッちゃん、あれはちょっと卑怯だよ。
The next day, they throw out a praying mantis.
ついにこいつの活躍する時がやってきたぜ。
Where they got it, you don't know. You most likely cannot beat the praying mantis with one beetle. However, you see, the praying mantis does not recover stamina between rounds, so you can kill it if you throw every bug you have at it until the troll trio in unison yell, "Mercy, Boku!" A horrible sentence.
頑張れ。あ。
When you win, the kids in the hideout express genuine disappointment. Dejectedly and begrudgingly, the deposed champions offer you a reward. They offer you the knowledge of their secret play area in the forest. Within this secret play area, savvy players can access a shortcut to the summit of the mountain and earn its precious event point at the necessary time of before 11 a.m. on the next day. Yet something serious sticks in my throat about that shortcut. In order to connect the ruffians' forest path to the deepest part of the mountain, you need to investigate an otherwise unassuming stone rock well within the shortcut area twice. The first time you investigate the well, nothing. The second time you investigate the well, adult Boku voiceovers that day he considered the well mighty suspicious. He is narrating our suspicion. This is crucial. Boku jumps into the well, and we teleport to the other side of the map. I found this cutely curious the first time I witnessed it. It reminded me of recruiting the hidden optional character Mog in Final Fantasy VI. When you meet him, Mog is being held hostage by a criminal. You can't get close. In order to solve this situation, you need to open the game's menu and go to change the party order, which I think stands in for talking amongst yourselves, which stands in for a distraction that presents Mog an opportunity to escape his captor. Boku no Natsuyasumi's well investigation pleasantly reminded me of that, though when I sat down to think about it later, it trapped me. It sticks with me that we have to investigate that old well twice in order to open the shortcut. At this point in the game, we might have already investigated a different old well nearer to the conventional forest and mountain entrance, resulting in a brief pre-rendered cutscene portraying the well's unfathomable depths upon the very first press of our action button. This equally optional, though less hidden, well investigation even results in a picture diary entry, though no event point. Meanwhile, this second well, which does offer us a mandatory shortcut to an event point, requires a double investigation. It requires us to press the investigate button and then offer that input again, one more time. Right there, with a snap of its fingers, Boku no Natsuyasumi declares a preference for compulsiveness over mere fastidious curiosity. The shortcut reveals itself only to players who already know. With this bold notion, Boku no Natsuyasumi's scale tips precariously closer to Bloodborne than to Animal Crossing. Reflecting on Boku no Natsuyasumi's Beetle Battle Tournament quest in light of the thunderous nonchalance of its well-gazing anti-RPG conclusion, I realized Boku no Natsuyasumi's designers positioned Beetle Sumo wrestling in cuisine-like contrast to, for example, Pokemon. Any lore-mavenly enough Pokemon fan knows that Pokemon's designers took inspiration from real-life bug-catching beetle wrestling Japanese adolescents. They video gamified that old Inaka hobby in the vein of popular RPGs like Dragon Quest, and the result changed the world. Unlike other beetle wrestling-like role-playing video games such as Shin Megami Tensei, Pokemon's designers chased refinement, simplicity, interesting choices, deck building, and merchandising opportunities. Pokemon's various types and affiliations add up to a game simple enough for children who can't even read good yet, and deep enough for weirdos. Boku no Natsuyasumi's beetle wrestling functions both as a faithful recreation of a real childhood pastime and as a sly proto-revideoification of Pokemon's inspiration material. That Boku no Natsuyasumi's Beetle Sumo matches require the player to mentally wrestle with such a cacophony of hidden numbers functions itself as a profound, perhaps accidental critique of Pokemon's collectathon mentality. However, Boku no Natsuyasumi does not stop there. With a gesture that I can only describe as a critique of Pokemon and at the same time a proto-critique of the contemporaneously yet non-existent Animal Crossing, Boku no Natsuyasumi dares to not award the player anything at all for collecting every insect species in the game. On Boku's very first night in the Sorano house, his uncle explains to him the importance of a summer project, so as to have a good presentation when he gets back to school. Uncle Yusaku foists upon Boku an amateur entomologist's collecting kit, which suffices as Boku no Natsuyasumi's first and only internal suggestion of a playstyle. To collect all these insects takes time. They live in different parts of the game world. They come out at different parts of the day. Some of them die out in the early weeks or appear only in the last week. Some of them only exist in one faraway location for 3 days of the month. Some of them you can only access one night of the whole month. To collect all of them, you must become a human Boku no Natsuyasumi bug spawn location and schedule encyclopedia. To catalog your caught bugs, you must endure the game's most painstakingly crufty menu system, replete with superfluous, paraphernalious steps. And for catching them all, you get nothing. You don't even get a pat on the back. You don't get a single event point toward your ending result. You alone can congratulate yourself for seeing a frivolous task through to its completion. The one task Boku no Natsuyasumi spells out for you gets you nothing. After all, your uncle suggested it. You did not behave creatively here. You only did as an adult told you to do. You did kid stuff and you didn't get your head out of the school. Can you really even call what you did a vacation at that point? To Boku no Natsuyasumi's designers and writer, having a memorable vacation means getting to know the people around you and growing as your own person through that experience. It means communing with your surroundings. It means listening to their stories and lifting their spirits. It means reminding them of their dead loved one and becoming okay with that and letting that define you for a little bit because it helps them. Having a memorable vacation might also mean getting to the end, hearing Boku explain that he grew up, went to college, worked at a company, and then quit to become his uncle's pottery apprentice. This feels good and true to you. Then you realize you neglected to catch the big fish and you decide to do it all over again. This time, you'll water the flowers even more because you notice that your aunt's photos of the flowers indicate that they can bloom for 9 days. You only got 8. You do that summer break again. You make those 2 tweaks. The month winds down. You spend your last week in leisure, all the big mandatory out-of-the-way story moments completed. You feel at one with video nature. Desolation sets in. Boku dreams of the sunflower field, bulldozed beneath a post-apocalyptic sky. Shirabe goes missing. Boku finds her in the sunflower field. Boku's dad shows up on the last day. Boku gives a tearful goodbye hug to his aunt. Shirabe stands in silence. Then, suddenly, she runs after the car, waving goodbye, finally able to express herself to you, her precious cousin. The ruffians wave goodbye from the branches of a sawtooth oak tree. You and them sure had a big, long, stock market-like trading and battling saga somewhere back there a couple weeks ago, during which you reset the game a lot, and Boku's dad's car drives away under a sapphire sky back toward Tokyo. Boku looks at Shirabe's ribbon in the palm of his hand. It had fallen off of her head when she left the house in a hurry to get lost finding flowers for you the day before, and you'd brought it to her and given it to her in the sunflower field, and then she'd used it to tie a bundle of sunflowers she gave you as a gift, because her brother loved sunflowers, and you love sunflowers, and Boku tells us that he, now, 25 years later, lives in Brooklyn, New York, in a fancy apartment with a view of the Brooklyn Bridge and the Manhattan skyline. Just before he goes to the airport to pick up Shirabe and Moe so they can all ring in Y2K together, Boku finishes writing a novel based on his memorable 1975 summer vacation. You just helped him write this novel by getting every single event perfectly, by making the cool, adult-like, precocious child dialogue responses at all the necessary times. Did we play Boku's memories? Or did we play the novel he wrote? Whatever the answer, the only way we can get to the top of the mountain is to use the well shortcut that we need to interact with twice, that we can only use if we already know about it. Boku no Natsuyasumi calls you a liar, simultaneously as it softly preaches that vacations and our lives blossom when we look outside ourselves and listen, either to the winds of nature, the birds and the trees, or to the stories of the people who surround us with their love. Boku no Natsuyasumi, with its frantic, brain-poisoning beetle algebra, pointless bug-catching catalog side diversion, and double confirmation requiring old forest shortcuts, here with its true ending, sweetly reprimands you for having played too much of a video game. I know that some Japanese players, in fact, already consider the novelist ending the untrue ending, a unique twist on the multi-ending video game formula. Unique in that it requires the most of the player, though by merely existing, it logically taints the quality of the narrative that came before it. I presume this tricky of a twist might come across as a cop-out or even offensive to some players. In all honesty, Moon Remix RPG Adventures ending twist offended me a little bit when I first played it back in 2003. Over the course of that game, the player, a ghost, follows around an unromantic legendary hero who kills innocent animals, considering them monsters. The player must save the souls of the animals. This amounts to a beautifully repetitive, world-spanning plot, finally climaxing with a reveal that the quote-unquote door of light the player character seeks to open equals the lid on a PlayStation 1 video game console. And all along, the queen the player sees in dreams, the queen who beseeches them to seek the door of light, equals their mom, begging them to turn the video game off and go to bed. When you consider that the legendary hero character represents the main character's past self, seeing as the main character is a real boy absorbed into his television after playing an RPG in which he kills all the monsters, not considering any of the story's subtext, this adds up to a bit of a multi-layered mind blow. So it's already a game within a game, and now we're getting a game within a game within a game. Though when I first finished Moon, I admit I scowled at the notion that a video game developer would string me along for such a delicious morsely meal of an adventure, only to rug pull and call me an idiot video game player at the last minute. This slapped my face far harder than any Western video game that has ever forced me to kill and then tells me at the end to look at all the people I killed to get here. In its true ending, Moon Remix RPG Adventure sneers. It says, "Look at all the video game you played while you were playing our good video game." There, I at once found its frequent repetitive black and white pittings of violence against pacifism rote and unsavory. I felt this way for a couple of days before suddenly deciding I found it hilarious and I love it to this day. However, let the record show that the twist insulted me the first time I witnessed it, and therefore it works so brutally well. Boku no Natsuyasumi's twist, however, snowed down more gently. Unlike with Moon, in Boku no Natsuyasumi's case, I myself had made the decision to repeatedly play the game more than once in order to master its secrets. I had made that decision after telling myself I had specifically chosen this game because of its short length, because I didn't want to overwork myself after my previous project. I'd told myself I would only play the game twice, and I played it 3 times. Furthermore, when I reviewed Tokimeki Memorial a year earlier, I had experienced a profound catharsis from playing the game way too much and winning its most difficult objective, an objective I realized mid-hallucination might have itself symbolized futility. I'd taken Tokimeki Memorial's final twist as a grave example of my own ill-fated tendency to approach futile tasks. Tokimeki Memorial had called me a liar and a writer. I'd taken this most crushingly revelatory resolution as a figment of my imagination, yet no less profound for it. Yet now, here, once again, I found myself working too hard, digging too deep, and once again, the game called me a writer, a fabulator, and even a liar. Only this time, the accusation happened very clearly outside of my imagination. Here, Boku no Natsuyasumi had told me that I had played the game too much.
Yatta ne!
Maybe it told me that I'd played video games, period, too much. Though without a doubt, I had played this game too much. And the game itself knew it. The game had wanted me instead to learn a deeper, unspeakable lesson. Stop obsessing about performance and just enjoy a moment for a moment. One does not simply type the lesson this game wanted me to learn into a game FAQ. While researching this part of the review, I looked at the only English language game FAQ for Boku no Natsuyasumi, written all the way back in November of 2002. Under the walkthrough entry for August 16th, the writer writes, "A swing will be built out in the backyard. You can play on it any time of day. Unfortunately, Boku just keeps swinging back and forth until you press the action button again. The placement of the unfortunately kills my soul a little bit. This GameFAQ writer and I have carried little adverbs like that folded up into tiny squares in our wallets ever since our neighbors first showed us Super Mario Brothers. When we hold a magnifying glass up to the game mechanic utility or plot agency of a tree swing, we miss out on an animal's simple love of gravity and cool breezes. Boku no Natsuyasumi had spent all this time asking me for one simple reflection. It had spent all this video game development budget building a personalized digital temple of nostalgia, which aimed to inspire me to act. When finally it told me I had played too much, when it told me I had spent too long in the simulation, when it kicked me out of the escape, it finally rang the necessary bell in the depths of my head. On my previous playthrough, I'd stewed a bit, grumbling at the notion that a couple cousin conversations and fishing excursions during a summer month can so drastically butterfly affect a boy's future life as a man. I'd taken umbrage at Boku no Natsuyasumi's alleged postulation that one can do childhood wrong. Yet when the game called me a stone-cold liar for going back and getting it all right, I knew it didn't mean to tell me that maybe I messed up somewhere back in my own childhood. It was telling me that only freaks and liars do childhood right. Boku no Natsuyasumi had graciously forgiven me and everyone else for doing childhood wrong. I don't know what Boku no Natsuyasumi wanted me to do with this absolution it offered me. Then I realized it probably wanted me to not try to catch all 60 insects in the game. It probably preferred me to follow my heart. As someone more intimately aware than most of the exact paleness of memory's shadow next to the brilliance of lived experience, I knew only one real way to follow my heart. So I bought an airplane ticket to Kansas. I intend to include interviews with game creators in my reviews. I'd gladly have interviewed Kaz Ayabe at Kase Curry, his curry shop in Tokyo, Japan, on the subject of Boku no Natsuyasumi, though as of the writing of this script, the coronavirus still obstructs international travel. I could have interviewed Kaz Ayabe over Discord or Zoom, though really, would either of those apps not insult the perfect Spartan sublimity of Boku no Natsuyasumi's user interface? So I figured I could try interviewing myself. On one of the worst days of my life, I obtained from myself the phrase, "Meanwhile, our shattering animals." I won't tell you that story today, though, since I've always wanted to call a story "Meanwhile, Our Shattering Animals," and because that story has another title, I can call this story today "Meanwhile, Our Shattering Animals." In Boku no Natsuyasumi, we play as a 9-year-old boy staying with his aunt and uncle in the Japanese countryside for the month of August 1975, while his parents back in the big city prepare for the birth of their second child. In my real life, my aunt from the big city of Philadelphia, came to the relative countryside of Wichita, Kansas, to spend the month of August 1987 babysitting 8-year-old me and my 10-year-old brother while my mom paid the necessary attention to our newborn little brother. Boku no Natsuyasumi's rural environment includes a beautiful ocean-big field of sunflowers. Kansas, meanwhile, proudly wears among its many nicknames the mantle of the Sunflower State. So I flew to Kansas. Well, technically I flew to Kansas City, Missouri, rented a car, and crossed the Kansas state line 30 minutes later, though I think that counts. If I had to make the rules, I would say that if you enter Kansas within 1 hour of your airplane landing, you pretty much flew to Kansas. I arrived in Topeka, Kansas at noon on Thursday, August 19th, 2021, exactly 31 years to the day since I last set foot in the state. I hadn't even ever had a single connecting flight at an airport in Kansas since August 19th, 1990. Ever since learning of the 19th century American political term pork barreling in Mr. Ball's American History class at North Central High School in Indianapolis, Indiana in 1995, I've always insisted on cramming as many side quests as I can into any given endeavor. Going to Kansas because I'd lived in Kansas when I was the age of the main character in this video game, and because Kansas and this video game both have sunflowers, and because I had a meaningful experience with my aunt, much like the main character of this video game does, might have filled some people's barrels. But my barrel has grown in recent years. I needed as long an activity list as I could manufacture. I needed concrete reasons to go to Kansas. By sheer coincidence, as I was planning my trip, a viewer emailed me to tell me that his mother worked at my old elementary school, Minaha Elementary in Wichita, Kansas. I'd mentioned the school by name in these reviews several times. With this viewer's help, I was able to arrange a tour of my old elementary school. That gave me one additional Kansas activity. My Action Button co-founder and good friend of 12 years, Brent Porter, happens to live in Topeka, Kansas with his fiancée, Christina. Because of work and then the coronavirus and all that, I hadn't seen Porter in a couple of years. And I'd seen Christina literally never. We knew each other through Instagram direct messages, though we'd somehow never met in real life. It turns out you can have a good friend for longer than a decade and never meet the one girlfriend then fiancé they've had that whole time. So now I had 2 additional reasons to go to Kansas. Now my favorite one. Despite having lived in Kansas for 5 of the most formative years of my life, from the end of age 5 to the beginning of age 11, I had never seen a single upright sunflower in all that time. I knew that sunflowers bloomed in fields throughout Kansas between late August and early September. I Googled Kansan sunflower blooms and found a field in bloom just outside Porter's home city of Topeka. I packed my Blackmagic Design Pocket Cinema Camera 6K Pro and Sigma lens into a sunflower yellow plane crash-proof Pelican case and resolved to have a sunflower experience. So now I had 3 good reasons to go to Kansas. While waiting for my plane at LaGuardia, I Googled my childhood favorite fast food restaurant, Taco Tico, just to see if it still existed. It did. I mean, I Googled them 6 months before that, out of morbid curiosity, and they'd existed then, though one never knows these days how suddenly an institution can up and disappear. I decided that once in Kansas, I would do my best to eat at every Taco Tico franchise in the state. That gave me 4 great reasons to go to Kansas. Yet I wanted more. Immediately, a 5th reason occurred to me. I pushed it away. Then, not a moment later, a 6th reason occurred to me. Just as the airline staff called my boarding group, I executed a quick Google search. I immediately wished I hadn't. 2 hours later, I landed in the Missouri city, accounting for the most world-famous instance of the word Kansas. We drove through beautiful green country and across the state lines. We dropped our luggage in the room at the Cyrus Hotel in historic downtown Topeka, Kansas. Then, I loaded up my camera and drove straight to the sunflower field. I'd lived in Kansas for 5 years, ending 31 years before that day. However, I'd lived in a different Kansas from this. My Kansas had brown summer lawns and lay further south. In my years of Kansas, I'd only ever seen a sunflower lying cadaver supine on a long table in a classroom, its yellow petals already dry. At the sunflower field just outside Topeka, beneath a crayon blue sky, I quickly felt the opposite of buyer's remorse about my airplane journey. Cars drove slow down the country road at the end of the field. Hot heat and loud bugs bathed me in a stronger sense of summer than I'd known since times ancient to me. The sunflowers still had some life in them. I'd gotten there just in time to see them occupy the sublime razor's edge between still alive and not yet dead. I photographed, videographed, and drone filmed the sunflowers for an hour, at which point, with no warning, a torrential rain fell from nowhere, soaking my jeans for the duration of the trip. I hid in the car. I changed into a pair of more weather-appropriate running shorts that unfortunately looked completely wrong with my boots. I stared out at the rain blasting the helpless sunflowers, their heavy heads bobbling in the deluge, and I let myself finally, fully accept Kansas. Maybe knowing I stood in literally Kansas tipped the trick's pendulum just over the edge. Despite the geographical difference of this particular Kansas, despite the newness of the sunflower experience, my memories awakened with that shrieking gush of rain. I had come back to myself. I've only just barely spoken in public about my time in Kansas. I've told you all about the tiny mom-and-pop video store where my mom randomly selected a different, or sometimes a repeat, bad video game every Friday before picking my big brother and I up from Minnehaha Elementary. I've credited the geography of Wichita, Kansas with the establishment of the foundation of my critical faculties. I've said in so many words that if the video store had lain between our school and our home, instead of between the supermarket and our school, my mom would have stopped there after picking us up, and we would have selected our own video games. Though, aside from fatalistic anecdotes of this general nature, I realize I don't talk to you too much about Kansas. I talk far more often of every other place I've lived. My birth occurred in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I went to college in southern Indiana. I lived in Oakland, California for 7 years, longer than I've ever lived in any other American city. I lived in Tokyo, Japan for 10 years, longer than I've ever lived in one place for one time. And I've lived in New York now for longer than I ever lived in Kansas. And I realize every once in a while that if I come from any one place, it's Kansas. I spent kindergarten through 5th grade in Wichita, Kansas, all of elementary school, before moving to Fort Meade, Maryland, where they did not consider 6th grade middle school. I awoke into memory cataloging mature consciousness shortly before my dad packed up his tiny 1984 Dodge Omni and moved us from Newark, Delaware to Wichita, Kansas. By the time he packed up his brand new 1990 Dodge Ram conversion van to move us from Wichita, Kansas to Fort Meade, Maryland, I had opinions I'd wield for the rest of my life. For example, that Super Mario Bros. 3 is my favorite video game ever, that RoboCop is one of the best films of all time, that The Last Crusade is the worst of the first 3 Indiana Jones films, and that yes, I still own and frequently wear the Batman the Movie t-shirt I purchased for $5 of my birthday money at the Target store in Wichita, Kansas on June 16th, 1989. I had worn that t-shirt twice a week or more since buying it, and I wore it that day in the van when we crossed state lines. So of course I wore it in my rental car that day as I sat watching rain pelt sunflowers. And of course, I wore it while watching Matt Reeves' 2022 film, The Batman, starring Robert Pattinson. And of course, I'm wearing it right now. I don't even really like Batman. I did not even like Tim Burton's Nicholson Keaton Batman in 1989, yet I bought the shirt with my own money. The first article of clothing I ever purchased with my own money. So I stuck to my guns, and I still stick to that same gun. This perhaps illustrates in the pettiest light exactly what my Kansas means to me. Also, it was in Kansas that I stopped eating meat, and I haven't eaten meat again since. I have turned my 5 ancient Kansas years of memory over and over again in my mind for 3/4 of my life. Day by day, my Kansan season grows huger in my recollection. It long since crossed the threshold whereafter I do not hesitate to declare that Kansas made me more than any other place has made me. Brent Porter drove down to Wichita with me, my only friend Mimsy, my baby boy Bibithy Babis, and my rented SUV trunk full of cameras. As we drove into town, we passed by the Tallgrass gated community where my only childhood friend Rohit and his parents and brother Rajiv and sister Vidya had moved days after Rohit told me, so nonchalantly, "Our house is finished." Their new house had a loft where I watched him beat Wart in Super Mario Bros. 2, and where I watched him ask multiple times why Dragon Warrior couldn't just have a sword button like Zelda. Their new neighborhood had a pool and a tennis court, which I took one look at, and it made me want to learn to like tennis. 1,001 memories came flooding back with a ferocity I somehow had not expected. I have mentioned my memory in the past. Usually I dance around defining my memory. I live with a condition of little understood provenance. I can tell you I don't like it. When I tell people about it, they usually say it sounds useful. I tell them they wouldn't like this if they had it, and they almost always reply that they wish they had a better memory. I seldom, if ever, endeavor to fully depress any inquirer about my condition, though I've received so many detailed questions in the past few years that it might make sense to depress you about it right now. Most people asking me about my memory condition mistakenly refer to it as a photographic memory or an eidetic memory. I tell them, actually, I got something different. They ask me to explain the difference between whatever it is I do have and the stereotypical Rain Man / memory man savant guy who can memorize a whole page of the phone book in 2 clicks of a stopwatch. Those Johnny Five dudes who can play a bona fide audience member's paperback like a flip book and get a round of rousing applause when they correctly remember the 9th word of the 2nd sentence of the 3rd paragraph on page 96.
I win.
To answer plainly, the difference between me and one of those guys is I ain't one of those guys. I'm just a guy who remembers times, dates, places, gas prices, and other mundane details with extreme autobiographical clarity. And I spend most of every minute of every day remembering. If 1 hour amounts to about the size of a fist, let's say I back burner churn through about a KFC bucket's worth per minute wherever I go. I've gathered that everyone out there on occasion remembers some embarrassing comment they made on accident one time, and they feel stupid all over again when they do. So imagine how you'd feel if that happened 90 to 100 times per minute on a good day. I live floating in an ocean of defragmented nostalgia. All my memories are the exact same size. My purchasing a pair of Nike Air Huaraches from the Finish Line at College Mall in Bloomington, Indiana in September of 1998, and my getting a tooth extracted in Manhattan, November of 2017, same size. I could tell you that memories of remembering memories become their own memories of equal size to the memories they contain. Therefore, the older a memory, the more I remember it. So my memories of Kansas loom huge. My memory of walking into a hotel lobby in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania after a flight got canceled and seeing a crowd of airline employees gathered around watching 9/11 happening in real time on a big screen television is about the same size as my memory of eating a cheeseburger so bad it made me start disliking meat, and French fries with the skin still on them, both from D.W. Spuds and Company at Town East Square Mall in Wichita, Kansas. As I looked upward at the towering rectangular structure jutting out of the top of the circular food court, wondering what function does this monstrous tower serve? I'd never seen anything so big in my life. We beelined straight for that structure once arriving at Town East Square Mall that morning in Wichita, Kansas. Clearly, this structure served to vent exhaust fumes from all the food court stalls as kitchens, as I'd realized upon thinking about it after I learned what a ventilation fan was, though that day I found it no less sinister than I had 36 years ago. Only now I had a new descriptor to add to it. Quake level-esque. That the structure still existed with its exact geometry intact hit me right in the lungs. That the caramel corn popcorn shop had the exact same signage it had had when my dad first ate a free sample out in front of the place in 1985 made me feel fully nauseous. I took one look at it and I knew it was the exact same plastic. I didn't need to jump up and touch it. I knew the plastic had not changed. The most frequently asked questions about my memory condition come from a curiously narrow angle. To paraphrase a recent asker, if my memory is so good, why do I, for example, rewatch movies or replay video games that I've already seen or played? This question misunderstands the fundamental nature of my, or any, memory mechanisms. I can forgive your misunderstanding. What I have, I don't know how to prove to you. I can't even prove to you that I have eaten exactly 44 cinnamon buns in my life because I first ate a cinnamon bun 19 years before the first camera-equipped smartphone. I hope you trust me when I say this. I possess more intimate familiarity than most people with the paleness of memory's shadow relative to the brilliance of lived experience. Most simply put, I re-watch movies and I replay video games and I revisit delicious restaurants and I re-travel to favorite cities because memory cannot compare to the corresponding lived experience. Can you imagine having a favorite song you only listen to once? Can you imagine hearing a song and instantly loving it so much that you promise never to listen to it again? You can remember every word of the lyrics. You know every beat of every note of every instrument. Why do you listen to it again? Why does it do whatever it does to you every time? because the song doesn't change. You do. The song does not remember you. Caramel Corn did not remember me. I let the brutality of that notion sink deep in. I can hardly explain to you how microscopic and frozen I felt there, awake to the notion that places themselves do not remember us. I realized that a lot of people don't get as far away from themselves as I have. Some people live in one town all their lives. I don't have that experience. I've lived in a lot of places, and I often remember everything about all of those places. As the race car of my life ran laps around the smooth oval track of my memory, as pennies and dimes of remembrance plinked into my mind, I built nonchalantly artifacts so mundane as this Kansan Mall signage typography up into figments of genuine classical mythology, in awe of this lore fragment of such Mariana Trenchley cut depth. I, for some time, stood there like a jerk in headlights. I got all this emotion simply from beholding the bizarre signage typography of a dessert popcorn shop my dad ate 7 times in 5 years and sorta liked. I didn't know if I could take any more of this without it killing me. So we got back in the rental car and drove to the elementary school I hadn't seen in 30 years. As of the moment the current principal of Minaha Elementary in Wichita, Kansas told me, and I quote, "Hopefully you can enjoy a nice stroll down memory lane." My stroll had in fact already begun. My stroll began when I saw the smoke-stackly tower structure at the Town East Square Mall food court. The whole city of Wichita, Kansas had become a Formula One racetrack titled Memory Lane. Minaha Elementary simply represented the most haunted back alley corner of Memory Lane I'd yet wandered into. I don't fault the principal's cliche phrasing. I doubt that every day or even once per school year a weird leather Muppet in a vintage 1989 Batman the Movie t-shirt, Nike running shorts, and 2 fancy boots, his girlfriend, their Pomeranian, and a sunburn-fearing, hoodie-enshrouded friend wandered into that school, hoping to take a couple photos for a YouTube video. I wouldn't have known what to say to me either. It occurs to me as I look over the footage I shot on my GoPro Hero 9 inside the school that day that the principal and I do not differ in age. Yet the moment I saw her perform a little finger-curling secret wave to a group of tiny students in the hall, I considered her Gandalf eons older than me. I considered myself a child. Her secret wave had so perfectly matched that of the principal at the time I attended that school that I felt the need to immediately ask her, "That finger wave, is that a wave specific to this school or some secret shared by educators in general?" And she replied, "It's just a thing we do here." And I told her, "Hey, you see this Batman t-shirt? I was wearing this exact t-shirt on my last day of 5th grade here in 1990. And she replied, "Well, okay." And I felt even further like a child. After that little childification moment had finished transpiring, not a square foot of that school's floor felt alien to me. The principal told me about which places the school had remodeled after my time and pointed at parts I might remember, though in honesty, I had no trouble immediately seeing a place and knowing what had happened there to me. I didn't think to take out my camera until after we left the gymnasium where all students had gathered to watch the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger on Wednesday, January 28, 1986. Every other Friday, we'd sat under a domed parachute in that gymnasium. And on one other Friday, Rochelle Seeley, my alphabetical first-grade seat neighbor, told me that she loved me. Other kids had often called her gross. They had said she lived in a trailer because her daddy was dead. They said she ate gravy for dinner because her mommy was poor. They said her name was Rochelle because her trailer had so many roaches in it, because of how gross she and her mommy and their gravy dinners were. Under the parachute, gross Rochelle told me she wanted to marry me, and I told her no, because she was gross. And she said, "Do you want to see something really gross?" She opened her mouth and pushed on a molar. It slid around loose like a lily pad on a pond. 4 years later, on the first day of 5th grade, she introduced herself to the class as Dawn. I was Tim then, no longer Timmy. We walked down the hall past the classroom where Miss Goodman had taught me 3rd grade, where Mrs. Grady had taught me 4th grade. We rounded the corner and stepped quickly through the exact spot I'd stood in a snaking single-file line on Friday, February 12th, 1988. A girl whose name I did not and do not know quickly left the line 20 places ahead of me, ran over to me, made a whisper megaphone of her 2 hands, and said, and I quote, "Alyssa hates you." Then she ran back to her place in line next to Alyssa. Alyssa covered her mouth with her hands, looked back at me for a moment, and then turned back around to face front. I didn't feel one way or the other about Alyssa, though the remark hit me like a backhand slap in the top of the head, and it stays stuck there even now. As recently as 1 week ago, I might often look in the mirror after a clean shave, for example, and think to myself, not bad. On the other hand, Alyssa still hates you. The principal continued listing the names of facilities and their uses. I think she might have thought she'd bored me, though I promise boredom did not enter into how I felt in that place. Like I said, I know a lot of people don't get as far away from themselves as I have. These memories of this place for me have in repetition become so huge a portion of my personality that revisiting the site of their foundation poses danger of skull explosion. The principal asked if I had any specific place in mind that I wanted to see, so I said, there's this other building where they used to teach all the students from kindergarten to 2nd grade. It's got a triangular roof, like an old barn or an airplane hangar. It's about a football field wide and has about a 300-foot-high ceiling. Principal replied that the school did in fact teach students between kindergarten and 2nd grade in a second building, which did have a triangular roof, though my size estimates were perhaps misremembered. I told her, oh yeah, it's just, that's my joke about having only ever seen that building as a child under the age of 7, and she didn't laugh. I wouldn't have laughed at me either. We did go to that building. On my right, as we entered, we passed by the classroom where Mrs. Lemke taught me 2nd grade. Then, on the left, the classroom where Miss Sievert taught me 1st grade. Miss Sievert got married and changed her name to Mrs. Forsey 3 days after telling a girl named Amber that no, she could not go to the bathroom. Minutes before, Amber flooded the floor around her desk with diarrhea. We crossed through a low doorway and passed the room where I, at age 5, had first seen a sunflower as it lay dead, face up on a long table. And then on the left, the classroom where Mrs. Shippus had taught me kindergarten for all of 2 weeks before calling my parents to tell them I might have head trauma-related learning disability causing brain damage from the car accident my dad had gotten me and him into on the way to church on Groundhog Day, 1983. Mrs. Shippus made me take an IQ test just because I wouldn't settle down at nap time. To this day, I maintain, who takes a nap at 11 a.m. That's still morning, man. The principal asked me how I remembered the names of all my elementary school teachers. She said, I don't remember the names of any of my elementary school teachers. And I said, remembering stuff is kind of my thing. She asked me, what do you remember about your second grade teacher, Mrs. Lemke? I said, I remember she was very old. The principal replied, everybody looks old to a small child. I agreed with her. She was right. We made our way back to the office, the very same office where I'd once been summoned to appear before the principal to receive a congratulations for typing a book report and printing it from a computer. We passed the music room where we had drawn mood drawings in time to Camille Saint-Saëns' Danse Macabre on Friday, October 30th, 1987. We passed the open area of the hallway where my classroom had displayed our science fair projects during the 1989 science fair. We had made a perfect-sized cardboard replica of the cockpit of the Space Shuttle Challenger. I paused for a moment to look into a little classroom where one teacher sat mentoring one student. The principal introduced me. Behind my sunglasses, my eyes darted back and forth across the layout of the room. One small room adjoined to another with a little door, a window in the wall, a bookshelf lined up against the far wall of the bigger room where a bookshelf had sat before over 30 years ago. I introduced myself to the student and the teacher. I spoke a little nonsense just so I could continue soaking in the geometry of that room. I'd taken an IQ test in that room. I'd learned to play chess and then backgammon in that room. I'd met other quote-unquote gifted children in that room. The day the Berlin Wall went down, I'd met a kid named Grant Norris in that room. Grant, a prolific nose picker, had beaten me at chess at the exact moment in my life where I considered chess one of my talents. I never considered chess a talent after that, and I've lived life with a guy like Grant, or at least the fear of him, somewhere else in every literal or figurative room ever since. I told the student and teacher in that room that I'd first started learning Chinese in that seat right there. I pointed to a chair. I said, in that very seat, a teacher had shown me Chinese writing in a book and explained to me the way the letters work and how once you start learning it, it was actually a little bit easier to read than English. The principal asked me which teacher had taught me there, and I said, her name was Mrs. Dunn. I watched the principal's face. She did not react. She had not heard of Mrs. Dunn. I had Googled the keywords Mrs. Dunn, Minnehaha Elementary, Wichita, Kansas, while waiting to board my flight at LaGuardia Airport. I thought, maybe when we get there I can call her up, maybe go interview her, talk to her, I don't know. That Google phrase immediately produced her obituary. She had died in 2011 at the age of 68. An ice-cold curse wave rolled over me. I had picked a heck of a thing to do immediately before getting on an airplane. The typical trip cannot survive omens this bad. Then, suddenly, I felt a wave of something like triumph. Mrs. Dunn's full name, all these years, had been Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch. Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch. Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch. Her obituary said her friends had called her Jerry. Jerry with an I. Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch's obituary is in fact the #1 and only Google search result for her fascinating first name. From that obituary, I learned that she'd spent her later years teaching English as a second language all over Kansas, and she often volunteered at the Mid-American All-Indian Museum in Wichita. She had 7 children and 7 grandchildren. I wished at once I'd gotten to know her again as an adult. I felt horrible for a moment that as recently as 2011, at my own age 32, I had lacked the respect for my own elders to have looked up the only elementary school teacher I truly liked. I'd liked it all. The one elementary school teacher who had any, much less the most dramatic impact on my actual life. I could have looked her up and I could have told her, hey, I eventually learned Chinese and I went to China and I went a lot of other places too. I went a lot of places. I asked the principal if she'd ever known Mrs. Dunn. She said Mrs. Dunn was probably before her time. I instantly wanted to ask every older teacher in the building if they'd ever known her. I wanted to spend an hour going door to door. I'd seen so many older teachers during my tour. Some of them looked as old now as Mrs. Lemke had back then. One of them had to have met Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch at least once. I just wanted for a moment and desperately to talk to one other person alive on this earth who had known her, and I knew I was in the very small, reliable geographical area where that could possibly happen. My friends, however, were getting hungry, and my dog needed to go to the bathroom. As we stepped outside into the dog's bathroom and took group selfies in front of the school, part of me knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that someone somewhere inside one of those two buildings had known Mrs. Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch. Another part of me wanted nothing more than to prove it. I think the perfect scientific definition of a ghost resides somewhere between those two parts of me.
We're outside the JCPenney where we always parked because we didn't park at Dillard's because Dillard's was according to my parents, was for rich people.
We went to the parking lot of Town East Mall to try to shoot some drone footage of the mall, only for a restricted airspace warning to ground my drone. It dawned on me, of course, McConnell Air Force Base, a U.S. military installation of some size and importance, is just down the street, here in Wichita, Kansas, the airplane capital of the world. So we drove by McConnell Air Force Base, where my dad had worked and my mom had shopped, where I'd attended field days and air shows with extreme enthusiasm in my young youth, back when I wanted to be a pilot. Back before my brother told me you need 20/20 vision to be a pilot. We stopped at the Quick Trip convenience store nearest McConnell Air Force Base, even though it looked absolutely nothing like it had in 1990. I drank a big plastic commemorative cup full of Coke Zero, and I amusedly sipped their in-house energy drink, Rooster Booster. I actually kept the Quick Trip cup, and it's full of all of the USB cables that ever get used in the living room. I put them all in there. They fit perfectly in the cup, and I can easily pull them out, and it sits on the table right next to my right hand as I sit on the sofa. So, love that Quick Trip cup. Thanks a lot, QT. Lunchtime had arrived. I navigated our rented SUV by my memories. I drove past Town East Square Mall, past a couple apartment complexes, past a knick-knack store, and pulled into a parking lot. The Taco Tico of my child years had become a place called Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Brent Porter and I went inside Fuzzy's, only to walk right back out. I'd really wanted to go to that Taco Tico. Me and Porter went into that Fuzzy's Taco Shop just to say we'd been in the same building that used to be Taco Tico. We were not planning on eating there. We didn't walk in and see a rat and decide not to eat there or anything. I just wanted to go occupy the real estate geometry, not dissing Fuzzy's Taco Shop. I'm sure they're wonderful. Just didn't want to eat there. It had to be Taco Tico. I wanted to eat at Taco Tico. I really wanted to eat at that Taco Tico. And that Taco Tico wasn't a Taco Tico anymore, though I still just wanted to go into the building, just to say I'd been in that building. Though I was, if I was disappointed by Fuzzy's Taco Shop, had nothing to do with Fuzzy's Taco Shop. It was just that it wasn't Taco Tico. And that was my Taco Tico, that Taco Tico. And I wanted to go to that Taco Tico because my neighbor and my only childhood friend in those years, Rohit Parthasarathi, had wanted to go to that Taco Tico on his birthday, the first summer I met him. Rohit and his family were from India, and they were vegetarians. I didn't even know that was a thing a person can be until I met him. And I was fortunate enough to be 6 years old when I learned that's a thing you can do, and you can just not eat meat if you don't want to. And we went to Taco Tico on his birthday, and I had at that point in my life never tasted any food so delicious as Taco Tico cheese enchiladas. That day I wondered, why don't my parents take us to eat any fast food this good? And this place was only a 5-minute walk from our house. Rohit turned 5 years old that day, July 31st, 1985, and I became a significant percentage more like the person I occupy today. My big brother and I proceeded to, for 4 years, annoy our parents with constant pleas to take us to Taco Tico. Our parents seemed utterly offended by our insistence that we could walk to Taco Tico. They seemed to despise the very idea of not taking the car to get fast food at somewhere American, like Spangles or Brahms. So it was that we only got to go to Taco Tico after Little League, when Rohit's dad would take us all there. He'd take the whole team there. He was the coach of the team. The only other times we went with my Aunt Sandy every other day during the scorching August of 1987, after my little brother was born. Porter and Mimsy and I Googled around. Another Taco Tico existed on the same street as this one, on Rock Road, just a ways further down. I was willing to take it. Rock Road is Rock Road. And then I realized my heart pounded as they discussed their lunch plans. As we made ready to get back into the rental car, I said, "Wait a second. My house is right over there. I need to go look at it." Maybe my tone had frightened Mimsy. She opted to stay in the car with Bibbithy and the air conditioning. Brent Porter followed behind me in the 100-some degree heat as we walked past the townhouse complex clubhouse and the post-apocalyptically empty swimming pool where brand new 80s music had once blasted routinely on competing boomboxes. The heat of the sun, the speed of the wind, and the humidity index together gave my body the exact remembrance of the summer day we'd rented Ultima Exodus at Pop and Go Video, then ditched it after an hour to go swimming. Final Fantasy I hadn't come out yet. We walked down the road in front of the complex. We encountered no other human individuals. The recreation-encouraging summer heat did not pair well with the eerie emptiness of any American place during the time of coronavirus. Big hot green leaves on numerous trees. I couldn't stop talking as we went into the complex. Every 2-story townhouse had a basement, and all the townhouses sit on little manufactured hills so that the basements have screen doors and concrete patios looking out on a courtyard. Looking down some of the courtyards, I recalled that my brother and I had described the place as the Ewok Village when we first moved in. We walked past carports, which my brother Roy and our neighbor Rohit and our neighbor Rohit's brother Rajiv had ridden our Kmart-bought BMX bikes around on days just like this day. We walked directly, with silent conviction, toward a bend in the road and a pitch downhill toward the street at the back of the complex where I'd lived. Rohit's mother, Lakshmi, drove several boys to Minaha Elementary School every day in her station wagon. Right here, on this hill, is usually where the local bully Jared ran by the car yelling, "Wait up," before hopping in the back with his basketball. And also, right there on that curved little hill road, Jared had once thrown a basketball at my head, knocking me off my bike. He called me a reject from Planet Ravioli that day, and I told him that if I was a reject, didn't that mean I was not a ravioli? So he hit me with the basketball again, full in the face this time. We followed the road directly to the playground. The playground sat on the crest of a hill overlooking a long creek. Herman Melville had been right about any man walking directly toward water. I walked directly to that playground. I put my hands on the teeter-totter, and all that horrible heat, despite the frying-panly hot sting of the metal, I felt a terrible chill. I looked up. I looked around. The chill intensified. I tried to play calm. I told Porter that the playground had not changed in 37 years. The equipment was exactly the same. The swings were the same. The monkey bars were the same. The teeter-totter was the same. The little fenced-in dog zone in the grass over yonder was the same. The sandbox was the same. The layout was the same, and so was the metal. So was the wood, now splintering, of the sandbox framing beams. Here in this sandbox, surrounded by the same metal, the same wood, and probably even the same sand, a kid who had seen Stand By Me and taken away that the Kiefer Sutherland character was pretty cool when he threatened some kids with a switchblade, threatened me and Rohit with the switchblade. Rohit and I had just buried a little plastic treasure chest I'd gotten from a Cap'n Crunch box. We'd filled the chest with the cut-up fragments of a Serpentor G.I. Joe's glittery green cape. We called them emeralds. I walked to the crest of the hill. I pointed down to where my brother Roy's friend Jeremiah had sledded too fast right onto the creek surface one day during Christmas break. The ice broke and he fell in. My mom let Jeremiah stay with us that night. She called Jeremiah's mom twice to apologize. Now for a moment, somewhat rare for me, I felt lost. We wandered back into the complex. Too many memories had hit me all at once. Big, football big, invisible fireflies of nostalgia leapt by the hundreds off the sun-hot grass of all those courtyards. I remembered so much at once that I couldn't remember anything specific. Then I remembered a particular hole in the ground and a particular rock wall, and these memories calmed me. We returned to the playground so we could travel the path I'd walked 1,000 times between the playground and my front door. There, eventually, I saw the rock wall overlooking another townhouse's basement door beneath another man-made hill. That verticality had thrilled us in 1985. We loved to sit on that wall with our feet dangling Humpty Dumpty-like until we inevitably got yelled at. We loved that sort of thrill sat right outside our front door. So I turned around 180 degrees. Townhouse number 1705. On the left-hand side of the hallway, just inside that door, a staircase took you directly to the bedroom where I'd lived and dreamed for what I now realize memory and remembrance have conspired to assure represents most of my life. We got a Nintendo for Christmas and we rented Metal Gear from Pop and Go Video and played it in the living room on the right-hand side of that door. I'd gotten a Timex watch with a black and gray striped nylon band for my 6th birthday and banana yellow Converse Chuck Taylor All-Stars that were somehow too big and too small at the same time for my 10th birthday in that living room. My little brother had rolled around in a playpen in that living room. My aunt had loudly apologized to my mother for the violence of RoboCop in that living room. Me and Porter stood outside the door. I didn't know what to do. I didn't even think of knocking. I can't imagine a person lives on this earth, much less inside that building, who'd hold genuine interest in a guy knocking on their door to say, "Hey, guess what? I lived here 37 years ago." What do you say to a guy like that? Okay? Bye? A lot of people don't get exactly as far away from themselves as I have. And now I'd come all the way back to where the most of my memories began. We took the long way around the row of houses. We came at last out into the hollowed-out basement excavating courtyard that looked up a steep man-made hill toward the playground, the big sky beyond, and the creek. We walked past the basement patio of my mom's friend Gail, whose son Heath had totally proven to us that a human person could beat Ninja Gaiden right there, behind that sliding glass door. In one corner of the courtyard, I saw a collection of old baby strollers standing quietly out in the sun. I tried my best not to stare, and I succeeded. Unfortunately, my refusal to stare directly influenced the quality of my footage. As I scrubbed through the scant 16 minutes of GoPro video footage containing my and Porter's entire spelunking session into my ancient home ground, I kept considering how many freeze frames I'd have to edit in my eventual documentary presentation. I could palpate my past trepidation anew and viscerally as I clicked around my footage. I felt so darkly double ashamed of my filmmaking aspirations. If I can't bring myself to stare at myself, what good elsewhere can I do? I felt more like a trespasser in this unchanged place I'd inhabited 37 years ago than I'd ever felt anywhere else in my life. Maybe the GoPro had something to do with it. I gravitated toward a peculiar hole in the ground. A grate and some kind of crank handle adorned the hole. Frequently, neighborhood kids had made dares concerning this hole. The usual dare went something like, "I dare you to put your arm down there," or "I dare you to stick your leg down there." My brother's school friend Carl Zitterkoff came over one day and succumbed to one such curious dare. Carl Zitterkoff had slept over on a Friday, pizza night. My mom had complained that the addition of one whole extra male human child person discombobulated the typical pizza night protocol. She always made 2 pizzas, 1 pepperoni and 1 cheese. A 4th non-baby male pizza eater threw Friday night into chaos. My mom resolved to make 1 additional pizza, warning us that we boys would have to deal with the leftovers. Carl Zitterkoff ate that entire pizza by himself. Then he lay on our sofa groaning in a manner my parents have enjoyed derisively imitating as recently as December of 2021. That night, hours before we watched The Lost Boys in the basement, and before we ate pizza, the neighborhood bully, Jared, had simply, and in hindsight bewilderingly, dared Carl Zitterkoff to throw his shoe down there into the hole. Carl Zitterkoff asked, "What's in it for me?" And Jared promised him $5. Carl Zitterkoff immediately took one of his Payless shoes off, unvelcroed him, yanked the shoe off, and dropped it right down into the hole. Jared said, "Well, we didn't shake on it." Carl Zitterkoff shrugged and walked one-shoed back into our house, where in a little over an hour he'd begin legendarily eating an entire pizza with 1 mud-grade tube sock. So for 35 years, my parents have made fun of this kid for groaning because he ate too much pizza, while I've been sitting over here with my slightly different perspective. As he lay there groaning about the pizza, I couldn't help thinking, isn't his mom gonna get mad when she sees he lost his shoe? How is he going to explain his missing shoe? What if it rains tomorrow? Won't his sock get wet before he can even get in his mom's car? Either way, once Carl Zitterkoff was gone, my mom told my brother to never invite him over again, citing, and I quote, "I can't believe that boy ate that whole pizza." So I walked up to this hole, and I thought, maybe Carl Zitterkoff's shoe is still in there after all this time. Kid dropped his shoe in there once because another kid told him. I gazed into the hole. "Put your shoe in there." I didn't see nothing. because places do not remember us. The mundanity of this Karl Zitterkopf story stands in succinctly for every other non-fictionalized aspect of my life. So we went to Taco Tico and it owned. When you spend your whole life romanticizing one fast food chain, it cannot disappoint you when you go back after 30 years. Taco Tico. I can't speak any scientific analysis of the Taco Tico experience. It's Taco Tico. It was Taco Tico. It was Taco Tico as it had been Taco Tico. Taco Tico is Taco Tico. If you live near Taco Tico, please cherish it for me at your earliest convenience. And then, thereafter, whenever you can. Before leaving Wichita to drive back up to Topeka, we stopped at a Half-Price Books. After less than 30 seconds of browsing, I perfectly on accident encountered a paperback of the novelization of Tim Burton's Nicholson Keaton Batman. I'd read this exact book back in 1989, after seeing the film. I read this book while wearing the exact shirt I was wearing when I encountered the book again 32 years later. I knew that millions of copies of that book had been printed. I knew that my brother Roy had claimed the book for his own after I'd finished reading it, and though I never saw it again, I don't think he got rid of it before we moved to Fort Meade, Maryland. I had no delusions in 2021 about this being the exact same copy of the book that I'd read once in this exact same geographical location. However, it was the same edition. So I liked the coincidence far more than enough to actually end up buying the book and a copy of Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction for PlayStation 2. We drove back to Topeka. We dined at one of the 2 Taco Ticos in Topeka, also known as Los Dos Tacos Ticos del Topeka, and then retired for the night at the excellent Cyrus Hotel. I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Jerlia Dunn Johnson Punch's grave at Green Lawn Cemetery in Pratt, Kansas. A JPEG of that small tombstone represented the number 1 and only Google search result of the first name of a person of great influence to me. The historical record shows she lived and she died. She was born in this year. She died in this year. Back in Wichita, while using the bathroom at Taco Tico, as one does, I'd Apple Maps calculated the route between the Taco Tico on North Rock Road, Wichita, Kansas, and Green Lawn Cemetery, Pratt, Kansas. 88.7 miles, a 1 hour, 26-minute drive in an arrow straight line extending toward the left side of the state, perfectly perpendicular to the southern Kansan border. Going there and back would add at least 2 hours and 52 minutes to our return time estimate back into Topeka. Well, let's say 3 hours, assuming we spent 8 minutes at the grave. Lying awake in the wonderful hotel bed at night, I thought, if we'd gone, we'd just be getting back to this hotel room right now. I asked myself many questions, such as, how can you miss something by 10 years? How can you put someone so formative to you so thoroughly out of your mind for a quarter of your life? How did my grandfather's father forget that his grandfather's grandfather came to America from England in 1760? Why did my grandfather's father think his grandfather had come from Scotland in 1820? Is 8 minutes enough time to spend at a grave? And can you call a song your favorite song if you've only listened to it once? I didn't sleep that night. I got out of bed well before sunrise. I grabbed my camera case and I went to the rental car by myself, leaving Memsy and Bibithy still asleep in the hotel bed. I figured I'd fill up on sunflowers before going home. On my way out of Topeka toward the sunflower farm, I put on a record I hadn't listened to in a while. I can't claim to have a favorite song, though I do associate periods of my life with particular artists or records. I first encountered the 1981 album A Long Vacation by Eiichi Otaki in my senior year of college, as I prepared to graduate and crackled with excitement about leaving my home behind and exploring the world. I listened to a burned CD of it dozens of times in my car during my last semester at school. Otaki's masterful songwriting borrows exquisitely from the tapestry of then currently existing Western pop music, weaving in melodies and emotions distinctly Japanese. Otaki graces the walls of sound and Roy Orbison hooks and Beach Boys harmonies with a language transcending longing. I didn't understand the lyrics when I first encountered the album, though I felt something deep in my soul nonetheless. I'd lived through enough mass-mediafied 50s nostalgia in the 1980s to possess the necessary rock-climbable handholds, figuratively carved in the matter of my brain. Years passed. My taste in music developed so radically, so quickly, and so drastically as to bury a long vacation beneath a mountain of other records. Time to time it emerged and filled my skull with itself. For example, I put the album on one bad day in my house in San Leandro, California in the fall of 2016, and I let the first song wash over me. I had at that point lived through enough mass-mediafied 1980s nostalgia in Japan of the early 2000s for the album to now make two halves of one perfect sense. That bad day in San Leandro, the haunting first few piano notes brought me back to an older, gone version of myself. And then finally in the mood and finally life experienced enough to understand them, I let the lyrics flow into my ears and stay there. Probably forever. 唇ツンと尖らせて何かたくらむ表情は別れの気配をポケットに隠していたから机の端のポラロイド写真に話しかけてたら過ぎ去った時尺だけど今より眩しい思い出はモノクローム色をつけてくれもう一度そばに来て華やいで麗しのカラーがある Driving to that sunflower field outside Topeka in the summer of 2021, I again understood every painful nuance of that song. And I remembered how it had somehow proto-linguistically made me feel the first time I'd heard it, unable to understand any of it. And I realized I never ended up feeling the way this song had made me believe I'd someday feel. I shot right past being able to feel that way, and then I just started feeling the way I feel now. How do we colorize a monochrome memory? I don't know. In Chronicle of a Tennis Monster, Jackson Everest tells Rosalie Flake, no one can give yourself to you. You need to take yourself from everything else. What can we take from another person's nostalgia? What can other people take from our nostalgia? As the sun came up over the sunflower field, I let the full darkness of these ruminations take over my mind. I thought of my aunt coming to care for my big brother and I for that one scorching August of 1987. I wasn't a bright-eyed kid. I was a dead-eyed kid. In every photograph you took of me, I was a red-eyed kid. I liked video games and baseball cards, and I disliked adults. I have nothing heartwarming to dredge from my youth. I'd have to fictionalize into irredeemable schmaltz. And thinking about this is enough to almost make me despise fiction on principle. I have seen so many places like my old apartment complex since that my memory has burnished the whole city of Wichita into unremarkability. I've driven by so many places, like all of these places, yet going back to those places, simply standing amongst their mundane architectures, had stirred inside me an ungivable to you feeling more powerful than any catharsis I have ever felt beholding great art. I cannot give anyone what I felt. I cannot even give myself what I felt. I felt it only there and only then. And an ice-cold gong banging in the back of my head, broadcasting the reverberating message. Memory is not good enough. The mundanest places can cause such revelations. Avalanches of heavy moments cover and bury early childhood, though if you, like me, left it geographically behind as well as philosophically, returning there feels like licking a 9-volt battery, which I, of course, had done on a dare once outside the music room the day we made mood drawings to the tune of Camille Saint-Saëns' Danse Macabre. I struggled against the sun itself to collect as much footage of these sunflowers as I could. I could see their petals shriveling in the colder-than-yesterday morning air. The torrent of rain some days earlier had spelled the beginnings of their ends. I stood among the flowers for some time after I turned my cameras off. I listened to the wind and the insects and the occasional cars softly gliding down the country road. In that breeze, accumulated soft wishes filled me with whist. We hunt always for the limits of the word almost. We live to test the boundary between right now and too much time. The friendliest argument I can make against nostalgia is that nobody gets away with it. Who among us wins this gift? Who's right now feels the way back then we hoped it someday could? Or the other way around? It fills me with a reverse desire. That I don't want to be a person anymore. I want to be this vibration that shudders between too early and too late. I want to be that microwave radiation wafting over windowsill apple pie like I want to be the ends of myself. Or I want to be a paramecium. For many, maybe even most people, this entire life exists inside a singular aggravation. We exist alone with it like a wristwatch that tells you the time is right now. I'm still there in the sunflower field in a Batman shirt, aged 42, by the poolside aged 10 with Club Nouveau's Lean On Me blasting from a nearby jukebox in the same Batman t-shirt. I am everywhere I have ever been, all of the time. So when I went looking for myself, of course, I couldn't have found myself if I'd gone looking. So to answer again, and with some of the same words, those people who have asked me why I, a person with exceptional memory, bother to rewatch films, imagine having a favorite song you've only ever listened to once. Our memory only records the cold parts. Our memory cannot replicate textures with perfection. Memory is worse than the moment. Better memory is worse than imagination. I have, in fact, like you, lost fragments of myself to the void by failing to commit them to foreverance, by neglecting to declare aloud, I think I'll keep this. Nostalgia resounds loudest when we feel a feeling that forces from us a declaration of, I didn't keep this. because you can't keep it. Memory is not keeping. You don't even own yourself inside yourself. And that's why the Sunflower Farm asks that photographers donate $10. I stopped at a gas station outside Topeka and purchased a Diet Dr. Pepper and a bag of Andy Capp's hot fries. I listened to the back half of Eiichi Otaki's A Long Vacation during the 20-minute drive back to the hotel. Out of nowhere, I imagined the kind of epitaph I'd like for myself. He died doing what he loved. Something he'd never done before. How do I turn my life into the sort of life where I deserve that sort of reputation? I walked through Central Park the other day, reading off dead people's names on park bench plaques. Places don't remember us. And if they do, we're dead. Standing in front of my old front door, I thought, places may not remember me, though do we who leave places behind, not with the briefest flit of assumption paid to the possibility that we will never return, deserve to be remembered? I had no reason to return to that place. I had less than no reason to return to this place I had never been. I'd have had less than no reason to go back again. So to slap myself in the face again with proof of the universe's hugeness, I did go back again, and I survived again. And I realize now I'd survive a lot. We all would. In front of that creaky playground a second time, I imagine an old man's prayer. Summer will come again, with or without me, and I will do it right. That I should live to see another of these fleeted seasons, and that next time I will live it well, and with truth to my ancient wishes. In August of 1987, my aunt cried at Mid-Continent Airport before her return flight to Philadelphia. As an 8-year-old, I didn't know why she cried. When Boku hugs his aunt and cries at the end of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I didn't understand that either. He'd barely talked to her outside of the time she cared for him when he was sick that one day. The night he dreamed of the sunflower field bulldozed. On one particularly bad day in my life, I had obtained the phrase, "Meanwhile, our shattering animals." And I remember this phrase and turn it around in my mind every so often. I turned it around in my mind in Kansas. If you didn't count the time we watched the Space Shuttle Challenger launch in the school gymnasium, no death relevant to me had occurred during my childhood in Kansas. So why did the memories that came back to me there stink so much of morbidity? I recall small childhood. I cried one day because we had to go to bed. I later cried another day when my mom explained that Darth Vader was actually dead forever, even though we get to see his ghost at the end of the movie. I cried another day because it was Christmas night. And I knew that when I woke up, it wouldn't be Christmas anymore, even though I hadn't really gotten any presents. I just liked that it had been Christmas. Boku cries at the end of Boku no Natsuyasumi, even if the player did not participate in any of the narratively deepest plot events. Even if the player just made Boku spend every day at home, inside the house, Boku cries when he hugs his aunt goodbye on the final day. Children fear any ending at all. Meanwhile, our shattering animals, as adults, fear change. It felt like Boku no Natsuyasumi wanted to call me a liar for experiencing all of it perfectly. For a moment, that stung, because I didn't like thinking that our particular behavior during one little summer month during our early childhood could influence the shape our adult life ultimately takes. I thought Boku no Natsuyasumi was telling me that we can, in fact, fail our own childhoods, though I realize now it relayed a gentler message. Everyone flubs their childhood. We can go back any time and remember and be graceful and maybe enjoy the outdoors no matter what our age. I remembered Hayao Miyazaki telling a journalist on live television that they shouldn't let their child watch My Neighbor Totoro every day. He said he figured a viewer should watch that film or any film at most exactly twice, once as a child and once as an adult. I'd put myself into a sort of purgatory by playing Boku no Natsuyasumi 3 times in a row as an adult. By going to Kansas and standing where I had once stood, I'd gotten out of that purgatory. I let the free air whip into the car window now. I'd never let work get in the way of a life experience ever again. Once back in New York, I began making plans to visit my aunt and uncle in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Only my Aunt Sandy had come to visit us that summer my little brother was born, and my Uncle George far more resembled the uncle from Boku no Natsuyasumi 2 than the uncle from Boku no Natsuyasumi 1, though Uncle George had played a more than pivotal enough part in my life to warrant inclusion in this film. So I made plans to go to Pottstown, Pennsylvania and interview my Aunt Sandy and my Uncle George on camera after I finished my current project. Uncle George joined Facebook one day in 2014, and I right-click saved his profile picture for showing to people whenever he inevitably came up in conversation. He sits in his profile photograph with a huge grin and an equally huge wad of $1 bills fanned out in one hand in front of him. Uncle George was Greek and had married my Polish Aunt Sandy when they were both 16. He had been an amateur boxer, and being from Philadelphia, his favorite movie was Rocky from the day before the first time he ever saw it. Uncle George taught me how to drive his old stick-shift pickup truck when I was 7 years old. He taught me and my brother how to play blackjack and 5-card stud. He taught us the rules of pool and carom billiards. He taught us the rules of craps. He made sure all our gambling vocabulary checked out. He showed us how to deal from the bottom of the deck. Well, he showed us you could deal from the bottom of the deck. I didn't exactly quite get the technique of how to do it. He showed us how to rip off rental VHS tapes using 2 VCRs, and he let us play games on his Commodore 64. Uncle George literally had love and hate tattoos on his knuckles. And when I, at age 11, finally asked him why, he said, and I quote, "It's a reminder." Uncle George died of COVID-19 on October 26, 2021, the same day I uploaded the previous installment of this series. So I arrive at the end of this with an incomplete story and an incomplete definition of nostalgia. Any of anyone else's nostalgia invites us to invite ourselves. Beyond a certain point in any philosophical reflection, ourselves is all we have. I am not anybody else. It is not going to be me who cures cancer. It is not going to be me who writes the perfect 3-minute pop song. Though I can drive stick shift and count cards, and I have played a lot of video games. It is not going to be me who feels all of this world. I drag out this archived cold cut of myself to scrutinize because that nostalgia of another demands at the very least the very littlest piece of me, and this thin slice is all I have to give. We can access the nostalgia of another, though not without offering this slice of ourselves in return. I realize that every sentence we speak is a line in our autobiography. As late as my late 30s, I beheld moments from my 20s as still part of the present. Now, they are definitively finished pieces in a collection. However, just when you think nostalgia has bled out of you, you happen on accident to reflect on a new nostalgia. I have nostalgia for eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches while playing Animal Crossing, literally sick with coronavirus in March of 2020. I have nostalgia for playing Bravely Default 2 with my little dog asleep on my lap after he tired himself out, excited to see me back from the emergency room in March of 2021. I have great nostalgia for eating cocoa curry with Mimsy on a heavy rainy night in Akihabara in September of 2019. I have new nostalgias all the time, even about Andy Capp's hot fries and a Diet Dr. Pepper on a sunflower sunrise morning outside Topeka, Kansas in August of 2021. Every one of these enhances all of the others all the way back forever. Nostalgia is thus a product of love. We make it when we remember. It accumulates as we age. If a storyteller structures their story with knowledge of the truth and tells their story with heart, yes, we can receive another's nostalgia and use it for good, either our own or someone else's. I'm grateful to Boku no Natsuyasumi for introducing me to the possibility that maybe our nostalgia can be more useful to someone else than it is to us. My experience playing the Boku no Natsuyasumi video games inspired me to go back to a place I had not seen in as long as I have felt alive, and to tell you this plain, true story of my own nostalgia so that I might feel like its creator must have felt. And here, having finished my story, I have no final lines as snappy as Stand By Me's. I dare not make any declaration so empty as, I will never forget what happened that summer, because you know I won't. Instead, I'll say I want you to know that my greatest fear in the world is that right now is that you might hear all these words of reflection and not know that it makes me realize that I love everyone, and you can too. So let me try to explain what I mean, and I'm sorry if this is going to get a little dark. Last night, before driving down here to South Bend, Indiana to film this, I talked to my dad at my teenage-era home in Indianapolis, Indiana. I told him I went back to Kansas. I told him I went to Wichita. I told him I got a tour of my old elementary school. I told him I went to our old neighborhood, and I sat on the old, unchanged playground equipment. My dad began to, as my dad and your dad and as dads do, he began to recall names of coworkers and friends and acquaintances and neighbors that he'd recalled on many occasions in my own recollection anytime Kansas comes up in conversation. He asked me, as he has many times in my life, if I remembered his friend Rich Little. Of course I remembered Rich Little. The man had a huge pompadour. That was the first time in my life I'd ever seen hair like that. I told my dad last night, yeah, I remember that guy. He was really tall, right? And my dad was like, very thoughtfully, no, he was about normal height, about my height. And I said, oh, that was a joke about how I only met him when I was a tiny child. And he said, I get it. Rich Little died of, they said it was a massive heart attack. Do you remember Mike Hupp? Mike Hupp was one of my Little League teammates' dads. My dad, last night, recalled that time we ran into Mike Hupp in Castleton Square Mall in Indianapolis, Indiana, 10 years after we'd last seen him in Kansas. Mike Hupp was wearing a real nice suit. And he talked to my dad for 3 minutes before my dad asked, what have you been up to all these years? What brings you to Indianapolis? And Mike Hupp coolly replied that he'd just taken a job as an executive of the company that owned the mall. I've heard my dad recount that story of that one encounter exactly 1/2 times in the last 10 years alone. As far as I know, he never called or contacted that guy after that, even though they now live in the same town again. And because I guess my dad knows him from Kansas, not from Indianapolis. And this makes me think about Kansas. It makes me think about the unfixable memory hugeness of my own childhood. Here I sit in what hopefully represents at least the exact middle of my life. Past a certain point, a person starts thinking quite often, and not even morbidly, naturally, in terms of, what if I died right now, right here? And right now I think if I die right now, right here, my brain contains a mundane roster of acquaintances and places and situations. If I die right here, I let the memory of Mike Hupp, executive of the Simon Mall Corporation as of circa Y2K, defeat all other significances I have ever experienced. I let Castleton Square Mall become my mind's last words, the way Pepperidge Farm and Dietz and Watson form the earliest foundation of my deep childhood vocabularic memory. This morning, today, I woke from a dream of an old friend. They were one of the best friends I've ever had, though in the 19 years since they died, I've dreamt about them fewer times than I'd need 2 hands of fingers to count. Last night, I dreamt vividly of the one day they were talking about plane crashes. They said they thought about being on a plane that you knew was about to crash. Said they thought about this all night the night before, and that they thought about it so hard it had made them sick. However, by the end of this process, they fully understood something. They said they knew that, and I quote, "In the end, everybody is an animal. In the end, reality breaks the wall between human and animal. Your memory will shut off far before the impact, long before the pain. Not even a person anymore. You float like an animal, aware only of the proximity or not of your necessaries or loves. Maybe bored that you don't have a plate of food in front of you to eat while you sit uncomfortable in that uncomfortable chair." That notion has stuck with me a long time because, my God, everything has stuck with me for so long a time. On exceedingly rare occasions, a memory of childhood from before I started learning words floats across the bridge and finds me in darkness, and in there I feel I was an animal then. Behind all this, I'm an animal now. And someday, some grim situation or another will, with its claws, steal from me my humanity and leave me for a moment in philosophy a shattering animal. Today, I'd like to hope that's not me. I'm not there. I'm here. I'm right here. I will always be right here. Thank you for watching. And now it's time for the bottom line.
After this commercial break, having trouble sleeping? The rest of the world's club, Frembino. Once you realize a bed resembles just a soft kind of table, you can't quite help considering bedtime dinner time, and you're what's for dinner, and your nightmares are doing the eating. With all the nonsense happening in the world today, only a narc could accomplish a good 8 hours kip. And thankfully for you, I'm not a narc, so you should probably listen to me when I tell you about Bedtime Island. I've been going to Bedtime Island every night, and it rules. Bedtime Island, you can go there. Anybody can. Bedtime Island. Consider your chosen fainting platform a bedtime boat bound for the moonlit sands of Dolphin Beach. Just don't forget your passport. And your passport is a t-shirt. Bedtime Island the t-shirt, made of 100% habit-forming cotton. Add Bedtime Island the t-shirt to, or substitute it for, your pre-existing Dreamtime costume, and every Not a Doctor at Action Button guarantees you the friendliest possible every night's oblivion in the company of all your favorite Bedtime Island residents. The Bibblings, Bibbis and Biffis. Floppy Bloppy the Boneless Pony, the Straw Buddies, Strubby and Jelby, Baby Child and their meetable only in lucid dreams imaginary or time-traveling 10-year future self, Big Friend. Hugby Tenderson is also here. Wow, Pwampita Ice Cream Goose is having fun. You can wear all these friends for the cost of however much it says this shirt costs when you visit shop.actionbutton.net. Consider the price a surprise. To ensure the loosest and most relaxed possible fit, Bedtime Island the t-shirt is available only in sizes large and up. If you don't act now, we might not even Photoshop in Pipitha Penkleton or Bologna the teacup donkey. See if you can find them. Depending on where you live, you might be legally required to also purchase a Bedtime Island the t-shirt for anyone else who sleeps in the same bed as you. Ask your lawyer for details. You must wear Bedtime Island the t-shirt every night for maximum effect. Do not tell your doctor I said that. Bedtime Island the t-shirt is for home use only. If I see you wearing Bedtime Island the t-shirt on the street, I will yell at you. Don't let that stop you from recommending Bedtime Island the t-shirt to your friends. Bibis likes bedtime because she gets to watch TV before bed. Biffis likes bedtime because he gets to eat breakfast when he wakes up. You like bedtime because you get to wear this t-shirt, if you dare. And now back to Action Button Reviews, Boku no Natsuyasumi.
Boku no Natsuyasumi brought me back to a place I'd never gone. Boku no Natsuyasumi brought me back to a myself I'd never known. Then, Boku no Natsuyasumi called me a liar. As a game designer, I take away from Boku no Natsuyasumi the apparent effortlessness with which it exudes a bespoke quality. We haven't talked about the dog. I saved the dog for last. The Sorano family has a dog named Kenbo. Kenbo lives outside. He has a little house and he never once in 31 days steps away from it. Maybe the developers didn't have the Polygon budget to render a chain link leash. Seldom do the members of the Sorano family allude to Kenbo. Maybe you've known people like this in real life. People who treat their dog as a matter of fact, who answer, "Yeah," if asked whether or not they have a dog. Me, I barely shut up about my dog. His luscious coat, his flowing mane, he is the pride of the Upper West Side. Boku nonetheless can make the dog's conversational acquaintance, should the player either possess a dog lover's attenuation to video game graphics or a role-playing game player's hunger to exhaust every dialogue, even those of the proto-lingual variety. Simply walk up to Kenbo and press the action button. Boku squats. Kenbo barks happily. Boku stands up. Boku bows to Kenbo as one might bow to a colleague of equal rank in a Japanese office workplace. Interact with Kenbo at night and this scene proceeds the same way, except with Kenbo whining sleepily instead of barking joyfully. During my first playthrough, I made Kenbo angry at Boku. It went like this. As early as Saturday, August 9th, 1975, if Boku passes under the overpass, crosses the wooden footbridge with sunflowers in the foreground, and investigates the water side of the pond at the bottom of the screen, he encounters a huge fish. The family will later call this massive salmon the Master of the Pond. On the final playable day of August 1975, Shirabe will even tell Boku that she has nicknamed this fish Jumbo. Boku, as an accomplishment-pursuing sort of bright-eyed lad, has had a fishing pole in his possession for 6 full days as of his first meeting with Jumbo, the giant landlocked salmon. So he views the fish's existence as a challenge. Yet if you try to catch the fish, you find your lure abjectly lacking. Fishing for Jumbo on a baby-tier tackle box plunges Boku into persistent misery. After you encounter Jumbo exactly once, Boku will mention the fish at family mealtime. Uncle Yusaku Sorano tells Boku that such a fish requires a lure made of thick hair. A few minutes of Googling tells me English-speaking fishermen call this type of lure a hair jig. Uncle Yusaku tells Boku, if you happen to find some good, thick, coarse, dense hair, bring it to him and he'll make you a good, strong lure. Boku asks what kind of hair is good, and Uncle Yusaku says, after a thoughtful pause, that hair of about the thickness of our dog Kenbo's fur would probably suffice.
なんだ、それなら簡単だよ。
Interestingly, this is the first time in the game that anyone in the family mentions Kenbo's name. Let me say right now, while researching for this review, I found a YouTube video of a guy using his actual beard hair to make a hair jig. He successfully caught a large fish. So this little subplot of Boku no Natsuyasumi is not half as ridiculous as I, a non-fisherman, had thought during my first playthrough. Now, after having this conversation with Boku's uncle about lure hair, if Boku interacts with the dog Kenbo ever again, completely outside the player's control, Boku will, without warning, step to Kenbo, preemptively apologize,
ごめんね。
and snatch a big husky handful of hair off the dog's back.
Hey!
Kenbo wails in a pain of a graphic realism level. I wondered how the Foley artists at Polyphony Digital captured that sound, and I shuddered. Take the hair to your uncle in his workshop at the next opportunity. He mumbles that the hair looks familiar. Then he tells you it will take him 2 full days to find the time to finish making the lure for you. Come back any time after 2 days have elapsed, and he gives you the lure. With this lure, you can catch the fish. You can, of course, only catch the fish if you can find it. One of Boku no Natsuyasumi's few pure-like randomnesses happens in Jumbo's decisions to appear or not on any given day. You might go a full week wasting movement turns to check out the pond, only to see Jumbo didn't make it into the office today. When he does show up, you select that hairy lure and cast your line. The hairy lure doesn't make catching the fish easy, it only makes it possible. When you manage to hook the Jumbo fish, Boku no Natsuyasumi's fishing minigame instantly obtains a new array of verbs. Previously, with smaller, weaker, story-insignificant fish, you needed only press the action button once to cast your lure, and then, once again, after feeling a thump on your DualShock or seeing and hearing a splash near your lure. Catching smaller fish happens instantly after you press the button, as long as you press the button in time. You might have done this 100 times in your playing, up until the moment you hook the big one for the first time, and everything changes. You now have to negotiate with the fish, alternately mashing and relaxing after the manner of a more conventional fishing video game. Catch the fish, and Boku celebrates for only a moment. Catching Jumbo instantly nets you one of the game's 15 invisible event points, pushing you toward a more elaborate ending. You don't need to catch every variety of fish in every body of water in the game, just the one fish that possesses story significance. And once you do catch it, the story significance vanishes like a phantom. No one makes a single reference to the big fish, the master of the pond, the Jumbo landlocked salmon, ever again in the story, until the very last playable day, when Shirabe asks Boku if he's met Jumbo yet. She tells you she's named the big fish Jumbo. Then, if you haven't caught Jumbo, she tells you you should go see him today. If you have caught Jumbo, however, she says with a mysterious hint of whist that Jumbo hasn't popped around to say hello lately. Also, if you haven't caught Jumbo and you go to the pond to try to catch him on this last day, he never appears. And just like that, the much understated Jumbo the Salmon subplot ends without fanfare. Now let's consider it from the dog's perspective. After you smash and grab a fistful of his hair, Kenbo wails in pain. Any further attempt to interact only aggravates him. Literally every time you talk to Kenbo, he growls at Boku with extreme evident anger. Boku jumps back and nonetheless bows to the creature in shame. During a later incidental dialogue, your uncle commits one of the family's rare allusions to Kenbo, in which he ponders, I think Kenbo might be going bald. Days pass. Kenbo growls at Boku morning, noon, or night. Nothing can convince Kenbo to trust Boku ever again for the duration of the game. My first playthrough, I'd talked to Kenbo every morning as part of my routine. I finished breakfast, talked to Kenbo, talked to my aunt, talked to Shirabe in the yard, watered the morning glories, and only then did I set out to explore and adventure. I went into this game expecting micro decisions to add up to some substantial story reward. I didn't want to put it past the designers to craft some payoff for greeting Kenbo with unwavering consistency. In my first playthrough, I first encountered the big fish on August 12th, 3 days later than it is officially possible to encounter this fish. When Boku and Uncle Yusaku had a mealtime conversation about hair-based fishing lures, and Uncle Yusaku said that maybe hair of the family dog Kenbo's fur's thickness would suffice to catch a big, loud salmon, I did not expect Boku to act without my input. The next time I went to greet Kenbo, Boku grab and yanked the dog's hair without asking me first. Just straight to the yanking. Without asking my opinion via a yes or no prompt, Boku leapt head first into a bad relationship with an innocent dog. I nonetheless persisted in talking to Kenbo every morning and every night. I wanted desperately for his feelings to change. I caught the fish. I thought maybe that would dispel the dog's curse. It did not. After 10 days, I so dreaded Kenbo's growls that I stopped talking to him altogether. I talked to him one more time on the 28th, and he growled even then. I felt stupid, though I also felt confident that if I applied myself in my next playthrough, I'd find a cure for Kenbo's hatred of Boku. Before my next playthrough, I read one section of one Japanese guide. I knew of the event points system for unlocking endings. I knew that catching the jumbo fish gave me 1 point, and so did flying all the kites. I knew I could miss 2 events and still get the highest ending, which required 13 of the 15 points. I decided to skip the fish and the kites. I decided to skip the fish because I didn't want to hurt a virtual dog, and I decided to skip the kites because the kite flying controls really suck. I talked to Kenbo every day, and he barked happily or whined sleepily at me every day and night. No deeper interaction ever happened. I unlocked the ending in which Boku grows up to become his uncle's pottery apprentice, which to me felt perfectly natural. However, I looked at the guide again and glimpsed the word pottery in the description of ending number 4. I wanted the one higher ending, ending number 5. So I did a forensic analysis of my own footage. It turns out I'd missed watering the morning glories exactly once, and that had probably missed me a point. How had that happened? I had had such confidence in my morning routine, yet in the bustle it had slipped my mind. For my final playthrough, I decided to try to do everything. I'd already explored the game world to my soul's content. Now I needed to more joylessly execute on that exploration experience. I met the big fish at the earliest opportunity, August 9th, and I plucked the hair from Kenbo as soon as I could. I presented the hair to my uncle in his workshop at the earliest opportunity. I caught the fish 3 days later. I talked to Kenbo every day throughout this experience. I arrived at the end of the month having only collected 5 of the 8 kites. In order to get all 8, I'd have had to have purposely prodded a beehive immediately after flying each kite, which activates the hidden mechanic of my aunt's motherly intuition, which warps me back home to receive bee sting treatment without costing the passage of any time. From there, I could have made a new kite selection and queued up my uncle's 2-day kite construction assembly line 1 day faster. No other way exists to collect all the kites in Boku no Natsuyasumi. I did the math. I didn't know this going into my 3rd playthrough, and I only caught on to the mysterious effect of the beehives during the last week in my final August. By then, I'd fully run out of time. I'd reached the end of the game having scored every point except the one pertaining to kites. I really wanted to fly the weird kite that looks like a big giant flying boku. However, you'll have to make do with this screenshot of the kite as it appears in the in-game kite catalog. How a picture of Boku wound up in a book on the shelf in that family's house is a ghost story for another day. So summer vacation coasted to an end for the third time in a real-world week, and I still felt the full bittersweetness of the first time. Only this time, the composition of the bittersweetness had a little bit less to do with the story than it had to do with my mechanical expectations. I felt pretty confident I'd get whatever the quote-unquote best ending was, though I also felt a little sad about having not captured a perfect playthrough. On that lazy final day of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I lazily walked over to Kenbo and pressed the say hello button. To my extreme shock and jubilation, Kenbo barked happily. I checked my notes. 21 days. You have to talk to Kenbo at his angriest 21 days in a row, or at least wait 21 days after you hurt him for him to forgive you. And when he forgives you, he does so without ceremony, without fanfare, without achievement unlocked. The dog in this game forgives you the way a dog in life loves you. A perfect stilted blend of elegance and inelegance. A good boy abides with sincere quietness. 2 decades before the Can You Pet the Dog Twitter account cruised from cute internet content to actual reference tool for game designers, Boku no Natsuyasumi had nonchalantly implemented a dog petting mechanic with a whole philosophically understated literary narrative arc pinned beneath it. In summary, that's at least as Undertale a thing as anything Moon did. I found much to celebrate in Boku no Natsuyasumi's dog petting saga. For mostly, it made me feel much like The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening had when I first played it back in 1993, and I accidentally stole an item from the shop, and then every NPC in the game called me thief for what I imagined would be the rest of the game. That sensation of guilt evoked powerful feelings in my weird little raised Catholic brain back in 1993, enough for me to wipe my save clean, just delete it right off the cartridge and start the game over. I'd have probably bought another copy of the game if I'd found a $20 bill lying on the ground the next time I went to the mall. I never trusted my The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening cartridge to forget that I'd stolen from the shopkeeper that one time on that one save. My young teenage brain was already imagining Undertale, and it over-terrified me. I don't honestly know if the player can redeem themselves and lose the nickname of Thief in Link's Awakening. I doubt you can. I've never investigated. Maybe if this was a review of Link's Awakening, I would investigate. At any rate, that Boku no Natsuyasumi contains such a quiet, realistic redemption arc for its hero softly amazes me. Many games since Boku no Natsuyasumi have used guilt to keep players paying attention, or if not guilt outright, then fear of missing out. Yet here, this old, wise video game had already nailed it. You cross a line in your role-playing of this inquisitive, impetuous young boy that you cannot recross. Now, you have to deal with it. Once you deal with it enough, congratulations. You don't have to deal with it anymore. All this is taking the long way to say that with its game world-spanning bug-collecting quest that nets no ending-influencing points, with its kite quest that requires arcane rituals to complete for credit, with its bug-fighting minigame of unspeakably dense, chaotic mathematics, with its musicless traversal bathed in lush, location-accurate, date-accurate, insect and wind soundscapes, with its understated emphasis on communication and connection over commodification and collection, with its heavy plot focus on messy, realistic human relationship dynamics, and with its graceful subplots such as the one wherein a dog eventually happily forgives you as dogs do. Boku no Natsuyasumi is the Gran Turismo of Animal Crossings. Interestingly, Boku no Natsuyasumi came out for the Sony PlayStation a year before the first Animal Crossing did on Nintendo 64. No one argues Sony won the console wars during the PlayStation 1 versus Nintendo 64 versus Sega Saturn generation, in which I think the Atari Jaguar also participated. The numbers don't lie. The Nintendo 64 and Sega Saturn had many video games still considered all-time classics today, though Sony defeated them both with sheer numbers. Every time we talk about the Sony PlayStation versus the Nintendo 64, we talk about how CDs were cheaper to manufacture than cartridges. Every time we talk about the Sony PlayStation versus the Sega Saturn, we talk about how perfectly that Sony logo brought the idea of video games into the mainstream. However you look at it, the Sony PlayStation also just had more games. More importantly, it had weirder games, more unique games, and just plain more games from first-time developers and publishers. Not that anybody debates any of this today. However, if we take the bird's eye view that 2022 affords us, we can see the bigger picture. The PlayStation had creative joy. Sony's efforts as a first-party publisher exuded soul. Back in the day, we used to wonder why Sony didn't seem to want to declare an end-all Mario and Sonic double homicider of a mascot. We'd have taken Crash Bandicoot. We clamored for that Bandicoot. Looking back from today, we can see Sony didn't need a strategy so cheap as get a mascot because they had spent valuable time just letting their characters hang out as characters. Crash Bandicoot looked a little like Sonic the Hedgehog in the mouth, though he also possessed an air of perplexing wrongness that ill-suited him to the role of corporate spokesperson, while fleshing him out as more endearing than he might otherwise have managed. Parappa the Rapper spoke to the modern era while embodying the graphic designerly character design perfection old-school game players craved, though his genre-establishing rhythm game's cutely flimsy plot hinged on his emotional insecurities and crushing doubts. A corporate mascot shouldn't need help on their driving test, right? When you expand your view a little past the obvious silhouettes of these characters, it all makes sense. Toro Inoue, the slightly annoying cat roommate from Dokudemo Issho, and inquisitive little lad from 1975, Boku Kubota from Boku no Natsuyasumi, round out the cuisinely proportioned four-person party of Sony's almost mascots. Like Jerry Seinfeld, George Costanza, Elaine Benes, and Cosmo Kramer, fans might try to categorize their real-life friends as resembling one character or the other, though the truth says that each of us has all four of these characters in us all the time. The loud and cool door-busting one who is nonetheless a bad person. Giddy up. The one brimming with neurotic self-doubt.
Red. Beautiful.
Water. Here it is. Oh no.
Despite his, in hindsight, genuinely excellent fashion choices.
My mother caught me.
My dad's gonna bite me.
The cosmopolitan, prone to explosion. And the Peter Panly, even-Steven spirit of youth.
Here, touch Golden Boy.
Rather than give its audience a Mickey Mousean or bland fantasy-flavored pre-baked blank slate, Sony let its almost mascots have personality so that they could constitute a blank slate in collective. Heck, one of Nintendo's mascots is genuinely a blank slate-flavored blank slate. Talking about Kirby, in case it's Kirby, he's a guy who can do stuff, basically. He eats stuff, I eat stuff. Man, subliminally, Sony gives you incomplete mascots who each represent a piece of a blank slate for you to doodle on. Rather than asking you to wait for the next big precious game, Sony of the latter 1990s asked you to please consider all of these eclectic, littler games. From the wide-angle view, we see that the Sony PlayStation platform fostered Final Fantasy VII, Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Final Fantasy Tactics, Tail Concerto, unimpeachable titans of video game history about which no one ever stops talking. Though when we zoom into the fine details, we glimpse games casual, hardcore, and armored core. We witness the very molecular makeup of the modern video game. LSD Dream Emulator, Devil Dice, Incredible Crisis, Intelligent Cube, Mizerna Falls, The Silver Case, Racing Lagoon, Planet Laika, London Seide Tantedan, Moon Remix RPG Adventure, Septentrion Out of the Blue, and King's Field. The PlayStation had a Pokemon clone with art by literally Studio Ghibli. Sony themselves spent money to develop Popolacroy, a role-playing series based on a Eurocomics-inspired manga. If you look at Sony's first-party games today, Horizon, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Days Gone, Spider-Man, you might grumble at how, despite each possessing a remarkable high standard of quality, they all represent variations on the same polished, open-world video game template. Realize that Sony's game studios only converged upon this mission after many years during which creativity happened in all directions at the same time, during a turbulent period during which not a single one of us could even begin to consider how best to stop Mr. Domino. Sony had the impeccable taste to task musical genius Masaya Matsuura, mastermind of the all-time great 80s pop act Size, to make a video game. Just because he wanted to make a video game, because he thought making a video game might be fun. And so he made Parappa the Rapper, which invented rhythm games. And then they asked him, while he's at it, why not make another video game? And for God's sake, he made Bib Ribbon. Sony made 5 Wild Armses and even 1 wonderful Legend of Dragoon in attempts to produce a first-party Final Fantasy. And then they backed Level 5 in their 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts to create a first-party Dragon Quest. Sony made 3 Ape Escape games that are each increasingly at least as interesting as any Mario game ever. Before the Yakuza series blinked into excellent existence, and before David Cage found his paper crown in a bin behind a burnt-down Burger King, Sony's internal studios banged the simultaneous drums of Japanese television drama, interactive cinematic narrative, and horror with a virtuoso's rhythm in their Siren series. Sony developed Boku Tomao, a whimsical dark role-playing game of childhood. The Sony PlayStation 2 served as home to masterpieces like Berserk Millennium Falcon no Hensei Masenki no Sho, Nano Breaker, Castlevania Curse of Darkness, Genji, Tulip, Ikusagami, and Raw Danger, and pretty good, decent workman-like games like Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. You ever hear of those? On the PlayStation 3, home of Nobi Nobi Boy and Folklore, Sony achieved a light years spanning stride when they made Africa, the Gran Turismo of Pokemon Snaps, and Tokyo Jungle, the world's first and so far only video game that forces the player to control a Pomeranian from minute 1. Back Back early in the novelty maelstrom of the first Sony PlayStation, however, while the question of video games as art went blissfully unasked, the studio Art Dink answered quietly in the affirmative again and again, with the pristine Aquanauts Holiday, the brilliant Tale of the Sun, and the confidently aesthetic Kaze no Notamu, the latter of which featured cover art by Hiroshi Nagai, album artist of Eiji Otaki's A Long Vacation. While yet no one individual boring person had yet lazily asked if video games could become art someday, one fascinating group of artists answered several unasked questions of what else video games could become. Kazutoshi Iida's name belongs in a book of saints on any self-respecting video game spiritualist's shelf. At ArtDink, Iida had masterminded Aquanauts Holiday and Tale of the Sun, with not a single Peter Molyneuvian public soundbite utterance, and over a period of just under 1 year. This man had committed an entire auteur's oeuvre across 2 simply perfect video games. Back in the original Sony PlayStation's life cycle, blessed not with any great deserved international acclaim, Iida started a new studio, Param, and developed a game for Nintendo, the fascinating kindergarten simple 64DD exclusive God game simulation, Doshin the Giant. I lavish all this attention on the body of work of one Kazutoshi Iida here at the end of this review of a perfectly unrelated video game because it provides me an opportunity to conspiracy theorize. I've gotten this far into my meticulously researched video game review without proposing any outlandish conspiracy theories, so allow me to perpetrate just one. These days, I've started to prefer the weird stuff where Nintendo reached outside Nintendo more than the Nintendo stuff where Nintendo gazed deeper inside Nintendo. Nintendo clearly had their eye on the PlayStation. This is my theory, that Nintendo clearly had their eye on the PlayStation. This shouldn't shock anyone. Only a ridiculous person would insinuate that corporations choose to remain utterly oblivious of their strongest competitors for pride reasons. No, it's all money reasons all the time. We often speak about Nintendo as though their ideas come from the pure crystalline vapor cloud at the vortexual center of Shigeru Miyamoto's skull, though anyone with one eyeball on video game history can see behind the garden walls. Seeing as Shigeru Miyamoto himself produced Doshin the Giant, clearly someone at Nintendo had seen and loved Kazutoshi Iida's work enough to contract his new studio to make a game. They hadn't just encountered him in the street.
Hey kid, want to design a game for us?
If Nintendo's bigger wig wearers had seen and made business money choices concerning Aquanauts Holiday and Tale of the Sun as early as 1997, how big had their detective division's collective magnifying glass grown by the time Boku no Natsuyasumi emerged in the year 2000? Sony actually originally announced Boku no Natsuyasumi for release in summer of 1999. Director, writer, designer Kaz Ayabe told Ray Barnholt in a 2016 interview for Scroll.vg that a producer at Sony had asked them to add a fishing mechanic, which delayed their game to the fall. Another Sony producer considered it blunderous to release a game about a summer vacation in the middle of autumn, so the game received a delay until summer of the year 2000, after the PlayStation 2 would have already come out. In other words, news of Boku no Natsuyasumi and its nature had existed in the world at the earliest since 1999. Kaz Ayabe even tells Ray Barnholt in that interview that when he first pitched Boku no Natsuyasumi to Sony, they told him several developers had already pitched games about summer vacation, and they'd said no, so they decided they should probably make one, and that's how the game got made. Nintendo released Animal Crossing on the Nintendo 64 in the year 2001. Like Boku no Natsuyasumi, Animal Crossing asks players to collect bugs, catch fish, find fossils, and run errands for your neighbors. Whereas Boku no Natsuyasumi sets its story in a place that feels real during a specific time period rife with real cultural references, Animal Crossing takes place in a pleasant cartoon no place. Boku no Natsuyasumi leaves players alone with its not clashing whimsical graphics and high-fidelity nature soundscapes. Animal Crossing bathes the player in luxurious music of a 1970s flavor. Boku no Natsuyasumi ends in a flash. Kaz Ayabe explained in the aforementioned interview with Ray Barnholt that people at the time often told him the Boku no Natsuyasumi games ended too quickly and felt incomplete. Of course, I fully realized they feel this way by design. I tell you, up until the moment I near perfectly cleared Boku no Natsuyasumi, such that it basically called me a liar by telling me the hero grew up to write a novel about this exact summer vacation I had just calculatedly lived, I'd prepared myself to call Boku no Natsuyasumi an incomplete game. I even had planned a paragraph about how buzzkilly Boku's too plucky idle animations feel sometimes when you're just trying to stand around and enjoy nature. I even had a whole spiel planned about how Boku's fever nightmare in which the sunflower field disappears and becomes a huge, barren, apocalyptic dirt zone isn't that portentous. Sunflowers don't bloom year-round. Then, Boku no Natsuyasumi shocked me stiff. When the game finally pulled off the prestige of its final magic trick, the spell broke. Boku no Natsuyasumi literally inspired me to go outside. Not just outside, it inspired me to go outside, get in a taxi, get on an airplane, and then go outside again. Because of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I now possess more than simply an aspiring graphic designer's appreciation for sunflowers. I now have corporeal experience standing and breathing and appreciating among those most architecturally genius of plants. Animal Crossing, meanwhile, literally features a character who yells at you if you reset the game without saving. He just yells at you. He yells and yells at you. Kids begged their moms to call Nintendo and tell them the scary character yelled at them and made them cry. He doesn't just yell at kids and make them cry. He is a mole who pops up out of the ground to make kids cry.
Hello!
So precious, its myriad interlocking currencies. So trincatorious, its Swiss watchmakerly internal workings. Nintendo had to design an Animal Crossing character that made children cry so that Shigeru Miyamoto wouldn't cry. Animal Crossing shows us an "are you gonna" game. Are you gonna pay off your home loan? Are you gonna plant some flowers? Are you gonna buy that vending machine from the vending machine? Are you gonna hit that clown sheep with your bug net again? Boku no Natsuyasumi, on the other hand, sets gingerly at our feet a "did you" game. Did you catch the big fish? Did you fly all the kites? Did you talk to your little cousin that one day and hear her say she wished ants looked like they look in Tom and Jerry cartoons? Did you go to the top of the mountain? Did you catch all the bugs? Did you have the dialogue with the college girl camping in the woods that resulted in Boku making a crayon drawing of his fantasy wedding? Did you water the flowers every day, even after they bloomed and your aunt congratulated you and said nothing about continuing to water them? Future Animal Crossings added features, more multiplayer, more neighbors, more mechanics, more graphics, more content, more online, more character development continuity for literally the only scumbag landlord caricature dirtbag, trash can spelunking dog bear tanuki dirtbag, Tom Nook. And Isabelle. Boku no Natsuyasumi's first two sequels, meanwhile, refined the original's presentation, doubled down on its own confidence in Mineko Ueda's brilliant character illustrations, and committed curiously to the same main character, living the same exact month of the same exact year, August of 1975, only in a new location, surrounded by new people. Boku no Natsuyasumi's sequels represent remakes, reboots, alternate universe retellings of the original. Boku no Natsuyasumi's sequels sharpen the game's appeal. They are quote-unquote better than Boku no Natsuyasumi 1, though they also all flow so breezily and end with such breadbasket punching abruptness that we might accidentally call them incomplete. Really, we shouldn't call them incomplete. We should say that we need to complete these games ourselves. We complete these games by playing them. We complete these games by giving to them pieces of ourselves. We need to give Animal Crossing our money whenever it arrives and buckets of our time if we don't want our real-life friends to glower at us. If a mysterious respiratory virus has infected the entire world, you can enjoy harvesting your fruit every day. You can enjoy buying and selling turnips. You can enjoy telling your social media followers that you wish the clown sheep would go away. Though for what? If Boku no Natsuyasumi shows us the raw power of an incomplete video game, Animal Crossing shows us the raw luggage of a hyper-complete one. Next to Boku no Natsuyasumi, Animal Crossing is virtually a metaverse NFT. If you watch this video more than 1 year after its premiere date, you won't have any idea what those words mean. With Animal Crossing, Nintendo zingified Bokunatsu. They burnished it until its culture gleamed and its math trapped you helpless. Animal Crossing is a capitalismization of Boku no Natsuyasumi. Its functioning as a cutesy critique of capitalism does not inoculate it against its success within the critiqued system. For all the perfumed stench of its quote-unquote wholesome aura, Animal Crossing is as worky and grindy and video game paraphernalious as any ballyhooed, poindextrous, massively multiplayered online role-playing game. I can and will enjoy every Animal Crossing that Nintendo puts out from now until the end of my life. Maybe by the time I'm 60, they'll make one in 4K. I can and will always marvel at the perfect musical compositions that change every hour on the hour. I will always love a video game I can treat like I used to treat Winamp. I will always love a video game that can fill a living room with itself. I will always love a video game with the real-time clock function. It's just here, at the end of this review of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I realize that I see Animal Crossing's trick with clear eyes, and I look at this little, sincere, clean, pure, incomplete, too short video game, and I can't help considering it the capstone of the Sony PlayStation 1 era ethos. A horrorless Resident Evil-like, a fightless Final Fantasy-like, a dating simulation where you date your future self. A game for current children, a game for former children. A bold, artistic mold breaker like Tale of the Sun or Aquanaut's Holiday or Kaze no Notamu that majestically cannot aggravate anybody with its user experience. A game as plumb full of realistic, accurate, authentic Japanese inaka insect soundscapes as Gran Turismo brims with car engine noises, because the same exact weirdo audio files recorded them all. A game for game players, a game for film watchers, a game for the people, a game for connoisseurs, a Shenmue released just 6 months after Shenmue that answers the question, what would it be like if there was a Shenmue where you didn't have to punch anyone who might have killed your father, and it was just about the kitten feeding stuff, hanging out in a verisimilitudinous, perfectly authentic feeling real place at a real point in history? It answers this question with, well, it'd be a lot better than Shenmue. So it hurts me a lot to say this, though. I'm sorry, Sega. get owned. So if the Sony PlayStation is better than the Sega Dreamcast, that can mean only one thing. Boku no Natsuyasumi therefore has made me finally decide that the Sony PlayStation has always been better than every Nintendo console ever made. Just look at the facts. Todo looks exactly like several existing Animal Crossing characters. And Dokodemo Issho predates Animal Crossing by 2 years. Incredible Crisis predates WarioWare by 4 years. Jumping Flash predates Mario 64. The Namco Negicon is still better than any other control implement anyone has developed to steer a video car. And if Nintendo hadn't introduced its analog stick a year and a half later, we'd probably have a really good modern-day revision of the Negicon by now, probably with genuine force feedback. So Nintendo ruined that. We just have to buy racing wheels now, and I don't have room in my house for a racing wheel. Cool Borders predates 1080 snowboarding. Jet Moto doesn't predate Wave Race 64, though you gotta admit it looks like it does. Gran Turismo 4 invented in-game photo modes by letting you save photos to a USB stick for easy sharing online before YouTube, before Twitch TV, before social media. Sony's iToy, a webcam-like peripheral that lets you turn your television into a big, weird touchscreen, predates the Nintendo DS by 1 year, and the Nintendo Wii by 3 years, and the Kinect by 7 years. Lord! While I'm here, let me just add that the PlayStation Move controller got made the heck fun of because it seemed like Sony was copying the Wiimote. Though, come on, man. They made the iToy. Sony did make a motion controls thing first. They just did. Nintendo Miis are basically a store brand Boku no Natsuyasumi character creator. Also, Ico predates every indie game, and without Shadow of the Colossus, we wouldn't have Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, or Elden Ring. And without the Sony PlayStation, without Sony Computer Entertainment, we wouldn't have Demon's Souls. And while I'm here, I might as well add that Pokemon is just a Zingification of Shin Megami Tensei. So Ryan Taylor, remember when your friend Mark suggested that I review the PlayStation at some point? I just did. Anyway, now that I've reviewed Boku no Natsuyasumi, I feel I do not need to ever review an Animal Crossing game. This little finite game I had never fully played showed me truths I'd otherwise never have understood about a game I've played for literally thousands of hours. Still, apropos of Boku no Natsuyasumi, I devised an objective method with which to possibly have an emotional experience of a new variety with an Animal Crossing game. Seeing as Boku no Natsuyasumi involves visiting someone else's house in a faraway town, and Animal Crossing involves moving into your own house in a faraway town, I figured I could level the playing field by embodying a person of the past and moving into their house in a faraway town. To accomplish this, I went on eBay and purchased 3 copies of the first Animal Crossing game, Doubutsu no Mori, for the Nintendo 64. Each of these cartridges had a different name written in permanent marker on the Your Name blank. As Nintendo 64 games, the cartridges all possessed battery backup saves, meaning I'd be able to enter the world of these 20 years ago players. One might argue that every single save file of Animal Crossing represents a different video game. So in order to preserve video game history, we must preserve all of these save files. Trepidatiously, I inserted the first cartridge, belonging apparently to a child named Tomoya, into my HDMI modded Nintendo 64, and I turned it on. I entered Tomoya's town at what the cartridge's real-time clock, due to some variety of battery malfunction, believed to be exactly 12 midnight on January 1st of the year 2000. Amidst a cacophony of cartoon circus party music, 2 villagers danced and sang in the middle of a snowy forest in the dead of night outside a brightly lit up New Year countdown clock ringing in Y2K. I entered Tomoya's Spartan, level 1, never upgraded, barely played living room. He had an acoustic guitar and a TV stand with no TV. I sat in his chair. I admired the tatami mat floors. I thought, hey, I used to have an apartment sort of like this. I entered the only other human-occupied house. This house belonged to, if the character names in the main menu were any indication, Tomoya's sister or girlfriend. The house's owner, like Tomoya, had not played the game more than a few minutes or hours. She had not upgraded her house even once. Within its 4 cold-colored brick walls, little more than a mammoth Christmas tree stood tall. I felt suddenly like I had just gotten caught eating Cheetos at a funeral to which nobody had invited me. I walked back over to the New Year's party where the 2 villagers were continuing to celebrate, still believing the clock had just struck midnight on New Year's Y2K. Alone, trapped inside a battery, repeating the same day for 22 years, starting the new millennium so loudly, 30 times per second, from now until forever after I, in horror, switched the power off. This experience did not fill me with the desire to try either of the other 2 cartridges. So while I did discover a somewhat new genre of horror, which is cool, Boku no Natsuyasumi's August 32nd glitch absolutely blows it away.
ごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさまでした。
Boku no Natsuyasumi wins. PlayStation wins. Sony wins. This tiny game, Boku no Natsuyasumi, lets players relive a 9-year-old Japanese boy's real-feeling vacation at his aunt and uncle's house in probably Yamanashi, Japan, for the month of August 1975. It also allows players the option to stay home every day, playing in the yard or bothering your aunt about what's for dinner. Calmly, it invites the player to go outside and explore and discover and have an adventure. And by the end of that simulated month of August 1975, the player has experienced a robust, many-tendrilled narrative that looks perfectly AAA, even alongside our modern standards. Boku no Natsuyasumi director Kaz Ayabe said in an interview that when he played Red Dead Redemption, he wished the people who had made it would make a Boku no Natsuyasumi-like. I take great pains to explain this here because as recently as late 2021, we've endured a round of mainstream conversation on the subject of whether or not non-violent AAA video games could achieve sales success. Ryan Reynolds literally made a whole movie. The answer has been sitting patiently on the bus stop bench at the far end of our hearts for 22 years, my friends. Boku no Natsuyasumi made me want to play better video games, many of which don't even exist. It also made me want to replay Millennium Kitchen's Attack of the Friday Monsters, which is on the Nintendo 3DS, which my bad eyes have trouble seeing, so it basically doesn't exist. Boku no Natsuyasumi made me realize afresh the power video games have to make me feel like a participant in rich events unfolding around me in a place impossibly foreign to my time machine lacking self. More than anything else, Boku no Natsuyasumi ended, leaving me feeling sick with the visceral desire to go somewhere far away and have feelings there. So I did. I'd say any game that has that kind of effect on a person belongs pretty high up on a ranked list of the best video games of all time. I reached the end of this review rejuvenated. I'd like to continue looking at important works, having thoughts about them, going places through them, embracing darkness when I feel I need to, and presenting my feelings to you. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time in sunny Los Angeles. Until elsewhere and someday we encounter each other again, remember, even those born unwise need not resign to perish empty. Video games forever. Action button. How's that? Let's do it.